just needs to hit the bleed.
Oh, it is! He did it! The madman! All right.
Unbelievable.
Wait, it's only one Rune Orb. He still needs to find Ignite. And there's no hand space, and there's no time. Hard deck, everybody. Cram session can be your best friend or your worst enemy.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the day is going to be Lorinda. How's it going, mate? We had a pretty crazy day 1 yesterday.
Yeah, it's going great. That day was everything I wanted it to be. Like, lots of the new meta stuff coming in, especially certain new cards that we're going to see a lot of through today. Sort of resolve what the meta is going to be, but also just the standard of the players who are towards the top of this. It's shaping up to be a fantastic day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, I hope we even could just continue to see the absolute chaos that was the tournament meta yesterday. We saw, it felt like every single on-stream match was just completely different matchups. Different lineups, different approaches to the game in general. So that was very, very exciting indeed. But before we dive into the matches, let's just give a quick recap of what this Masters Tour is all about. There's, of course, the new format for the whole year and how a qualifying through Masters Tours can now effectively end you in a World Championship position, in a World Champ spot later in the year. But for now, Lorinda, it's Conquest. It's same old, the format that works the most consistently. And of course, we do have the 8 rounds of Swiss, which we're going to finish off with the last 4 rounds today. And then that'll cut into a top 16 bracket for tomorrow and move all the way up to that winning spot, which will mean we get to see who our first player at the Summer Championship is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. With the new system, you can just go straight from not having ever played a Hearthstone tournament to World Champion in 1 year. Play some qualifiers, get to a Masters Tour, win that, get to the Championships, win that, get to the World Championships, win that, get a nice blue trophy.
Yeah, it's there are other ways to go as well. Of course, there are going to be effectively 8 spots from the Masters Tours system, and the Summer Championships will be made up of the 3 Masters Tours winners from the first 3 Masters Tours, and then the 13 players with the most match wins across those 3 Masters Tours. So even though we will get to see one player, of course, win this tournament and get an automatic spot in the Summer Championship, there is still a lot to play for. When we see our top 8, top 16, so on, keep an eye on those names, because if you see those names in the next Masters Tour high up and then the one after that, it's likely you're going to see them at the Summer Championships as well. But for now, let's just take a look at the prize pool and what's on offer. But although, you know, it's a nice amount of money for a lot of people, you know, joining, of course, and hopefully doing well in this Masters Tour, Lorinda, for me, it still is all about those number of match wins and qualifying or helping to qualify to that championship.
Yeah, you pick up the money for this tournament, but obviously if you win it, you're in the Championships, which is going to carry a lot more money. And picking up 2nd, 3rd, 4th gives you a good chance, if you're just consistent through the next 2 as well, of getting there as well. And with it being every win mattering as well, we've got a lot of players sort of hanging on in there towards the bottom of the standings as well, trying to turn maybe bad starts into 4 or even 5 wins. Even though they're not going to grab this share of the prize pool, they're going to be picking up those points and probably doing a pretty good job going forward. If you can hang in there, get some points today, we will have somebody who goes 0-4 on day 1, possibly even still getting through to the Championships by picking up their points today.
Yeah, it's a big deal, right? You have a rough day 1. I understand that's, you know, can be painful, but in day 2 with this new system, if you grab even just a few wins or the maximum, which would be 4 at that point, then it's still worth something. But let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. We kicked it off with Judgment versus Hunter race, and it was a crazy series. I think this just set the scene for the whole day, honestly, with Judgment finally taking the win, but it was very close. As you can see, Hunter race was in a decent position, and also there were already some crazy decks involved. And then we moved on to RDU versus Dragon Man, Lorinda.
Yeah, and this particular game doesn't show how close this series was. It did end up Hunter versus a tokeny Rampy Druid, whatever we're calling that. I don't think we've decided on the full name. Spell Druid, do we go with? I don't know.
Sure.
But either way, that ending wasn't indicative of everything that happened in that match, but RDU picking up that win in that one. Yep. And then there was this amazing finish from Gabby.
Yeah, it's just textbook Gabby at this point. He looked to be in a rough position. What we didn't quite see there was basically Carriol and the weapon was up, and then he did the Mizaki turn, brought him low, and then set it up so the next turn he could get lethal with the Ignites follow-up. Very, very strong play from Gabby as he took a victory there. And then we had Bruto versus Jagvice, and this was just, again, an early showing of Weapon Rogue with the sheer volume of damage available, even against a Warrior as well. Warriors right now, especially with that buff to Rakara, can stack a ton of armor to make them feel safe, but it just wasn't going to be enough.
And the return of Ike. Haven't seen him much for a couple of years. I think he took a little bit of time, not away from the game entirely, but sort of doing other things. But he's back and he is doing really well once again. Obviously famous for winning DreamHack, I want to say Atlanta, that could be incorrect, where he won every single round in that tournament. I think 13-0 or something incredibly stupid.
Yeah, Ike's gone really deep in tons of tournaments now, and it's always a pleasure to see him play because you know he's going to do his own thing. We did then see XMG versus Taco Cat, and Taco Cat ending up grabbing the win with that fatigue finish with his Warlock. And already you can see it's early. There's 8 rounds of Swiss, but a round 3 win for him there, which would propel him to 3-0. You see how much it means, right? And that's just round 3. There's so many more rounds left after that point in time.
He was insanely unfavored for that match as well. Everything was targeting his Shaman, and 2 of the decks had already beaten his Shaman. He won the mirror, and then he still had another unfavorable at the end. So a lot of, you know, like a bonus win when you're that unfavored in a matchup to get it done.
Yeah, and then we had Deads versus Just in Time. Just in Time, I love watching him on camera. It's very entertaining. But unfortunately, with his sort of quite different build of Face Hunter, could not get the job done. And we move on to Raphael versus Bailu going up, and it was going to be a good, strong win there for Bailu. One of the sort of few 3-1s that we saw. I feel like a lot of series, I saw at least, went sort of 3-2 in the final score, as is often the case. And then we saw one of my favorite matches from the day, Cosine versus Reich, and Cosine's just, I mean, TJ couldn't really wrap our heads around it, but it was just so great, just anti-aggro lineups with decks you wouldn't expect. Like, anti-aggro Druid is not something that's often really brought up, right? There's not many times that's ever even, those words have been put together, unless not is somewhere in that sentence as well. So really cool matches overall yesterday, and I hope for the same again.
You're turning into a bit of a Cosine fan, right, after seeing that?
I am, and look at him, top of the list, on the right.
Oh no. There is the current standings, the 4-0 brigade. They're not all listed there, but that is the top 16. There's also Casie, Ike, Luna, Bailu, who we're going to see, Nalguidan. There's a few other massive names down there, just slightly out on tiebreakers at the moment, but obviously if they win 4 more, they're in, so whatever. And you were mentioning earlier to me, sort of, it's not just the massive names, there are still a smattering of people we don't know much about in there too.
Yeah, of course. There's, as always, at this point, obviously things could change dramatically as we move on throughout the next 4 rounds. All of these numbers could go crazy. But yeah, there's a ton of names there. You listed some of the usual suspects, but I'm excited to see what some of these newer faces, at least newer faces to me, not necessarily to Hearthstone, are going to be able to get the job done. And it's going to be pretty cool, because it's one of those things as well that I feel like this meta, with the way it's happened, with the mini set and Onyxia's Lair coming out so recently, and then just putting a lot of pressure on these players to just figure a meta out, or at least figure out what they want to try and achieve with a short time limit. I feel it almost puts a lot of these players on an even playing field, right? Because you know, in a tournament exactly time like this, if you get the good read, you have so much better chance of doing well than someone who whiffed a little bit. I know Orange tweeted that he thinks his lineup just missed the mark and he's been punished for it. So just as much as that, on the other side of that, if you hit a good lineup in this short period of time, you could be rewarded pretty greatly. But Lorinda, this is the first match we're going to dive into. XiaoShan versus Bailu, going up for our first match on stream and first match of round number 5.
Yeah, and XiaoShan looking into being in a pretty good position going into this one. These are all aggro decks. That's a Shadow Priest, that's a Beast Druid that has been banned. And, you know, Hunter and Shaman doing what you would expect them to do, both being the burn version and the aggro hunt and the face hunter. While Bailu's got the more normal Druid, the ramp Druid as we know it. He's thrown in Kazakazan, of course, why wouldn't you at the moment, but... Actually, no, he hasn't.
No, he's not. It's actual...
He's thrown in raid...
What I would deem the good ramp druid.
Yes.
Like actual ramp druid. Yeah, the druid's in there. And also as well, unfortunately, the priest has been banned, which is words I didn't think I'd ever utter. But Miracle Priest was the priest that was banned away. And that is one of the few priest decks in the history of Hearthstone that I don't mind casting because it's kind of a crazy one. So unfortunately, we won't see that in this series. But take a look at XiaoShan's Hunter. There's been a lot of different builds of Face Hunter so far that I've seen this tournament, but I think keeping things simple is the way to go, and this is pretty much a mini set build, right? It's got double buffs of Ramming Mount and Doggy Biscuit, which ticks the box for me. That's what I want to see. Still got those Rhinos in there, and of course those Iron Deep Trogs and Initiates as those premium 1-drops.
Yeah, and the other two decks kind of do the same thing. It's going to be interesting to me to see if Bailu can just get his Druid out of there, because with this full aggro lineup and Druid obviously being left up, the traditional ramp Druid, it's really difficult for Druid to get those wins. It's such a strong deck against nearly everything. And the theory is that, well, they won't bring 4 aggro decks. It'll beat one of their other decks, but here we are. He's facing the 4 aggro decks. So curious to see if he wants to just get it over with early, or if he randomizes, or what plan he goes with. There's no strategy. It's just about how you feel, what you queue first.
Yeah, and I think, though, although Druid is obviously weak to aggro, I'm just going to triple check so I don't start saying very silly things. But this Druid, it does have the double Moon Touched. It's got the 1 spammy Arcanist in it as well. There's still it's got the 2 Strongman in there, 2 Umbral Owls. It's about as good an anti-aggro ramp Druid as you're going to get, right? Without obviously hard building for it. So I think, this may be a tough one for the aggro lineup of XiaoShan, but look at this, it is going to be the Handlock that we're going to be kicking it off with. The Showstopper inclusion there is something we've seen as basically just a normal meta pick right now, to help out against any kind of being frozen out by pesky shamans mainly. But overall, solid, fairly standard list. We know what it does, and this is a deck that I think to a certain extent, because it's not overly flashy most of the time, people are underestimating, because I've played this a lot of times over the last few days against it, and I just blink and I'm dead. And I was like, oh yeah, they can just play loads of big minions and kill you. Yeah, don't blink, that's the problem, isn't it? That's clearly where I'm going wrong.
But also, it's worse with the Druid, but this also has some issues against just being hit in the face early. And the combination of this and the Druid could turn out to be a real problem for Bailu. So curious to see if we can get out of here. Obviously, we do all this, and then they just go out there, they soul rend, they make an 8/8 and they win the game. Then they play the Druid and they instantly spam the Arcanist and they win the game. So that's why we play the games. But I would say that XiaoShan is in a very good spot going into this without any other knowledge of what's happening.
Yes, big key, and is often what you want to do in most matchups as Hunter right now, is get one of your good 1-drops and then land a buff on it so it doesn't die, because we know Warlock has some of the best just single target removal in the game for its mana cost as well. It can be really, really strong, but you have to rely on, something living just that one turn, and then you can land a buff, and then suddenly a touch or a drain soul doesn't quite kill it, and then get to hit twice, and then maybe 3 times, and then by then you play in more minions and so on. I think you need to start the snowball rolling very early as Hunter, just because Warlock does have access to that sort of ongoing heal from potential quest options a lot of the time, but we did see the quest actually mulliganed away for Bailu.
So on the assumption that XiaoShan gets something else to do next turn, when would he be looking to play this neophyte in your book against the Warlock?
I think it's fine to follow up with a Neophyte the turn after. Obviously, it's different now because there's been a Neophyte played against him, so things change. But he didn't have the buff, but I do think priority number 1 would be a buff over a Neophyte because you just don't want your minions to get picked off, right? So at this point, he doesn't have the choice. This is pretty much just has to be Neophyte and almost certainly a value trade on this tour guide.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing he's really thinking about here. I mean, there is the option to coin out the Neophyte, I guess, to buff your...
Yeah, he has coin Neophyte and then trade into the Neophyte. But I don't know if that's a little bit too fancy, because currently he doesn't have a good turn 3 play.
Yes.
But he has 2 very good turn 4 plays, or 4 mana plays, should I say. So I think play the Neophyte, value trade, and then go Wrangler or Rinland Rifle next turn.
Yeah, I think he was just processing, you know, what's in my deck, what are my good draws next turn, can I get away with this coin play? But like you say, just at face value, looking at the hand, he has nothing to do, and coin 4 into 4 just looks quite nice, so that's where he went.
No surprise here to see value trade across the board here, just to try and retain as many minions as possible. Now, choices.
Yeah, last turn 1 isn't that much. This turn 3's quite a bit. So hitting the face, tempted to get the rifle out.
I think Rifle's the best option here. I was just looking at what Quick Shot and Demon Companion does, but I think the Demon Companion would have to be very specific to get anything great done, and just versus Rifle into Warsong Wrangler, you're probably not going to get very many better turn 3 and 4s, right? Rinland Rifle into Warsong Wrangler, into your choice of Kodo, Bane, or Rhino. That's pretty much what you want to do every game.
Didn't happen to see what he picked there, but the Ice Trap's always interesting, although the Warlock, obviously, plenty of cheat cards, but it does mean they have to have a turn messing around. But Bailu has taken control of the board, blown up the weapon with the Viper, and if the Warlock gets the board against the Hunter, they're in such a strong position.
Yep, this is just pain. There's Tamsin Rome with 2 touch as well. There's Ray's dead. There is one thing you have to keep in mind. Without the quest, it means Bailu's going to be a little bit reduced in that heal that happens maybe once, twice a game against Hunter, you would expect, which will make a bit of a difference. But again, I do think his mulligan probably made a great difference in this game, having access to so many early drops to be able to help out. Great play there with the Raised Dead into the trap. It's an easy check, and also he doesn't have to play the Raised Dead. It costs him 0 mana to test the trap with, so it just works out well.
Yeah, and now it fuels the Tamsin, so there's another Raised Dead at some point if he wants it as well, although obviously got to look after that health total first, but that's going to come in handy potentially going forward, although we're talking about going forward, that there isn't much forward left to go at the moment.
There isn't. There is double Rhino, though. So, like, Rhino into Tamsin this turn, then Rhino into the 1-1 will probably trade, let's be honest. I don't think Bailu's the level of player that would just leave a 1-1 on this board unless he kills the Rhino in some other way. But I think with his health total now, and he doesn't have a lot of healing, he just has the 1 touch. I think in every world, no matter, even if you kill the Rhino, if you had a 0 mana deal 5 damage, I still think you would trade the 1-1 in first.
Yeah. I think he's just counting to make sure he doesn't have lethal next turn, because whenever you've got a Battle Master in hand, you kind of need to do that. So just having a little counter-roo first.
A kind of interesting play there. I was wondering whether it was just Baron's Scavenger for 6 mana, which, you know, feels kind of bad. Me too. But, and then just touch as well to do like that turn.
Because he is going to go quite low on health with no healing in hand. I guess now he's picked up the Dreadlich Tamsin, that's some more armor. But yeah, that's what I was saying about counting lethal as well, right? With the Scavenger and with a Battle Master in hand, it's getting close.
That was the only worrying thing there. Yes, he has Tamsin, but he's so far away from these Scavengers being 1 mana that I'm a little bit scared this has opened up a lot of damage here. The Neophytes helped a lot because it means XiaoShan now can't, say, go Rhino Demon Companion, but I think just playing Rhino and pushing, you'll push 6 to face this turn and make Bailu have to kill the Rhino next turn.
Yeah, I'm wondering
That's
if he
looking
doesn't...
okay.
It is, I do agree, but I'm wondering if he doesn't like the fact he then wastes a mana. I wonder if he's going to look at like double Demon Companion or something like that, working out the chances of rolling charge, put a doggy biscuit on one maybe, that sort of thing.
I think it's more likely he goes Rhino, because the problem is if he goes double Demon Companion, he can't biscuit, and then if they're both just Colex, then his turn has been Hero Power Pass. I think what's likely is Rhino to push the damage, then potentially Kodo Bane Hero Power, if you assume the Rhino dies this turn, and then go like quick shot, aim shot, hero power the turn after. I think that's the general plan that you aim for with this kind of hand. Tamsin, gonna help him out though.
Yeah, and the touch picked up as well. Kind of nice.
You can also potentially raise that into the other Tamsin, right? To get double touch.
Yes, that's a really good point as well.
Yeah, and I like this a lot. Like, even if this overdraws you, or just be an absolute god and rip an Etheron. But if this overdrew, that's fine. He just wants to get to 10 cards. He has double Scavenger. He has the Blood Shard as well. Like, he's got a lot of healing and defense if he can get low.
XiaoShan, I don't know if he will feel there's enough time to play the Kodo Bane. It's obviously what you want to do, but you're dead in 2 turns. You know that. So checking out his high roll maths again on the Demon Companions, I should think, before making a decision. Worth pointing out, this is his 3rd Masters Tour, and he's done very badly in the other 2. So this is already a massive step forward for XiaoShan. We see that a lot, right? Players, their first couple of events takes a while to settle down. Step up in class or quality of opponents, and then when they settle down, they just become so much better.
Gonna double Companion this turn because I'm quickly trying to run it through my Hunter brain, and if he plays this, I think he may as well quick shot. But if he's planning on playing Barak, I think he has to double Companion, in which you double Companion first every time.
Right. I think he was very unsure of how long he has left to live.
Yeah, so I like the double Companion, and I like the way he just went towards this now. Just pushing maximum damage. It's a little bit risky, though. He could have gone quick shot instead and just killed the Anetheron, but that's quite slow.
This does give him outs, though, right? This gives an aim shot out, if I've added it up correctly. So I probably haven't. Yes, I have.
Yeah, aim shot would be lethal.
And I think that Kodo Bane would just be too slow, so I like how this has gone.
Ooh, that was brutal, actually, that he only went to 11 cards. If he was one more, he could just bristle back his own minion. Oh, it's gone down to 10.
Excuse me. Yeah, but there's the...
Oh, he played Neophyte.
The Neophyte was played, right? So
That's fine.
I think he's okay.
Okay. So that looks like XiaoShan cannot deal with enough based on what we know, right? I mean, either way, right?
Because he's got to quick shot the 8.
Yeah, whether it's Battlegrounds Battlemaster or whether it's the Bristleback, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. He can work out his best outs.
I think this is as good as it's going to get, right? And he has to just shot this 8-1.
Maybe there's a world where if there isn't a Battle Master, he forces a trade if he's incredibly lucky, just playing to what he's got.
Yeah, well, again...
he knows he's dead, like he's under no...
The tiniest positive is there's no quest, so it's not like you're going to take the 3 damage from the quest for completion or something.
Right.
Well, this is nice, actually. Saves the quick shot. It's not going to matter, but it's a nice play. That Barak just won't matter. It's one less potential target for the heals as well. The game is going to be going to Bailu, but not a bad last attempt there from XiaoShan. And just a really solid opening from Bailu. Just got the job done. And that's a very, very good win for Warlock and a good win for him in this series. That's one matchup down, good to go. Now he has Shaman and Druid left over. And again, I think unless you're going to go crazy and build an anti-aggro Druid like someone has in this tournament, I think this Druid from ByLu is about as good as it's going to get to beat aggro decks.
Yep. It's going to be a good chance. Again, the double threat of him having Warlock and Druid against aggro looked a little bit wobbly, but now he's got one out of the way. And he has got the Shaman as well, but you know me, I'm a big Shaman fan. Shaman never loses, so it's fine. And it doesn't even lose the mirror, they just both win.
Interesting as well, because I've unfortunately not had a chance to check everything out yet, but I'm sure I'll find it from WikiGood. But I'm very interested to see the most losing class at the moment, because I feel like we've seen Hunter lose a lot. We've seen it get out of series and get a win, but we've seen it take like at least a loss beforehand very often. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that number looks like, because maybe it's just this is what we've seen on stream and it's not actually representing the true numbers. But it feels like Hunter always takes a loss in the series, which can be a problem when you're running a target lineup, right? If the plan for XiaoShan is to beat up on, you know, these sort of more what's the word I'm looking for as I'm tripping over, if he's trying to beat up on the decks that are weak against aggro, if Hunter's consistently just losing a game here and there and the target deck beats Hunter, suddenly the whole plan might just fall down, right? So it's a little bit scary as the Warlock takes a win, but as we said, there is still Druid and that Shaman left.
So just on the classes, on the Battlefy stats, Warrior has the worst win rate at 45, Priest 46, and Hunter 47.
Oh, okay.
And that includes mirrors on their stats, so normally we have time to sort of remove the mirrors, which makes those numbers more away from 50. Or away is a word or a phrase.
It's also difficult as well because just class-based, we imagine a majority of Hunters are, fairly aggressive decks, whereas Priest, there's Shadow Priest, Miracle Priest, Control Priest in this tournament, so it's hard to like judge the actual win rate, right? But we are going to go to this Druid right now, and as you can see what I was talking about earlier in regards to being okay against aggro or better than your average Druid. There's the spammy Arcanist there, there's double Umbral Owls which can help, double Strongman which in the right circumstances can help, the Moontouch Amulet can do a good job too. So there's enough to not just say I lose if my opponent plays a 1-drop, you know what I mean, which in history has been the case now and again against Druid. If you play a 1-drop and maybe a 2-drop as well and they don't have anything, you used to just win in certain matchups, but I think this is okay. I think ByLu's looking good in this series, honestly.
As with Druid across the ages, though, it's so important to get the ramp. Obviously, it's got so many ways of getting ramp these days. You've got Lightning Bloom if you need a one-off ramp. You've got the Studies, the Pouch. There's so many ways to get it, but still important they do get that massive amount of mana early or they just fold up and die.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about this was it Thursday or so? Whenever we were talking, I was saying that one thing that's worrying right now is that classes beginning to reach critical mass, as is often the case at the end of like a year, end of a rotation, that classes start to reach critical mass of what they want to do. So we're seeing the potential of Shaman right now with all of the not only extra mana, but the amount of overload and burn damage they're capable of. We see Druid now having the, with Guff especially, like ramp equals ramp, because you can ramp into Guff and then Guff gets more ramp and then his things start to get very silly. So yeah, I think as much as I was talking about the actual anti-aggro tech, there's always a chance that ByLu just hits the hard ramp and just gets Guff out super early, and that can be a big problem too.
Meanwhile, XiaoShan has got decisions of how much stuff to keep here. Obviously, you keep a Trog, you keep a Volpatinga, and then it becomes a bit more difficult.
You just keep both. You just throw Pierce shot.
Yep.
Because if you keep
if you keep one, you can wrangler into it and buff them up. So.
Ooh, he's throwing.
Oh, he's going for the Divine Shield start.
Yeah, or he's just going for Biscuit, right?
Yep.
Because
I don't mind
again, it's unlikely like it has to be like what exactly Lunar Eclipse or resizing pouch to kill a Trog. Well, resizing pouch wouldn't even do it because it would summon more. So it has to be exactly Lunar Eclipse to kill a Trog. If it's not killed, then there's no Biscuit. You see the shake of the head there from XiaoShan. as it is cleaned up. So, and that was removed, and Bailu's keeping up with the card draw. Has Bloom as well if he can hit Guff. There's Overgrowth. It's disgusting.
It really is. And XiaoShan's got a... Yeah, he made the mulligan decision in good faith. He knew the risk he was taking. He got a bad hand for the second game in a row because of it. Just go with it. You made the choice. You know, it didn't work out for you. Just don't let it play on your mind all day. Keep playing how you think you should play the deck.
I'm probably going to annoy people here, but unless Bailu gets the worst, like 5 draws in a row, which I don't even know what they could be,
Hungry, aren't ya?
XiaoShan's in trouble right now.
He is.
Like, this is the fact there's a 2-mana owl to play off here. There's the already corrupted Moon-Touched Amulet. There's Solar Eclipse, depending on what Bailu wants to do with it. The early threat's been removed. There's ramp already happened. Like, this is the game, and I know just from personal experience, this is the game you don't want to see as the hunter when everything just starts to go wrong. Like, coin out Wrangler's fine, but with Rinlings, it's difficult to choose Walpertinger. I'm a big fan of Walpertinger in these situations, but with Rinling's Rifle already in hand, it's hard to choose it right because you probably end up Rinlings next turn. And then suddenly, is the Walpertinger just too little too late on turn 5?
Yeah. And in general, I'm against... I still think this is a favoured matchup despite the nod that Bailu's put in there to the aggro. I'm against taking too much of a risk in favoured matchups in mulligans, but I'm not 4-0 in a Masters Tour, so what do I know? And this is what you just said, like, what could these bad draws be for Bailu? Like another Lightning Bloom, maybe, but the second you hit the ramp in Druid, all of your cards become good.
Yeah, like...
You okay, Raven?
Yeah. It's, the worst case is if he just doesn't hit any form of card draw right now and starts to just kind of draw dead for Bailu. Like, that's the only thing that I think can really throw him off this game. There's a lot of stuff in XiaoShan's hand, but the problem is, if Bailu just hits some kind of card draw or some kind of impact card, then he will be fine, I think, especially with Solar. If he can even just hit, if he just hits exactly a Cenarian Ward, for example, or a Mutinous, he can just get these out and start really disrupting XiaoShan's plan.
Yeah, XiaoShan just picking up all of the expensive cards. Oh, no minions on board, having to trade.
Oh, Ice Trap's okay.
It is.
Oh, 1 mana off Onyxia.
You're a man of simple taste, aren't you? Just want to play big, hefty things and hit your opponent.
Onyxia is great. Like, that card is very strong. I was surprised because I didn't really think about it too much when I saw it announced, but as soon as I started playing with it and saw other people play with it, I was like, wow, this is actually really, really good.
Yeah, Bailu even just holding onto the Moon Touch because he's in such a strong position.
Yeah, and he can just play it with Solar, right? If he needs armor.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fine. He can bloom out Onyxia next turn. That just will control the board then at that point. He can just test with a Whelp first, just in case it's freezing trap, and then, yeah, make a good trade with Onyxia. So powerful.
More health, bigger cards. Yeah, about to have a better board than the Hunter. Looking good.
I think it's Pat Tactics here for XiaoShan. Just make it as awkward as possible to trade. With that sort of effectively passing a turn for Bailu, you would imagine there's sort of top-end heavy cards.
I think he took the cages. I might be wrong, and I think that's probably the right pick. Like, we can see the Onyxia, right? We know this board's getting wiped, but open the cages. He needs sort of a home run, so I think that's a reasonable one to go for here.
Yep, definitely not the worst thing.
I might be wrong. We'll see.
Oh, it is cages. I can see it. I revealed it. I used my magic caster powers and revealed the secret for you guys. Look, I can also hide the information. Now no one knows.
Wow.
Joking.
Magic powers. Can you use the magic powers to tell us who's going to win game 3?
Oh, game 3? Bailu, it's going to be 3-0. Easy peasy.
Okay.
Here, though, like, this is, that again, the strength of the card that I didn't appreciate when I saw it announced. XiaoShan cannot deal with Onyxia until those 2 whelps are dead. So like, he's got to spend this whole turn killing 2/2/1s and just leaving an 8/8 on the board. It's such a pain. And there's Cenarian Ward. Not enough mana to use it this turn, but yeah, double Moon Touch looks pretty good. Again, testing just to see what's going to go on there in case it's Ice Trap, but now has the mana to follow up with instead.
Yeah, and then next turn, Solar Ward concede.
Solo Ward, and then worst case, just end the game with the Yogg.
Oh, but you might pyro yourself 57 times.
Too far ahead to lose, confirmed.
I think Solar Ward does just win the game anyway, obviously. And I'm always careful with Hunter these days because it does have that little bit of sustain that just keeps sort of doing damage, but 30 damage behind on board, Ward coming up does look pretty bleak from what we can see.
Yeah, I think from XiaoShan's point of view, it's doable. From ours, it does not look like it is because of that Solar Cenarian. Because XiaoShan's just seen Solar and Amulet, so he might think, okay, he doesn't have Cenarian Ward because he's used a Solar to gain armor and trying to feel safe, so it's unlikely that he has Ward. But we can see, of course, he's got the second Solar Cenarian Ward. It's going to be difficult. He has to kill this Onyxia, which means the 3/2. Good old Gordon goes in. But yeah, Umbral again. He's just hitting the right things, right? And these are all the cards I've been talking about that help so much in the aggro matchup.
Yeah, and looking through the deck list, when you get this early ramp, oh wow, every card is just card draw or another hefty thing. If you count resizing pouches, another hefty thing, which I do.
XiaoShan's feeling it now. Frustration's there, and look, as a Hunter player, I'm with you. I've been in these games, and it sucks.
Put him to 45.
Like, there's just nothing he can do. There just probably just isn't enough damage in the deck to get through the taunt and do 46 plus whatever he draws next, right?
So your opponent has one card in hand, which could be Lightning Bloom.
True.
You've got to clear this board and stick a board and hope that your board goes in like 3 times.
You're already saying things that can't happen, but okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to start with the basics, and even those things aren't happening,
So it's a source of 5 damage, a source of 3, and a source of 2, but then that 9/2 creates a huge taunt that he can't get through. And you know that Bailu, even if XiaoShan, because one thing you can do is just ignore the 9/2 right now, because it's not going to help XiaoShan by killing it, but then Bailu will just trade it into literally any minion that it dies to, right? So you know that's a very short-term thing. We can see now aim shot, quick shot. He is going for it as much as he can, clearing off this board and saying, right, I'm going to build the board best I can. But he's trading his minions away to do so, and it's a 1/2 and this initiate against, and a dream at this point, and wow.
Right strategy, though, like ignoring the hero power. Normally you want to weave them in. Weaving them in is not going to help you on 46 you've got to get done. So just trying desperately to make something happen. But have some more pain.
And Bailu's just playing this as cool as a cucumber right now, right? Just going for the Yashiraj. It's a 10/10, even if it didn't give him Moon Touched, it's the right play. Because although I mentioned Yogg earlier and it never fails, if your next draw is just a 10/10 that does nothing wrong, you just play it, right? Look at this board. There's just no way XiaoShan can deal with this. We're long past the days of cards such as Deadly Shot being staple in Hunter.
There's always that little bit of bitterness in your voice, Raven, whenever you talk about things Hunter did. There's this little sadness that creeps into your voice. Like, I remember
the day I can play a high main and it's correct is the day I'll laugh. It'll be a good day, that one.
It's just the Luna here, right? It doesn't matter.
Yogg. He's not going to. It'll be very stupid to use Yogg here, but still, it would be funny.
Yeah.
I think the only benefit to playing Yogg there is if it completely backfires, Bailu loses somehow and he makes it to Derek's top 5 moments.
Yeah, well done. I lost the Masters Tour, but I got the important thing I got on a Derek video, which, let's face it, is the important thing. I think XiaoShan has actually shown, with the possible exception of that mulligan, which was just a choice that went wrong, I think he's shown how much he is thinking about the game. Again, I'm looking at his previous record in Masters Tours, thinking, what sort of player were we going to see here? But a lot of the decisions have made sense logically, just hasn't had the cards to back them up.
Yeah, and honestly, the opening, right, it was, he kept Trog, he didn't keep the Walpatingas, which honestly I think is fine, but you played Trog, and exactly Luna was available, and then the rest of the game went fairly well for BioLu. BioLu didn't like pop off that game though. He had some good draws, but he was on basically top deck mode for a while, but he had the Luna to shut down the Trog, and then he had enough to carry on due to how he built his deck as well. And it's one thing I really like. This Onyxia was huge, and this is why I think the card's so strong. And he just, both players I think did their best to win the game, but I just think again, like, BioLu's deck itself had so much more of a chance in beating aggro than a lot of the druids we've been seeing on ladder and even in this tournament.
And something you were talking about earlier in the other druid deck, the spell druid, that sort of off camera, was if you drop Kazakazan and all the nonsense that goes around finding it early, you open up so many slots to put in, nice tech cards and other things. And in either sort of druid, maybe Kazakazan's just turning out to be something that's a bit of a trap. We'll see how many of them actually get there later on. But I'm interested to see if the top decks end up being the ones without it in.
Well, we will move on to, we just had Hunter and to an extent lately Druid that I've took a liking to at the moment. And now we're going to flip over to Burn Shaman in their deck. I know you've been playing a lot of recently. So what do you make of this list now that we're effectively like a day into this tournament meta?
I'm a big fan of this list, actually. I think this is very close to the list, although not playing one or two of the cards. Hang on, just give me a second. My brain has just had an absolute
It's all right.
But not playing the Wind Chill is an interesting take out, because that makes your multicaster worse. But I think it's a good list overall. I'm a big fan of this list.
Yeah, still has the sleep breakers in there though to still get wind chills, which is something that's all right. Which is
no note taker.
Yeah, no note taker. There is the mutinous in there as well, which we've seen had a big impact on some tournament play already. But for me, that Wild Paw Cavern can win games on its own sometimes. Not necessarily this matchup, but some of the other matchups, especially if you can get it out early with the help of Bloom, it's such a big snowball effect. It gets kind of ridiculous, right? It's such a strong card.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the note taker's the big deal for me. I don't think we'll see people with note takers do well here overall, although it's only one card. If you play a one-off, maybe, but it feels like it should do so much, right? All your cards have such great battle cries, etc., and so much reusability, like double lightning bolt. It all sounds great, but it's 2 mana, don't do much, which is really awkward.
Yeah. And what have you made of this matchup? Because again, I know you've played a lot of Burn Shaman on ladder recently. How did you fare versus Face Hunter? Is it a matchup you want to play, or is it one you want to try and avoid?
Of the aggro matchups, it's the worst. It's still an okay matchup for the Shaman, I think, but the Hunter, out of the 3 aggro matchups, for me, has proved to be the most difficult because of this sort of start. They do a lot of damage to you. You're a little way off from being able to start to repeatedly freeze things. If you're not careful, you end up having to give them an extra Trog. BioLu's kind of avoided that draw by not having the wind chill stuff going on. And an extra Trog sounds like, oh, well, that's nothing. You'll just freeze it later. But those 1s and 2s add up so much. There's no healing unless you get Brukan. And this is the sort of start where the Shaman can definitely lose if it hasn't picked up the minions. BioLu also took an interesting choice right on turn 1 there, choosing not to take the Lady Vash to get the minion on the board, instead going for a Novice Zapper so that can, at some point, probably next turn, play 2 minions in 1 turn instead.
Right. Oh, Landslide's a big deal, though, especially with that Novice Zapper. That could help out quite a lot. And one thing I mentioned as well, just going back to your point of the Trogs and damage stacking up, one thing that is scary, right, in this specific matchup is the freezing the board is nice and against some matchups it is game winning because your opponents can't do anything else if their board is full. But against Hunter, they do all their minion damage early in the perfect world and then have the burn, right, to end it anyway. So you are right, it is very, very scary, and you can't rely on just saying, well, if I freeze the board, I take 0 damage in the following turns.
Right, got to get on with it. Just clear everything up, down to 20, and start fighting back. You've got to start racing, and this race gets really close sometimes because, yeah, you've got the board, but your opponent with the Rhino is killing stuff and keeping, you know, the Rhino needs to be dealt with and slows the Shaman down. The overload can be a pain, but I would fancy the Shaman's chances from here, obviously, with still 20 health remaining.
Although this turn is fairly miserable, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
No matter which way you slice it, you're in trouble. If you play Trog and the 1/1, that's as much board presence as you can make, but the Trog dies to every single minion on board, so it doesn't matter which one you quick shot, if that's the plan. Just double 1-drop hero power? I think I like that
That's too slow. I think it's too slow. Maybe it's not.
But I don't think XiaoShan's realistically getting the board back. I was going to go quick shot.
All right, I could buy into this.
I was trying to work out whether it was like hero power double 1-drop just to try and make him trade, because that'll save you some health.
Yep.
Because he's not going to play spells with a Trog on board, right?
Yep.
Then he could potentially either go Rhino or aim shot hero power, then quick shot hero power, and you'll try and get there that way.
I think he's probably scared of Snowfall Guardian if he goes that way, though, because the 1-drops kind of feed it. So everything's a bit forlorn, and I think he just decided this was the best of the forlorn attempts. Just try and draw all of your burn and make them kill you in 2 turns, which is optimistic, but you needed to be there because so far behind on board.
So, the favourite part of the Shaman deck, Lorinda. How likely is lethal next turn from Bailu? Obviously, we don't know
next turn.
where the removal's going to go with the Rhino, because then you've got to remove the Zapper spell damage, of course. But in general, there seems to be a good amount with Frostbite, Serpent Shrine, and Overload.
Yeah,
Overload? Oh, Overdraft.
You had to remove there just to have any chance of staying alive. You'd have been down to 9 with that many cards in hand. Best case, you're down to 3 with a couple of things, and they draw some cards as well. Like, yeah. The combination of the repeated minion damage and the burn is just overwhelming. Lu, a fantastic looking performance, to be honest, here. XiaoShan doesn't seem to have done particularly anything wrong. Just hasn't had the draws and been mown down.
Didn't hit a Zapper, though. A little bit unfortunate.
You're so greedy. He's got 7,000 minions, 26 burn spells. His opponent's on 9.
Could have had 7,001, Lorinda. Could have had the minion on the board.
I should have chosen 9,000 there. Then we could have actually had a good meme. Yeah. Sorry about that.
All right. But hey, this was close. Right?
Yeah, it was a good choice, right?
You know, like the reason I asked about the lethal was that if the Rhino comes down, the second the lethal doesn't happen, you know, there is problems, right?
Yeah, XiaoShan made a really good choice.
1, all the way down to 1 with that push. And I think XiaoShan did all the right things with Hunter. I think he understood how to get any kind of percentage out of each matchup. But again, I just raised the question of Hunter's win rate, and yes, it's unfortunate depending on who you queue against, but this was a decent lineup to queue into, I think, with this aggro lineup, but Hunter just failed every single time. I think the big one, of course, was the fact that Bailu had the answer to Trog in the Druid matchup. I think that helped him out massively, but in general, you know, that's a 3-0. I did call it, if you remember, Lorinda. I did say it would be 3-0.
You said you knew the future. Yeah.
And Bailu, you know, I think both players have played well, but I think Bailu is very impressive so far. We've seen him on stream twice now, and I think his play has been extremely solid. Just really calculated, really sort of cool, calm, and just making the right plays, even though in positions he's been like the overwhelming favorite. Like, he never played that Yogg. because there was no need to, even though he could have played it, and 9 times out of 10 he just wins the game. It doesn't matter. But just the control there I really like from Bailu, and I hope to see him go on, because that's going to be 5-0 in Swiss for him now, so that's looking really good as we move on through the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, and the lineup as well. It's not a particularly exciting lineup in terms of, oh, he's got this deck, but there's a Mutinous in the Shaman. You know, there's the Arcanist in the Druid. There's just the little things you've highlighted through the game there that have made it just some little tweaks. Find out where can I save a slot, what cards do I need to drop. Oh, I can drop the Dungeoneer, I can drop the Kazakazan, I can make space this way. Those cards are flashy, win more sort of cards. Don't need them. I'm going to put in cards that are functional, that cover the holes in my lineup. I'm weak to aggro. Let's put a couple of things in there that just tidy that up. So yeah, looking really good, and the lineup's looking good.
It's just good preparation as well, because it's not rocket science, but we have seen people suffer from this. Is if you're bringing a slower Druid, you know aggro lineups are not going to ban it. Therefore, put some anti-aggro tech in there, right? Try and help yourself out as much as possible. But that sounds like it's just basic Hearthstone deck construction or lineup construction, but some people don't do that, and then they get destroyed by aggro in the series, and then that's just a big problem for them. So yeah, again, I think both players played really well there. The Hunter play was about as good as it was going to get. It just wasn't enough because of how things went. But congratulations to Bailu. That was our first match from round 5. We've got plenty more rounds, plenty more matches coming up, but for now we're going to go to a quick break where we get some more of those ready for you. Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour and Onyxia's Lair. We're in round 5 now, taking a look at some of the other games going on around the tavern. And for this particular series, Gia, I want to take you back to a simpler time where German Hearthstone was not about being addicted to gacha games and having questionable takes about crypto on Twitter.
Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, though, it looks like that is not necessarily the case, as I was led to believe that it was going to be a matchup between Moyen and Casie. However, it looks like we are instead shifting over to Maxxe versus Switch SSB, which, while I have to diverge away from my spiel about German Hearthstone, I'm not sad, because Switch is a player who I know quite well and am very fond of. Oh,
we're
okay.
switching back.
I was
Back
right
to
the first time.
Germany,
Okay, the spiel continues. Back we go.
And I gotta switch my deck list tab back again. Okay, go. Stall, Derek, stall.
All right, okay. As our match here is going to be between Moyen and Casie, two players who, you know, obviously still very much keeping up with competitive Hearthstone, given that they are here qualified through to Masters Tour and Onyxia's Lair. But they were very much representative, I think, of a time when Germany was just the best country in competitive Hearthstone. If we think back to when Sinto, Zixo, Bunny, Casie, Moyen as well, Xananan, so many of these fantastic Hearthstone players were all at the absolute top of their game, dominating the HCT circuit. It really does paint a picture of how dominant they truly were, and I'm still glad to see some of those familiar faces still doing very well in competitive Hearthstone, and here for Moyen and Casie getting off to a strong start in this Masters Tour.
Oh, for sure, Derek. Before you chose to wake up and choose violence against Viper, I'm gonna throw some shots as well. Before German Hearthstone was about playing other auto battlers. But of course, we focus on Moyen and Casie here. Really glad to see Casie with a good result, because I think he has been pretty open on social media recently about not being super happy with his performances lately, his struggles with mental health he's been very open about as well. And I find him a very inspiring player because he always seems to come back stronger each and every time. And we do have very similar lineups here. We see Warlock and Demon Hunter on both sides. It's the Warrior banned away from Moyen, whereas it's the Demon Hunter banned away from Casie. And I think the Demon Hunter as a ban is a very responsible one. I just feel like it's one of the highest power level overall decks right now. But we do see that it was left up for Moyen still. Casie prioritizing getting rid of that Charge Warrior because it does have, I think, a pretty good matchup against a lot of Casie's decks, especially the Burn Shaman, which doesn't feature a Restaurant Viper.
That's right, the Burn Shaman and also the Garrote Rogue that Casie has decided to bring here, really giving us a blast from the past, as both of these decks in the Burn Shaman and the Garrote Rogue kind of functions similarly now. Obviously, Garrote Rogue is less about freezing and stalling out the game. It's more just hyper drawing through its deck and then going for the combo very quickly. But they both are stuck around that 30 health breakpoint now, right? With Garrote being a little bit less potent in terms of the damage that it can put forward. You do need to be making sure that your opponent is kept quite low health. Warrior is obviously very difficult to do so with all the armor gain that they have available. So I really like the ban that Casie has gone for there. Unfortunately, it looks like the key cards for that one didn't go through. Unfortunately, I thought I'd save that one. But it's an interesting tech here that we see from Casie on his hand lock. Another pretty old school list compared to a lot of the decks we're seeing here, with that Showstopper slotted in, which is, I think, just such a heads up tech for this tournament, with all the Shaman knocking about. Being able to silence all your minions, unfreeze them, and then go for a nice easy kill is exactly what we're looking for in this tournament.
I'd go so far as to say Showstopper is just core and Warlock these days. I haven't run into any list on ladder that doesn't run that, although maybe that's the go signal for people to start cutting it because people will play around it already and maybe not just freeze and feel complacent. But speaking of tech cards, there's also the Mutinous in there, which I do think is still a tech card in the Warlock. And that one can come in pretty clutch versus this Warrior, even the Demon Hunter as well. There are combo pieces in sort of, in a way, in Magtheridon as an activator for the expendable performance, having enough rush minions through there. If it does face off against some other decks later on, I do think Mutinous can also get some good hits in the Humongous Owl, for example, but for now we'll focus on the Demon Hunter matchup. quest only kept for Casie, and it is always going to be a question when you're a Warlock facing off against these decks that run glides. How do you sort of tread the line between progressing your own game plan, drawing through your deck, and not walking straight into all of that being shuffled back?
It's a very, very fine balance to, fine balance to balance, I suppose. With a lot of our players, I think, have been very cognizant of Glide throughout this tournament. I've seen multiple players use, like, what was it, Shadower, Devour, used for literally no purpose. Like, any little tertiary tech cards you have in the matchup, removal options, you just play them against Demon Hunter because they're very rarely, if ever, actually useful in the matchup because this deck struggles to really develop any kind of minion presence. And then, as you said, you leave yourself less vulnerable to Glide in the end. So I think for Casie here, it will be a case of just dumping his hand as much as possible. Like Backfire on turn 3, it's tempting and it's something you definitely consider, but it's not necessarily an insta-play in this matchup. I could very much see Neophyte plus Tour Guide instead.
Yeah, that could be a way to go about it. I feel like Casie will still end up on tap into Tour Guide though, and maybe time the Neophyte for a potential coin glide turn or just glide afterward. But he is going for the line you said. I'm not sure whether it's because he picked up a second Neophyte, but this also starts to pile on the pressure, and it sort of denies Moyen from the turn he wanted to go for, which I would assume is coin Arcanist into Fel Barrage, just to free up the glide on the left-hand side.
Yeah, probably has to end up being a pretty sad Immolation Aura. One of those cards that I suppose in your own right as the Demon Hunter, you still want to be trimming out of your deck to make your own deck more potent when you go for a glide. Both players do have to be making sure they're keeping that at the forefront of their mind at all times. But importantly for Casie, it's not glide and it's not even a quest completion. It's just a very slow start for Moyen here, which means that Casie is going to have plenty of time to start drawing through his deck, finding those Flesh Giants, finding those Gold Shire Gnolls, and ratcheting up the pressure.
Yeah, and the Neophytes back-to-back when you are going up against the Demon Hunter that's going second actually does deny on turn 3 the coin glide, and then on turn 4 the glide again. If you do believe it's already in the outcast position. And it doesn't happen to be here, but it is still very disruptive for Moyen because once again, he has quite an awkward turn indeed. He could start dumping some of the cards on the left to make room for the glide, but it doesn't work out super nicely because if you go Fel Barrage here, you can technically coin Arcanist into glide, but that's a wasted Arcanist. So I'm not sure if Moyen is going to be all in on the glide game plan, given that he has to use so many resources to get it into outcast position.
Another turn where you could obviously consider Immolation Aura, but I think in this matchup, you do actually have to keep some form of removal. It's likely that before you're able to actually win the game with your Kurtrus plus Expendable Performers and Deadeye combo, you are going to need to clear a big board. And so I was considering you hold on to that to maybe go with the Arcanist in your hand or another one in your deck. But he disagrees. He's just trimming his hand yet further, leaving himself very vulnerable to an aggressive push from Casie now. So I think first and foremost in Casey's mind is just develop any kind of pressure that you can as quickly as you possibly can, because Moyen has left himself as a real glass cannon here. His deck is going to be very potent post-glide, but he has very limited removal options now.
Casie with the raise that just gets Neophytes back-to-back-to-back 3 turns in a row. Doesn't resurrect both of them, but I'd be willing to say that the Tour Guide was even better for Casie. The mana works out perfectly here, and the turn is still... I mean, I guess Moyen can still spend his mana efficiently enough here, but man, it's going to have to be Arcanist Fel Barrage if he wants to glide on the next turn, and it feels like he has to glide soon to prevent the threat of a Netheron, Gnoll, Flesh Giant even coming down soon.
Absolutely right. As we were saying, if he lets those cards build up in hand, he just doesn't have the answer, really. Obviously, Arcanist, you could argue that it's worth it to be saved because it does still afford you some kind of removal capabilities, be it with Arcanist Fel Scream, Arcanist Fel Barrage. Maybe that can isolate a Flesh Giant and just double shoot it to kill it off in one fell swoop. But I think I would agree with you that that turn did feel more like a Arcanist Fel Barrage just to clear out as much from your hand as possible. But he is saving it in hand, still can go with the glide, however, next turn if it looks juicy enough.
One fell swoop with 1 L or 2 Ls?
3. It's both of them.
3. All right. It's just the new thick is felt. Well, the another one picked up for Casie here is so clutch. I was gonna say that the big development on this turn felt a little bit lackluster if it was just gonna be the null, but that another on John at the last possible moment truly makes this threatening enough for Moyen to start having to remove everything. It is possible if he wants to commit coin hero power. Oh, sorry, yeah, it doesn't even clear the null, so it is just gonna be the glide at the end.
Yeah.
That Casie stick 13 points of damage and is capable of top decking or getting from the glide the Battlegrounds Battlemaster and pushing Moyen all the way down to 4 health.
That's true. That would really reset things in Casey's favor. But overall, I actually just really like the way that Moyen is responding to okay, Battlemaster.
1 health then, if you
I'll
want to
save
push
all
everything.
of that for later. Because yeah, right, you are 26 plus the 3 from the quest completion. He's basically just dead on the spot. This is disgusting.
Absolutely go for it, right? I mean, it's a bit awkward that you leave up the Arcanist, which is going to trade down the null, but it's fine. Moyen's at 1 HP. He's used both auras, a Fel Screen Blast, an Arcanist, a Fel Barrage. How is he dealing with this board? I'm just going to say he isn't.
It's looking tough. You can bump into the null. That Kurtrus, I don't think, is anywhere near big enough to be clearing off this entire board. Kurtrus plus Fel Barrage doesn't do it either.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not looking good for Moyen. I'm not seeing any outs in hand. And if he goes double jump Spectral Side, tries to find studies, can that do anything? Not quite enough either, I don't think.
Yeah, there's no real
Chaos
powerful
Leech.
enough AoE.
No. Oh my goodness, that Battlegrounds Battlemaster off the tour guide tap was so clutch here for Casie. Wasn't quite lethal, but it's as good as lethal because Moyen simply doesn't have the removal after those early turns being beaten down by the Neophytes.
Exactly, and this is what I really want to highlight for Casie is even though, yes, it was pretty lucky to end up with the Battlegrounds Battlemaster at the end here, this was all a legacy of the fact that he was just so aggressive in these early turns. Just minion, minion, minion every single turn. Moyen couldn't complete quest, his removal options were pretty stunted, they weren't really the right kind of size that you want to go for, and even though he does find a very creative way to end up not technically dead on this turn, Casie just has done such a fantastic job of playing around glide and keeping that pressure as high as possible.
Hold on, not technically dead, might be actually alive for once, Derek,
Okay.
because there is an Eldrazi Warblades in hand, and that is capable of healing a lot if Moyen can pick up Furies, maybe just chaining hero powers as well. It's still gonna take quite a bit of a miracle, but Casie himself is just down to 8 here.
That's true.
Okay.
If he picks up performers off this spectral site, it wouldn't be lethal because he can't fit in the hero powers. But you're right, this is actually not as over as I thought it was. What does he need to find now? It's like just Furies and Chaos Strikes, I suppose?
Right, I'm not seeing a way that he can cheat his way through the Baron Scavenger and just ship all of the damage face. So it does actually have to be removal, right? Because I don't think the Warblades can get big enough to the point where Moyen heals enough that he negates the damage from the 6/6 and the 5/5 that he'll be taking either this turn or next.
Bad at all. If he can get himself an I-Beam off of this Illidari studies, maybe a Chaos Strike. Or a Chaos Leech, sorry. We could be looking at more removal, more healing. There's the high beam, okay.
Doesn't quite help with the removal breakpoints because he already has access to killing a minion with Eldrazi Warblades Fury hero power. So he actually ends up taking Spectral instead, looking for a way to clear both minions, but I'm not really sure what's left in the deck. Runs out of time. Our players in EU are literally burning the midnight oil right now.
Yeah, just throws it down. An unfortunate end there for Moyen. I think with how much attack would he have had, he could have gone up to 7-9 with
the hero power, the Chaos Strike, the Eldraki, and then the Fury as well, which would have still left him dead on board. So he did make the correct choice by just, you know, mindlessly digging through his deck. I suppose mindlessly isn't the correct word, but helplessly, I suppose, hopelessly digging through his deck to try and find some kind of an answer. His deck was not forthcoming, but a valiant effort in the face of a very, very well played game by Casie. I think Moyen did show us that this group of players still got what it takes to be the real top of the top, the creme of competitive Hearthstone. As I think on both sides, that was just very, very well played.
Oh, for sure. Just finding a way to survive one more turn with the Kurtrus. It was pretty difficult puzzle to put together. But for Casie in particular, I think going with the Neophyte game plan with the Raise Dead, very, very clever stuff. It's a way that you can pile on pressure versus Demon Hunter in the early game, put them off having too good of a glide, or by the time they go for glide, you have enough mana to play Flesh Giants off the top and just continue to pressure them. And in Casey's case, he got the Battlegrounds Battlemaster for not the immediate lethal, but immediately spotted that it was as good as lethal by setting up that amount of damage after seeing that much removal already expended. And he's going to move on to the Burn Shaman now with a very standard list outside of the one Imprisoned Phoenix. That's a tech that I haven't seen very often. It's a card that you often like to take from Primordial Studies if you are able to get the setup. But that means that there is no... What does he actually cut here? I'm going to take another look at the list.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly, but I think there's often one tech slot that you have available because of the legendaries. Like some players have got Mutinous in, some players have Instructor Fireheart. And, you know, I think Phoenix is reasonable. I'm not personally a Phoenix believer. I very, very rarely end up taking it off of Primordial Studies at all, because I think obviously Novice Zapper is the best choice you can get. But Lady Vash, Guild Trader, even Mini Mage often can be pretty potent as well. I just think it's a little bit too difficult to time it correctly and to almost force yourself into having to go in on the turn that the Phoenix wakes up is a little bit restrictive in terms of the flexibility you want in your game plan. But Casie is the kind of player I think who could most certainly make it work with his very forward thinking.
It's true. The Phoenix for sure rewards planning in advance, and I can see it having a lot more utility against decks that don't necessarily have disruption in terms of like Glide or Neophytes, because your opponent will really want to play those cards into the Phoenix wake-up turn. But I can see the Phoenix being very good in the Mirror, for example, where it does not usually come down to a board battle because you can freeze each other back and forth with the Snowfall Guardians and Macaws, and having more spell damage available to you to just go over the top with the burn could be a big deal. But against Demon Hunter in particular, yeah, I can see the Phoenix maybe being weak to Glide. But for now, Casie has a pretty strong opening curve with the Dungeoneer into Wildpaw Cavern, and Moyen is sitting on a Glide of his own. He can get it into Outcast as early as this turn by setting up with the Fury and Chaos Strike, but those are cards that you generally want to ship face, which doesn't feel particularly efficient when there's a 2-3, but probably still worth it.
Yeah, I think I would launch that face. Like, I'd hear out the argument for just Chaos Strike hero power instead. If you want to save that, you could still then go Fury Coin Glide next turn. But honestly, like you say, just going for launching all the damage face, it wants to go there at some point anyway. You don't want to be attacking into minions in this matchup because it does very often end up being a kind of race of the burn damage you have available with all the nature burn spells for Casie on one side, and then the fell spells for Moyen and Jace to double up on them later on for the Demon Hunter.
It is curious though, because if Moyen decides to use the Fury this turn, the coin will be used if he's going to glide anyway, because you don't want to draw the coin back. And what's he doing with that additional 1 mana? It could be a hero power, it could be something he draws post-glide, it could be a Primordials, an Illidari Studies, for example. But he is just going to leave that flexibility for himself by dumping the Fury. But he does choose to remove the minion, having a little bit of respect for his own health total, it looks like. But the Wildpaw Cavern is sort of the ace in the hole in this matchup. If you can keep Kurtrus frozen turn after turn, or sorry, Illidan at this point, it's going to be really hard for Moyen to get healing with Eldraki Warblades, and also to put together an Expendable Performers combo. And it's one of those key matchups to remember. The interaction of replacing your hero unfreezes you for that turn.
Very good point. Yeah, that can really help with the healing to get out of range of all the burn spells if you have an Eldraki Warblade equipped. Moyen needs to decide if he wants to go for Fel Barrage now to remove one, or potentially save it for removing 2 of these stags next turn with Arcanist Fel Barrage. It gets more complicated, obviously, when you factor in that a totem might be in the way, maybe a smaller minion like a Zapper or a Macaw. I think because of that, I would like to just launch the Fel Barrage now and then hope to trade the Rustrot Viper and complete quest next turn. But he disagrees, wants to save the more potent removal option for next turn.
Yeah, and potentially maybe not even using it next turn, because there's a world where Moyen just lets all of the staggards plus whatever additional minions and totems pile up and then hopes to draw into an Immolation Aura and go for a clear that way instead. It is playing a little bit fast and loose with his health total, but you do have to take these risks as Demon Hunter before you think the Shaman has enough burn to kill you. If they're even 1 damage off, you can then punish by swinging back with an Eldraki Warblade. So for now, he's focusing on quest progression, and he can get tick number 2 guaranteed with the Spectral Sight into Chaos if he so chooses.
Okay, 1 more draw to complete quest completion is doable, but obviously a little annoying because Chaos Strike wants to be saved for that Eldraki Warblades in hand. Don't think you have a choice though, because at 4 out of 5, completing quest is far and away the most important thing you can do on this turn.
Gets a pretty handy set of discounts as well. Really just looking for an Immolation Aura to sweep all of this up together. And now it's on Casie. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage. So he's got 9 on board. So can he deal 15 from hand? Not quite. He can deal 8. 8 plus the overdraft. Yeah, very, very close.
Together. Yeah, it's close.
Is it not 11? Oh no, yeah, there's not mana. There's I'm inventing mana. Sorry. So in that case, is Casie supposed to maybe just launch one of these Frostbite's face, maybe a Serpent Shrine portal? Oh, he's trading overdraft. All right.
Wow.
I guess
building
he
all
is
up.
being very respectful of the possibility of Fellscream Blast, because if you sort of start launching Burn Face, even if Moyen is frozen, there is a way he can heal up and remove board, and you get very punished if you use some of that burn damage. But not gonna lie, I was very tempted to just start spending some of this mana, kind of like how Mage would maybe play a Fireball and then set up for Fireball Frostbolt the next turn.
I'm right there with you, but I think that for Casie, this is just really well-disciplined play, because 15 health is just a horrible breakpoint for Moyen to be in. He knows he could very well be dead on the following turn if he doesn't heal up, but if he does heal up, then it's kind of, you're often going to be overhealing or doing it too soon. You can be beat back down by the minions again if you don't remove at the same time. It's very, very awkward, and Casie, it does put him in that horrible little limbo between being healthy enough and being too low down to the point where you can happily heal back up. And in the end, Moyen does find the Immolation Aura, but he doesn't find any healing to go with it. So Casie is in with a good shot of finding lethal here if he can get a good draw off the top.
Right, it's the traded overdraft being gone, which now means he doesn't necessarily have lethal in hand, but you can see Casie went for it in order to have a shot of redeveloping board if Moyen did have a big clear, like, that's the overdraft, that's lethal. Gotta be, right? Yeah, for sure. He has Lightning Blue.
Yeah, 12 Bloom overdraft, easy peasy. What a start from Casie. He got the tempo, he got the burn, he got the card draw. This is Burn Shaman performing as it is supposed to do. Absolutely just steamrolling Moyen, who honestly had a decent start in his own right. He missed out on the removal for 1 turn longer than you might like. But it really was not bad. I guess the question that has to be begged now is the usage of that Fel Barrage, right? He didn't play it on that 1 turn to clear off that stag, which eventually meant he took like 6 extra damage, right, with the 2 attacks that came through before he was able to go for a big sweeping clear. It's a little, you know, hindsight is 50-50. It's not necessarily as obvious at the time which way was the correct way to go. But he was being a little bit greedy.
He said it's 50-50.
Oh, well, for me, that's true. Half the time it's right, half the time it's not.
I see, yeah. I mean, because that's a good point, because I actually do like Moyen's line, if I'm being honest. It seems greedy in the long run, but I feel that if he had used too much removal, then maybe you're playing into those weird breakpoints like you were saying, because I feel like at 15, with only, what was it, 4 or 5 cards in Casie's hand, I think on average, Moyen should still be alive at that point, and he was just setting up for clear board into big Al-Jockey Reno and then unlosable game position. But it still remains to be seen. I'm by no means an expert on the Fel Demon Hunter. It's one of those tough decks, and I'm one of those people that really would take huge risks with OTK Demon Hunter back in the day and getting down to low health totals if I feel like it can give me a better shot for big healing later on and truly locking out a game. It's a very complicated deck, but I do also like the way Casie approached it with the Wild Claw Caverns. Moving on to game 4, now it's only the Garrote Rogue left for Casie. Casie, one of the OG rogue enthusiasts, specialists, if you might. And he actually throws away the Swindle, which is not something I see very often, but perhaps with a mind towards Glide.
Yeah, exactly. I think as I shift my head back to getting into Garrote Rogue mode, it's been a few months now since I've had to cast this deck, and it still feels weird to see Efficient Octobot at 3 instead of 2 mana. But generally, yes, you are trying to double up on the tempo in the early game, go for kind of cycle rather than necessarily hard draw that fills your hand up full of cards, like you said, to play around Glide. But one of the things that I'm glad Casie has drawn, because I did want to talk about in these early turns, is the Faceless Manipulator. What do you make of this tech in this metagame?
I mean, I have seen lists of Garrote Rogue running double Guild Trader, for example, just because they feel they need more spell damage for a lot of these matchups. Like Warrior, for example, can get armor, and even in non-armor matchups, sometimes you have to use so many of your one-cost battle cries, like the Ethereal Og Merchant, just to keep the field contact train going, that you want even more spell damage redundancy. So the implication with Faceless Manipulator is that this is even more spell damage at the cost of 1 mana, because what you can do is play Guild Trader and have 1 Ethereal or 2 Ethereals played on it, depending how many Shadow Steps you have back. And then you can Faceless that Guild Trader with +2 spell damage from Battle Cries, and that's a +4 spell damage minion. So it is a relatively greedy build, but you can see that Casie is not necessarily hoping to run up into Demon Hunter, for example, with that Faceless. I think it's more there for Warriors in particular.
Yeah, Warriors, maybe some of the big Miracle Priests as well. But while we've been hypothesizing, waxing lyrical on Casie's tech inclusions in the deck, he's kind of getting screwed over here with Coin Octobot on turn 2. Still doesn't feel right. Is instantly met with the Chaos Strike plus the Fury, killed off as Moyen is taking a really unconventional approach to the matchup here. Turn 4 is about to roll around, and he still hasn't even played the quest, as he just went Hero Power, Deadeye Hero Power, cleared off the Octobot. His Kurtrus, when he finds it, the hero card, is going to be absolutely massive. Those bats are going to be a nightmare for Casie to deal with.
Very true. Moyen spent the early turns removing the Octobot, which has forced Casie to also use his resources very inefficiently. A Shadow Step used on Penflinger. Penflinger is supposed to do that on its own, but unfortunately that was the only way of going about it, such that the Deadeye died on that turn. Honestly, I was expecting Casie to maybe just dagger up, but I haven't played Garrote Rogue very recently, and it seems like Casie highly values just having a hold on the board here. Moyen going to forgo quest yet again, because he still doesn't have any card draw, and Casie is going to go for the refill with the Secret Passage, really hoping for Shroud, Swindle. There's one of the good hits.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we've been talking again and again about playing around Glide, at this point it doesn't look like your opponent has it, and to be honest, even if they do, you're losing this game anyway. You need to get some card draw online, and Casie has done exactly that. His deck's starting to get thinned out very rapidly. I'm slowly remembering just how quickly Garrote Rogue can get through its deck, because just look at this one Secret Passage, and he's thinned his deck of like 5-6 cards in a single go. It's absolutely ludicrous how quickly he's shuffling through all this.
He has thinned his deck and tried to play around Glide a little bit, but it's thinned the deck of good cards. He's used both Shadow Steps and an Ethereal Aug Merchant. And I guess this is where the Faceless comes in, right? He still has enough redundancy that he can get the combo together, but he absolutely needs Guild Trader to go alongside that and having enough discounts with all of it together. Moyen finally picks up some decent card draw, gets the Fury going, but because it's only this turn that he played the quest, he didn't get to progress it with the Need for Greed. He didn't get the draw at the start of the turn. Pretty inconvenient.
That was just really jarring. I just so much associate drawing 3 cards with completing the first layer of quest, but obviously, like you said, the natural one wasn't there at the start. Really hoping, I think, for some way to actually play this Glide in outcast position, but that Rustrot Viper makes it really unlikely. I guess here with a Fellscream Blast, you could just play that and hope to maybe Glide on the following turn, still in outcast, if you get yourself a cheap enough card.
Oh, it's really tough to say. At this point, I think Moyen should be settling in for the possibility of just self-gliding or just playing the glide from the left, because you could say the glide disruption is too valuable in this matchup. It is one of the reasons that old OTKDH was favored against old Garrote Rogue before the nerfs hit anything. And when the nerfs hit both, I think the matchup still panned out that way. So Moyen maybe could just play expendable performers for tempo. It's not bad. It's not as though the Garrote Rogue has very many ways of killing all of those 1/1s, and he's already used the Deadeye, so he's not gearing up for the combo either.
Okay, well, you can obviously just dig for a glide here. I think with 7 cards in your opponent's hand, you would very happily do so, even like throwing away Fellscream Hero Power or Immolation Aura to take out the pesky field contact alongside it. But like you say, I mean, we could actually consider just an expendable performers here, right? To get nice and far ahead on the board, and then Arcanist Immo glide on the turn after to clear it up. I don't hate it.
Yeah, it's a very unconventional line, but it is somewhat consistent with the way Moyen's been playing the game, of just making sure to have board from the very beginning, not giving the Octobot discount, although it is very scary if there's going to be an Octobot at this point. However, Moyen is threatening a lot of damage. If Casie doesn't clear this and, say, Kurtrus Demon Render comes down, he can refresh his hero power quite a lot of times with all of those 1/1s.
That's a good point. Yeah, Casie would need to be a little afraid. Deadeye being gone means he wouldn't be dead on the spot if that does come down. But like you say, Casie is far from safe in his own right, as Moyen still has the Chase, the Kurtrus, all the high damage options later on in the game to close things out, even if he doesn't have the true combo of the Performers and the Deadeye.
Here's an awkward spot, though, because Moyen has seen the Octobot discount, which means you generally want to glide that hand back, but that would involve going Arcanist Immolation Aura, blowing up your own performers, I guess they are expendable, and then going for the glide. And because he didn't necessarily want to go for that, he starts with the studies to maybe find glide that way. Doesn't get it, though, and because he's played the Sigil Runner, is not going to go for the Outcast glide this turn, it looks like.
You know what, now I'm interested in getting some real damage to the face. I want to trade these minions off, or maybe use a Fellscream Blast, and then just Arcanist Fel Barrage. Like, you are really close to killing Casie in the next turn if he doesn't have Shadowcraft to scout.
Yeah, the double Arcanist Fel Barrage, that it is so satisfying. Pew pew.
My lord, that is disgusting.
But what's funny is that Moyen was still 1 off on progressing his quest. It is turn 8. He is still on stage 1. Is it going to be enough? Investing all of this damage, not against a Scabs, it looks like. This is going to be plus armor for Casie. Now he has that very powerful hero power. But Moyen does have the Arcanist returned to his hand, so can he leverage this into an advantage?
It's just lethal! He got the other Fel Barrage off the top!
Oh my god. So Immolation Aura into... wait.
Double Arcanist Fel Barrage, right? It's just lethal.
Yeah, the Fel Barrage is going to deal 12, right?
Yes. I hope it will.
I
It
am
should.
counting, that's 8 mana, and he has mana for hero power even if he... Oh my gosh. It dealt 12 a while ago. It's gonna do
You
12.
just did it. Just do it again.
Okay,
I think he sees it.
he sees it. Okay,
Okay.
he sees it. Oh.
There we go.
It is jarring once again to see the lethal gotten this way. Is this just the way to play OTK Demon Hunter now? Just say, I don't need Elganoth.
Man, this is like, seeing this matchup between these two players, they're playing so well on both sides, but it's like when you go to a really fancy restaurant and you get like a deconstructed burger that's like, I don't know, a whiff of lettuce puree and like ketchup steam or something like that. It's like, it's seeing these decks played, but they are completely deconstructed from what you would typically associate with the way you play them. Like the Deadeye coming down on turn 2, Quest being played on turn 4, whatever it was, and not being even activated once that entire game. All the combo pieces being used. Casie seemingly not even wanting to draw, which I think was just like correct for most of the game. It was a really, really weird way of going for it, but I think just really well played on both sides. As I'm so glad that we're getting to see a game 5 here. This is great stuff.
For sure. I mean, I liked everything about your analogy except the implication that deconstructed is very, very good the way it is here in Hearthstone, because deconstructed burger, you could not pay me to enjoy that. I was going to a fast food place and getting an actual burger. No way. But the way Moyen and Casie have approached this matchup, as you've said, is just absolute masterclass. It's a clinic on how to approach Hearthstone in ways that you might not necessarily learn just jamming the decks on ladder. You'd have to play many, many practice sets against other good players, I think, to get to a point where you're playing on the next level. And we could see that Casie was very close to just getting a lethal of his own, if not guaranteed. Like his hand was double Garrod with the discounted Guild Trader and Faceless and Field Contact. He was just about to pop off there if Moyen did not find the lethal of his own. And that is, you know, something that Casie potentially could have considered, because he did return 2 Arcanists to the hand of Moyen. Granted, he had just seen 1 Fel Barrage, so it didn't feel very likely that it could come back the other way. But we can leave the regrets for later, because we have one more game here. It is the Garrot Rogue versus Owl Warlock.
I can't wait. What are we going to see here? Thalnos coin Tamsin's phylactery, Owl throw it, backflip in the air into the bin. I don't know. Like, there's so many weird stuff you can do here. But Casie, as we can see, much more on the game plan of just drawing some cards. Absolutely, you want to be keeping Shroud of Concealment, because there's no way for your opponent to mess with that in this matchup. Your card draw is card draw, thank the Lord. And he can be, I think, I would have to guess, in a reasonable position in the matchup. I think Rogue, if you get a reasonable draw, should still be able to draw a little bit quicker than the Warlock and get the combo done a little bit quicker. However, the Rogue has to draw its entire deck to get lethal the vast majority of the time, right? To actually get the Garrots after you play it. The Warlock does not.
Yep, it's true. And already a lot of the combo pieces are coming together for Moyen. He has the Owl and the Tamsin. And most importantly, he has both Rune Mithril Rods. Probably only going to need 1 throughout the course of the game, but that is just more efficient than Octobots these days. As much as it pains me to say, as long as the Mithril Rod can come down on curve. And so Casie has to not just be all in on the Garrot game plan, right? He's pushing damage here, just trying to get as much pressure as he can to stave off Casie from having, to make sure that Moyen himself will have the time to play the Rune Mithril Rod. It already apparently warrants a Tamsin with the double touch here. Not that Tamsin is necessary to get lethal, because damage permanence versus Rogue is also very real. They have only healing in the form of scabs for armor.
Tap or not tap? I mean, I think if you're going Rune Mithril Rod almost every time next turn, you can just go for Rod tap next turn. There's no real need to get it down this turn, because I don't think Backfire plus 2 mana tap would ever be a consideration next turn because of overdraw concerns. But yeah, quite happily for both players, just turboing through their deck. The tempo plan for Casie has come to a grinding halt. So for now, it's really just about finding the Octobot and the Field Contact to keep his OTK game plan still nicely chugging along.
Yeah, and he does still have some card draw with the Guild Trader, tradable or Swindle or both. Whereas for Moyen, it's still not a tap this turn because he's gonna likely go Tamsin next turn and he wants all of the hand space for those 3 draws. And then potentially backfire the turn after that because he'll be getting a lot of discounts. So holding on to that tap for the foreseeable future, I think, is very wise.
Okay, so we got options now for Casie, like coin Octobot and then Shadow Step the Orc Merchant to activate it was a consideration, but I like that he's taking it a little bit slower. There's no need to be that you don't need to play that quickly in the matchup. I think you have a little bit more time than that, and the Shadow Step should have a much more powerful target once the field contact rolls about to draw an extra card. But even though Casie does have some decent plays coming up, he's still dependent on getting that field contact for the draw, and Moyen is just giving him absolutely no time whatsoever. This is such a perfectly fast start for the Warlock.
Yep. No imps immediately drawn, which is good for Casie because it looks like he's going to have yet another slow turn. He's in that spot where you've hit half the deck and haven't seen a field contact and don't have a secret passage in hand. It is a very, very scary spot to be in as Garrote Rogue because there's a very real world where Casie's turn is like Octobot proc dagger and that's it, and Moyen is under very little pressure. But for now, Moyen deciding as to whether he wants to commit a tap, and I don't think he should because he would then overdraw on the natural draw the next turn, and he still hasn't picked up Phylactery.
Agreed completely. All right, we need something a little more impressive than this from Casie. Trade Guild Trader is probably how I would consider you start the turn, but I guess discounting Guild Trader is actually just a pretty good one to get for later on in the game when you actually go for your combo.
My god, he has like all of the spell damage but none of the draw and none of the Garrotes. So he can't even go for like a Hail Mary, play the Garrotes without field contact and then maybe one tradable, hope to get them back to back. It is really just a hand that is stranded doing nothing. Whereas for Moyen, everything is coming together, right? He can start trading the shipments. He could play an owl. He cannot kill it immediately, but this is not one of those matchups where you need to kill the owl because it can't really be transformed or silenced by Rogue, I don't think. There's no one thieves for Casie, so he can't even generate a way to deal with it.
Yeah, I like that Moyen is choosing to play one of the Wicked Shipments as well, just because his hand is very, very clogged right now. That's the one thing stopping him from just running away with this game, is the bottleneck of hand size. And so by dumping out some of the cheaper cards, it means he can start drawing through to lethal very, very soon, especially with the discount on all of these cards, thanks to the Rod. But Casie, I mean, I don't know, what can you say? It was looking like such a promising start. He had draw, discount, tempo, everything you're looking for, and it just came to an absolute grinding halt with no swindle, no field contact, no hope.
Yeah, I'm already trying to deconstruct this game, but unfortunately the best my brain can come up with is, can we faceless the owl and do anything? No, that does not work. You don't have a Phylactery of your own, it is not nearly enough, so Casey's just gonna go for another round of discounts and hope that field contact is the very next draw. And that is the best he's got, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the best I'm coming up with at this point is like you draw scabs, bounce the cards back to their hand, and then they overdraw a combo piece. Like, maybe that somehow stymies their game plan, because if they overdraw specifically Phylactery, they really start to struggle with actually ending the game. But even having said that, Moyen doesn't need the combo. He's just getting there with Imps, Owls, the Gnolls as well. This is just hand lock right now.
Yeah, that is a very weird looking another run, but it is gonna deal 16 instead of just 8.
Oof.
And what do you know? His Mithril Rod is back down to 3 mana, unnerfed original version. And you probably play it, right? Nothing else really helps him right now. Maybe a Gnoll for more pressure?
I guess.
There's not really a way that Casie can abuse the fact that a Moarg will be sticking on board either, because Casie doesn't run spells that you want to target into minions.
Yeah, I mean, Brain Freeze is the best you have, but honestly, it just has to be field contact right now for there to be any chance, as Moyen does rope out the end of the turn. Obviously, you would rather play Goldshire or the Ruined Mithril Rod.
I think he was hovering even the touch just to get out of a certain breakpoint, out of a Hail Mary Garrot. Something like that. Oh, Casie goes for not playing coin there before passage.
Interesting. I guess he had enough for scabs anyway, which is pretty much what he was going for. And I mean, here we go. This is the game plan I was laying out, where you just hope to bounce back everything back to hand, put them up to 10 cards, and who knows, maybe they overdraw the combo piece.
And it's exactly the owl that bounces back. You actually wanted that to die if you're a Moyen, because now he has to re-spend mana playing the owl to get the death rattle in the pool again. And Casie has finally picked up a field contact. However, he is going to delete some of the right hand of his right-hand side of the original hand, I feel like. I don't know how many cards he had, but in any case, he'll also overdraw something. But he does have tons of spell damage, faceless, and both Garrots intact still, so this is very much still doable.
Right. I actually was looking at what you were laying out and trying to figure out what the cards that Casie maybe didn't draw back were, and I didn't see the card that Moyen overdrew, unfortunately, but I don't think it was the Phylactery based on his reaction.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And Casie just has it next turn, right? Because he can go field contact. And I'm starting to see the brilliance now of saving the coin. That extra mana could be very clutch because he still has to discount this hand and then play both spell damages on the Octobot, I assume, and then faceless that for a total of +4 spell damage, which means each proc of Garrot now deals 6. And then you have 6 of those, so it's 36 damage if he can just get to the bottom of his deck guaranteed. And I think it'll be doable on 10 mana working with the coin.
Yeah, I think so.
Which means that Casie, despite all odds and not having seen field contact for the majority of the game, it just has this in the bag unless we have not counted our mana properly. But yeah, I didn't even count the Scab's hero power. This is pure Giga Omega lethal.
Man, that is unbelievable. I thought Casie was just so far out of this game. Even at 8 mana, Scab's still getting the job done. But I mean, look at this faceless manipulator, right? All the way down to 1 mana at this point. That's disgusting.
Crazy. I mean, that's to the front ×2 played. In a different deck.
Just needs to get enough
battle cards available, enough mana for both the preps. This is, I mean, both the Garrots. Just a masterclass. And Moyen gotta be a little bit upset with that one. Honestly, I think he did the best he could with this game. Having roped out on a couple cards throughout the entire series probably hurt his mental a bit, but I honestly could not have seen anything he could have done differently to have won this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he applied as much pressure as he humanly could, right? He was tempoing out the nulls. Yes, there was that turn where he roped out either the rod or the touch or maybe the null to apply a bit more pressure, but it didn't matter because the only thing he lost to at that point was Scabs, which is exactly what Casie was looking for. He knew that was his only out. He left himself exactly 8 mana to search for it on the following turn, and there it is. Casie getting the win with Garrot Rogue in 2022, if you can believe it. Still getting the job done, and just an absolute treat of a series. I think from start to finish, that was such weird decks, played in such weird ways, but played so well throughout. A clearly very high-level understanding of the metagame from both players.
The only deconstructed burger that would leave you satiated after watching the entire thing. Man, I just want to go over this turn again from Casie because he did actually get rid of some of the right-hand cards on that original hand by going for a passage that actually, if you draw cards and that makes the total drawn plus your original hand more than 10, you lose some of the original cards. But he knew, I think, even way before going for that turn that he was okay with losing some of those right-hand cards because all of the combo pieces were positioned carefully early enough. He even saved the coin to make sure that he had as much mana possible. There was some spare at the end there, but maybe there was some order of the cards drawn that he would have to expend like some tradables of the Cutlass if he runs out on the field contact Battlecry train. And it was just very, very nicely navigated despite not seeing a field contact for so long. Just amazing stuff, and I'm so happy for both our players.
Yeah, very, very happy for both of them. Casie is going to be the player going up 5-0, which puts him just in a fantastic stead to get through to that top 16. With 3 rounds left to go today, he can still afford to lose one series, and still be in with a very good shot at getting that top 16. Moyen, now that he has taken that loss, does pretty much have to win out in the remaining 3 rounds of the day to be making it through to Sunday. But I do wish both players the absolute best of luck. I think they played very well, and almost more importantly, just have such a very well-crafted lineup. I think they realized that aggro would be a little bit vulnerable in this tournament, and instead went for a nice balance of this kind of combo-y, mid-rangey style that served them very, very well thus far. But we are all done now with round 5. We have all the players set up, ready to go for round 6. So when we come back from this break, more from Masters Tour, Onyxia's Lair will resume.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. We're going to move on to our next round of the day. I'm Raven, and joining me is Gia, or staying on the desk. I guess I'm joining you, technically, after you've just come off another cast. But we've got a great matchup coming up. We've got Furyhunter versus Destin for our first match of this round.
That's right, Furyhunter, former MT winner himself, looking to be the second after Blythe to win back-to-back events. Wouldn't that be something? He's just been on a roll recently. Furyhunter has just seemed unstoppable, playing events of every size. He is the type of player that just likes competing. Doesn't matter to him how big the prize pool is, how many competitors there will be. If there is something that he can win, he is going to go for it, and he will most likely win it. It's just been very, very consistent lately, and I'm a big fan of the lineup. I think it's just very solid decks, overall power level very high. I don't necessarily see a target here, but I think it's fine to not have a hard target when the field is this wide open.
Yeah, it's just, it's never been a terrible strategy to just bring good decks, right? Not do anything overly fancy, not try and do a hard target plan or anything like that. It's just a good, solid overall plan. We see the Fel Demon Hunter that we've been seeing a lot of. It's one of the more sort of overall popular decks across the board. We've got the Burn Shaman, of course, Mizaki Mage, and the OTK Warlock. And just look at that win rate. Furyhunter, he really is an incredible player. And when you said, you know, if he can compete, he will. Every time I speak to him, it's like either I've just played in a tournament or I'm playing in a tournament in a few hours. It doesn't matter what day it is, doesn't matter when it is. He's always competing. So really, really big deal for him as he's doing so well so far. So if he can make, as you mentioned, just another super deep Masters Tour run, things will be looking very, very good for Furyhunter.
He's just straight up won twice as many matches as he has lost. That's incredible in Hearthstone. I cannot stress this enough. And with that type of work ethic, whether or not the field is going to be as competitive as a Masters Tour, no matter what size of tournament, I would say that just getting yourself in the mindset of playing, this is a best of 5, this is how you build a lineup, this is how you go about banning. It's just a lot of experience. That wealth of experience, I think, is one of Furyhunter's greatest strengths. And he's come so far from being one of those players that we seem to curse by putting him on round 1 every single time in the Masters Tour and he loses, coming all the way to becoming a champion. Very nice to see. But over on Destin's side, it is going to be a bit of a David and Goliath story again, it feels like. But there's a very, very interesting lineup on the side of Destin, still bringing old OTK Demon Hunter with the Il'gynoth, kind of out of fashion, I would say, but still has quite a high power level if you manage to hit the right discounts. And of course, just having Glide in the deck is a very, very big advantage in this meta.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where if you couldn't quite find like 4 new decks, so to speak, to play in this Masters Tour because of the short amount of time these players had to prepare, I think it's an absolutely fine deck. As you said, Glide is just so reliable to just mess with your opponent and progress your own plan. And these, because of how long this deck's been in the overall meta, you should know, if you're bringing this to a tournament, you know this like the back of your hand, right? You're not going to mess up, you know the play patterns, and you know how to get the job done. What's very interesting about Destin's lineup overall is he also has the OTK Warlock. He has Weapon Rogue, which is a deck we've seen have some pretty solid success overall. But then the big one for me is he's bringing Celestial Alignment Druid, which I did not expect with all of the different druids that are available to play right now. Variations on Aggro Druid, there's Pure Ramp, there's the Casie Druid, there's all the token Druid variations, and then there's just out of absolutely nowhere Celestial Alignment. There's Anacondra's still in there, so she's not been pushed out like she has in other builds. Germination, of course, with the alignment combo. The only addition, I believe, unless I'm missing something, is that Raid Boss and Onyxia in there as well. But again, I was talking about this in the cast I did to start the day. That card was so much, or is so much better than I thought it was when I first saw it revealed. I didn't quite respect the power of the immunity on Onyxia and just having those whelps, active to do something.
Yeah, you didn't respect the power level, and a lot of people didn't respect what the keyword actually does, reporting bugs on not being able to put taunt on immune, but that is just how it works. If you taunt an immune minion, then you obviously can't do anything about it. Furyhunter is going to start off with his Burn Shaman into that OTK Demon Hunter, which I've been hearing is actually a pretty good matchup for the Burn Shaman, which I haven't really completely wrapped my head around it. I've played a lot of Burn Shaman on ladder, but it's no exact exaggeration to say that Il'gynoth has completely fallen off the ladder in my experience. So I haven't gotten quite the feel for it, but I can imagine that just having Wildpaw Cavern is such a problematic card for OTK Demon Hunter to deal with, because they like breakpoints of 3 on the health of minions, right? And those staggereds have 4 health. They come staggered, as in 1 per turn, and so you can't just go for the Arcanist Immolation or a big clear, and that incremental damage is something that Demon Hunter has always struggled with, right? Because they want to go down low, have a big clear, and then do a big heal. But if it comes in small breakpoints, and then your opponent is also threatening a bunch of damage over the top, then it starts to get very problematic.
Yeah, and the nod straight away from Fury. Bloom, he's on the coin and he has Wildpaw Cavern. What more do you want in life? And I was just about to say that I completely agree that for me, I think the Wildpaw Cavern in the opening hand, and, you know, playable early, whether it's through coin, whether it's through Bloom, probably holds the majority of the easy win rate in this matchup. As you broke down very well, it's just most decks can't deal with an early Wildpaw Cavern, never mind a deck that specializes in like dealing 3 damage. So yeah, it's a huge issue. And already Destin, we've all been there, mate. You know, the look up. Oh, okay, there's Bloom turn 1. He knows what's coming, and he knows he has a mountain to climb right now.
There's just 2 decks right now where they bloom you on 1 and you're like, okay, I'm getting Cavern, or okay, I'm getting Guffed. And then you're just very, very sad. But the cherry on top of all of this for Furyhunter is he even had the Sleep Breaker to go alongside it. Because sometimes the one thing that can go wrong with early Cavern is if you don't draw into your card draw to go alongside it. Say you just get a bunch of burn spells, then you're doing nothing on turn 3 onward. But Furyhunter, after he gets rid of the Overload and does nothing on turn 2, has the Sleep Breaker into just the wind chill to keep the cycle going, and that's another spell school added to the eventual multicaster, and the deck just moves like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? You saw that initial response to the first stag, and it's like, okay, Destin got to kill it. That's solid. But he had to attack it, which meant he's frozen, which meant even though Fury had to effectively pass his second turn, well, now this stag gets to freeze again, because it's unlikely that this one is going to die. And now the snowball starts, right? As you mentioned quite rightly, the Sleep Breaker's there if needed to start with the cycle.
Oh,
and, okay.
Post? It's kind of nuts, right? I mean, Destin wants to play spells, and Furyhunter will gladly take some 2/2s.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Let's see how he deals. I think the stags are still the biggest issue right now, because he can't even proc his weapon, right? He can't get the initial draw.
Yeah, it's a very big deal that Destin actually picked up a Viper or something tradable at the end of last turn, because he was not guaranteed to progress quest. But with the option of Spectral Sight, I think that's the only realistic choice here. He could attempt to progress quest further, but it looks like he is just going to go for the Immolation Aura ×2, finally get rid of all the stags. Oh, sorry. I think that is not the post that I thought it was.
Play a minion. It's
oh,
the
play a minion. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Or it's it's the 4-drop post, which is the player spell, and it buffs the board.
Okay, I am clearly not a post gamer. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just for a second looking at what Dreadlord's Bite did that turn, because obviously he can like break his weapon, draw, and then be able to trade that way. But I think in the end, what he did was just a little bit better. But now Fury's. Do you think it's fair to say Fury's been put on the back foot here, or do you think this Sleep Breaker's good enough to keep him in a solid position?
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that he would have to freeze his own minion if he wanted to get the cycle. So he's actually just going for a Tempo Novice Zapper, which is something you very rarely see from Burn Shaman, but it's probably respecting Glide as well. Having spell damage minions saved in your hand is one of the ways that you put together one of those big burst turns, but Furyhunter doesn't have that much burst outside of the Lightning Bolt, so he's actually just going to try and get pressure from the Novice Zapper itself, and doesn't really accomplish that, but he can now wind chill a Totem instead, I suppose, to keep the cycle going.
And already though, other than the Il'gynoth being in a little bit of an unfortunate position, which might not matter with the Glide, of course, Destin's recovered really well from what looked like a really downhill looking game. Now, where do you land on this Phoenix debate here? Because all I hear
really
now is
like it
Phoenix
for
is
the
the
mirror.
worst card in the game, is what I understand from everyone's discussion. People are like, oh yeah,
is just
Phoenix.
hard running
I'll pick it. Yeah.
I like it for the mirror, and you can position it sometimes versus Demon Hunter where it's very useful, but Furyhunter is not in that position, right? Destin has managed the onslaught of staggards and still stayed at 24 health, and Furyhunter more than anything needs multicaster right now, so just taking one more shot at card draw, even if it's tradable pseudo card draw, I think is the wiser decision. Although I think this turn becomes Totem Wind Chill rather than trade Guild Trader, because with the 2 mana left from trading the Guild Trader, I don't think he would do anything but Totem anyway.
What I wanted to see was just play the Guild Trader and believe. Bank the spell damage and then believe in your deck.
Yeah.
I think it is one point to just consider, though, that although that was a joke, Destin has used a lot of removal already this game, right? So any further minions that Furyhunter gets to play have that much higher chance of living, because the immolations were used early. There was that I-beam early on as well. So Destin's put a lot into minion removal, but now that did not really play nice for Furyhunter, did it? That glide was not what he wanted to see.
Yeah. It was 5 cards shuffled back, not the end of the world, but this hand that he got back is pretty awful. Okay, there's 2 pieces of cycle here, 2 chances at finding multicaster. That is the big one. Furyhunter already has all 3 spell schools in the deck played, so he would be able to draw 3 immediately.
So this isn't a bad consolation prize, though.
The Steward angle, I was going to say, does he just use that mana because he knows that Kurtrus is coming down next turn, so maybe you put a threat in the way and possibly even hold the Wind Chill because that's a way to stall out Kurtrus on the next turn.
Yeah, I like this a lot, actually. It's just a threat in itself, right? It is dealing damage and it has spell damage. And if the Kurtrus is coming down, it is fairly unlikely to die itself. So that's actually banked a good amount of damage for Furyhunter to try and catch up with, especially as you mentioned, he gets to Wind Chill this Kurtrus, so he ignores the fact there's a 7/7 on board.
Yep, that is a very big deal.
Oh, okay.
More cycle. Still looking for the multicaster. That is the wrong 4-drop. But one more Wind Chill, I think, is warranted. Oh, he's going Cavern. So he is just pivoting to a board game plan, like probably with a lean towards what you said of having seen both Immolation auras used already. There's still the Fellscream Blast ×2. One of them probably has to be saved for an OTK, but Destin has to at least respect this board, I think, because you cannot leave 9 points of damage, including 1 spell damage, up against Burn Shaman when you're at 19.
And like you mentioned earlier, like the fact that these wait a minute.
1 mana off lethal?
Oh, did he need the Guild Trader?
I think so.
But the fact that these stags are coming out one at a time does mean even if Destin respects this board and clears it, well, there's going to be a stag next turn, right? And it can just keep stacking like that. Is something that's very, very powerful about the card.
Oh, so much card draw.
Yeah.
He is going to commit 1 Morg, 1 Arcanist to deal with everything. I think this is absolutely the right way to go about it. Doesn't need to take the risk because he is just going to see the bottom of his deck with this Acrobatics being so nuts in this position. Vigil played. And 1 more Acro. Yeah, he for sure has it next turn.
Yeah, and honestly, is there anything Fury can even do? Is there an ultimate draw that helps him out here? I think the fact that Destin's on full health means that the answer to that is likely no.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way he can generate like a Mutinous or something the way we saw Hunter Ace do in round 1.
And
racking my brain studies into some. He doesn't have Fireheart, does he?
I was working out whether Frostbite, like double Frostbite, ever gets him anywhere. But with the fact that how cheap his hand is, like all the minions apart from Il'gynoth pretty much just cost 0, so Destin will just have the mana available anyway.
True. But okay, so the last card in Destin's deck is the other Moarg, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he's only played one and that's it, right? So
that's gonna cost 1 when he draws it, and if there's double Frostbite, then the Fell Scream will cost 5, and he can still get lethal because Il'gynoth plus the Fell Screen is 9 mana, Moarg 10, and then just 2 Guild Traders or Guild Trader with Arcanist is enough to get there. So even the double Frostbite would not cut it here.
did he forget to bloom then? I'm not sure. Anyway, I think that was in trouble because the problem was even getting the Frostbite off as the honor kill would have been a problem, right? So that was just really difficult because the Moarg made things awkward. He would have had to like kill the Moarg some way and then use the Frostbite to actually get the effect. So it was a tough one. And honestly, if I'm Destin there, I am really happy with that win because that looked like from turn 1, it was going to be a loss. But he fought back really well. He managed to secure himself, activate his quest, and then just draw the whole deck and do what you want to do with OTK Demon Hunter. So for me, that is a huge win in this series based on that opening from Furyhunter.
For sure. Huge turnaround that Destin should be very, very proud of. The double immolation aura, not getting baited into holding on to those and saying, oh, I'm going to need this for later. He just said, let me clear this first push. Furyhunter used so many cards. He's not likely to get back on board in a significant way after that because after the Wild Paw Caverns, Burn Shaman's big board push is generally only in the form of Snow Fury Giant, which is, of course, not going to be very big against a deck that doesn't play very many minions. And from there, Destin leveraged the fact that he saved his health total into drawing more and more cards, progressing the quest, and very cleanly getting through to the Il'gynoth lethal. And not getting baited once again by leaving up the second Wild Paw. He said, it's okay, I can use 1 Moarg, 1 Fell Scream Blast, 1 Arcanist, I have enough redundancy, and he absolutely got rewarded at the end. Just very clean play.
Boost himself up to 30 means that there were no shenanigans that were going to happen. We all know what Burn Shaman's capable of as well with that reach it's got late game. So good win there. Does mean he has either Alignment Druid or that OTK Warlock left over. And now looking at where we are in this series, Gia, do you think Destin's in a great position, or do you think this Alignment Druid is too much of a question mark to have a good handle on it?
Oh, it is a question mark. I can't really say whether this is favored against anything because I just not played it, honestly. I mean, for sure it's good against something if Destin's gotten this far in the MT and has brought it with confidence, but I just have no idea what the matchup spread looks like. I don't think it's on any matchup spreads because it's just not on many people's radars. This deck was from 2 metas ago. I don't think people were playing it even before the mini set, but the expansion before that is what it felt like. But it came back sort of with the addition of raid boss Onyxia. It's still very, very powerful what Survival of the Fittest can do, and having charging minions with Mr. Smite and Jerry Rig Carpenter is nothing to scoff at. So I can see this getting work done. Alignment as a disruption tool is very real versus Mozaki as well, so that's something that Furyhunter could potentially have to worry about. Alignment into Burn Shaman, which is overloaded at some point, could be a huge deal as well. I'm just looking forward to seeing how Destin pilots this because he for sure knows more about the deck than me.
That's the thing as well, it's important, although it's got a lot of these cards that make it the Alignment Druid, it's still got all the other Druid stuff that's just strong, right? So it's going to go up against this Mozaki Mage, which is your big questions now at this point. One, you know, I have a lot of respect for Furyhunter as a player, but as you quite rightly mentioned, how many people have even practiced against Celestial Druid in the past, what, 2-3 months or something? So even maybe just being rusty in the matchup might come off as a bit of a problem. But overall, we've seen the things that this deck can do. I thought it was going to be brought, but I didn't think it was going to be as successful as it seems to have been so far. Of course, these players doing well to get this far and with this amount of wins in the Swiss so far, and Mozaki Mage, from what I've seen at least, has been a big part of that. It feels, just based on what I've seen, pretty consistent.
Yeah, I think the deck is definitely still powerful, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around how this matchup would work mechanically, because a few expansions ago, playing from the Mozaki perspective, you would always have to ask yourself, do you save a flow if you have it in hand in case they go alignment? Because then you can go flow and then your deck costs 0, and it's still realistic to do a Mozaki combo and just draw your entire deck in one turn if you have enough cram session saved up and mana biscuits. And now there's the addition of siphon mana. So if you can position yourself in a way where the Mozaki's in your hand, you have saved a flow, and you have a siphon mana target, even post alignment, you could make your entire hand and deck cost 0, theoretically, and then get the OTK that way. But I don't even know if that's the way you're supposed to approach the matchup. You could also just go about it the other way and say, I'm just going to do my normal game plan, and that's going to win faster on average if you don't find the alignment or you can't ramp towards it on time.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If you go into this planning to hold cards for this very specific outcome, then you aren't playing your deck to the extent it should be played, right? You're not actually going to get there fast enough. So I think from my absolute 0 knowledge of this exact matchup, because just no one plays alignment apart from Destin, I think, I do think the best plan in this situation...
Whoa! Wait, Furyhunter's reaction is my reaction, but he actually made the decision. I don't feel like he expected himself to make that decision. That's a lunacy, Raven.
It is. My assumption would be that Fury will just play what the deck does, act like it's a normal druid and try and race. But now with lunacy, I don't even know what's going to go on, because things can get very, very silly. He could right now just say, I'm just going to play lunacy and go.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the line.
Then just say align me.
Go for AI. Yeah, he didn't even go for AI on turn 3. So, okay, we're playing lunacy mage. I guess.
Okay.
What is happening?
I actually really like this, because we sat here debating how the heck you're supposed to try and play against alignment with this deck. Because if you do it wrong, you just lose 9 times out of 10, maybe even more than that. But Furyhunter's just saying, you know what? I just won't play Mozaki Mage against the alignment druid. I'll play something else. Decided to go with that deck of lunacy. So good.
He's just the star student at the school of Yarla, it looks like. What the? Okay, there's still a Mozaki in the deck, and that's intact.
He's just role-playing the ultimate card game. A deck of lunacy, and now this. Never ends.
Wait. So, deck of chaos switches the... What's it again? Attack and cost?
I think so, yeah.
Of all minions in your deck. So, you could have a 2-mana Mozaki in your deck? And so, if you have burn spells, you can revert back to Mozaki Mage, I think. Is that how this works?
I just don't know, G. I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
I've got no clue, and I'm not even sure if my brain can handle knowing. I do believe ignorance is bliss. So we'll just see what happens, because this game now has gone so far out the window, I can't even see it anymore.
Completely agreed, Raven. I don't think my brain, it's just exploding right now. I don't know what's happening.
I'm just going to sit back. I'm going to become a viewer now, and I'm not going to work anymore. And I'm just going to enjoy this game, because there's nothing else to say.
And Deck of Chaos, is this a shadow spell? Whoa. Deep Freeze is just good as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to figure out if he has all these random spells now. He could have like a gazillion spell schools in this multicaster, and it's just going to draw him even more of these random cards that have been transformed. But for now, it feels like the right thing to do is just Deep Freeze, because that's good tempo. Tempo good versus Druid, but I don't know.
More in there.
All right, here we go.
I've heard of it.
Nourished, insane. Flame Strike for 2, insane. Free Fire Sale, not on this board state, but could be useful. It's also just a tradable. He's cycling. I don't know for what. I guess just to see what the heck he put in his deck.
He's just trying to work out how to play the game right now, I think. And the problem is, while Furyhunter's just trying to piece together the weirdest puzzle I've ever seen, Destin's at 10 mana and could just slam an Onyxia this turn and be pretty happy about it. Does have the choice to maybe, while he's under approximately 0 pressure, to go for survival. But again, do you want to be greedy and like Onyxia make a couple of trades and then try and go for the survival afterwards. Because that you just win the game off the back of that, right? If that works.
True. But think of it this way, Ruben. Onyxia and it sticks, and then you can go survival on all of these whelps. You cannot solar survival without Guff, unfortunately, even with the lightning bloom. But Furyhunter does have quite a bit of removal saved up. He has Dunk Tank now as well. That's burst, and we still have this deck of chaos, and the Mazaki is still in the deck, I think. So it can still get cheaper. I'm still trying to get used to this because the only time I would see Lunacy consistently is when the spells would go up to what were originally 10 cost spells, so survival in the Grand Slam. But of course, there's no natural like Flame Strike or Mask of Cthulhu run in Mazaki Mage. The most expensive is Refreshing Spring Water, and that's one of the spells that got turned into Deep Freeze. Okay, Solar Scenario. What's in this box? Urel and Deviant Dragfang. You don't really want to use Lightning Blooms to get some 4-2s here, though. I don't think Destin really cannot afford to overload himself.
Very manageable though for Furyhunter, I think. There were 8 drops that were much worse from the match. Need for Greed.
Slam that, right? I mean, okay, he has to clear this board.
Yeah, I think he's got to respect this, right?
True.
It's not a bad turn. Just do a casual Elic Mount and Flame Strike in the same turn with a ping. Like, yeah.
True. I was thinking you could still fit in Need for Greed with the clear, but then because he had Biscuit, but then he would have to trade off all his minions and sacrifice all the board presence. So this does look a lot better. Oh yeah, and the Greed just goes to 2 because it was discounted by Lunacy. I thought, okay, sorry, my head was saying that's gonna cost 5 next turn, but that is not the case.
Yeah, it's like a hard 3, right? When it's when it's drawn, yeah.
Okay, well, Destin has drawn a bunch of spells for himself, a lot more expensive than what Furyhunter has to work with. I'd assume he doesn't want to go alignment unless he has Anaconda to follow it up, because the alignment probably makes Furyhunter's turns about the same power level. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, card draw.
Okay, well he can draw.
Is it really not Deck of Chaos still? Because now I'm looking at have your 2-cost Mazaki, have your Potion of Illusion, 1 burn spell away. Oh, Idol?
Wait, but he doesn't have any spells, right? He doesn't have any guaranteed like actual damaging spells to do anything with?
Not guaranteed, but just playing Lunacy means you believe in the deck, right?
Oh, he could also play it. He could play it in Potion, right?
Yeah, but I mean, actually, the benefit of Mazaki here is it's just a 10-10 more than anything.
Yes.
That is threatening. I can't believe this. What are we watching?
Well, Jerry being burnt is a little bit of a problem. That can be part of a burst combo, right? With the survival and the... But that feels pretty far away now. I'm still, my mind is melting with this game, but it does feel like Destin's got everything he needs, but just not got the time right now to actually play any of it. Without playing Celestial, this survival and everything else is just going to be too slow. But he also, as you mentioned, doesn't have Anaconda, so he can't even guarantee a strong follow-up turn after him playing Celestial. So he's in somehow in major trouble right now.
You just can't deal with this board. This is threatening 22 points of damage. And then Furyhunter, like, I keep forgetting, this is just old knowledge that I stored away many metas ago, but back in Lunacy Mage, you played all these 3-cost spells that get turned into 6-cost original ones, which is where all the card draw is at, and that's exactly what we're looking at for Furyhunter here. He has Nourish, he has Skull, so even if this board somehow manages to get dealt with, and part of it will, using the survival here, Furyhunter can still draw towards some miracle in his deck, because this Mazaki's just sticking around. If there's any burst damage, my goodness, this is going to be wild.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Outcast Skull!
Not burst damage, but that'll do. Into the Outcast Skull, as you mentioned, and another strike. Gale.
Whoa.
Okay.
There's the natural Mazaki.
Why not?
Cram Session must draw a lot now as well. I mean, he could draw to the end of his deck and just look for burn damage.
Does Cramp Session potentially draw too much. What's it on 5? Oh, okay, never mind.
Exactly.
It's perfect. Yeah, I didn't know that. Meta.
Oh, meta! Meta is a little
Wait, I've
bit
never even
off.
seen that card. What
what's
is
this?
Spellfire in the hole?
I don't know. Draw,
even
deal
do?
7 to all enemies! Whoa! Wait, that's a Book of the Dead!
Lethal.
With Mazaki. Wait. We should just play Lunacy Mage, Raven.
What?
We found another deck in the meta. I can't believe this. Furyhunter found another deck in the meta without intending to. He just invented one. Mazaki Lunacy Mage, ladies and gentlemen.
It was part. I'm not even going to say it. I was going to say it's part of the plan all along, but as you could tell from Furyhunter's response to winning that game, it was a mess. But just winding it back, I do have a lot of respect for just his initial plan with what he was offered, right? We were talking before the game started. How is it supposed to play against Celestial you just weren't expecting? And obviously his offerings weren't great. Overflow, not the best. So he chose to go for Lunacy and said, I just won't play this style against it then because there are too many things that can go wrong. He went for Lunacy. Things happened and he won the game. It was pretty incredible. And fair play to him for going for it. Of course, it could have backfired and say his whole deck could have just been card draw and then he just loses the game. But it probably gives him a better chance than if he sets up Mazaki and he's not fast enough, Celestial comes down, and then he just loses the game to a card. Like, it was a good effort. I feel bad for Destin, but at least both players can be happy that they were part of one of the more silly games we've ever seen.
I think if you're Destin here, you have no choice but to just respect Furyhunter, even though that loss was nothing you ever expected. You're part of one of the most iconic games in Hearthstone history. I'm already calling it. Furyhunter, no idea whether you can actually just expect that to be better or not, but he went for it. It worked out, and he just played some very good arena, you know, looking at your deck, seeing a lot of things that you're not used to, but working it out on the fly that this is probably good in this position. And it did work out very, very nicely. Deck of Chaos didn't end up being useful for the 0 mana Mazaki. It was just not necessary, but I am just so happy we got to cast that. And we still have the rest of the series on our hands, Raven. Destin switching away to Owllock for now.
Yeah, we've seen this deck. It's one of the more common decks. We have seen a massive variety of different lineups on stream, but we've seen, you know, a decent amount of Owllock. What do you think of this, Gia? Do you think it's a good pick for the tournament? Do you think it's just a solid deck overall? Like, is it the better Warlock right now?
I think specifically for this meta, I do think Owllock is in a better spot than Handlock, just because a lot of the board-based decks that Handlock previously tried to prey upon by using Soul Rend and then finishing off with Giants, like, they just get punished by big freezes anyway, or then maybe your opponent even just doesn't care about your Giants because you're dying to burst damage from hand. Whereas the Owllock has quite a lot of heal available to it with the Moargs, and it has an alternate win condition that doesn't rely on board, and I think that's probably a better call for this tournament in particular.
Yeah, there is going to be against the Burn Shaman here, so again, Warlock, as always, does play with its life total, which can be scary versus the Warlock, versus the Shaman, sorry. But again, it's another matchup where that Snowfall Guardian might not really be effective in any real way, right? A lot of the time, Destin will be looking to play, you know, potentially insignificant minions or kill his own minions off if he's that bothered about it. But the sheer amount of removal means that he's probably going to be safe, and Fury's going to have to rely on any early damage possible, along with that burn finisher we're used to seeing.
Exactly right. First spell damage pick for Furyhunter had all expensive options, but Lady Vash is definitely a decent one just to keep the curve going, because it is important to have a little bit of early pressure versus these Owllocks. You don't want to give them just the easiest rod without having to take any damage in return for that. Backfire picked up for Destin is pretty clutch. Means that he can keep cycling towards that rod, finds it, can play it on curve, and the hand is full of combo pieces, honestly, to discount. It's looking good, but Furyhunter does have access to 2-draw multicaster this turn if he wants it, but he is gonna just dump some hand space, it looks like. Put the landslide in there. Oh, sorry, it's gonna be 3 draws with a nature spell played. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, and you see Fury not too happy about seeing the rod. Does run a Viper, which I think is what he was trying to look for because he had Bloom available, right?
Exactly.
So he didn't get hold of that Viper, unfortunately for him. But he does get to at least push a little bit of damage. He's just seen a backfire as well. So yes, you never want to see a Warlock get away with just equipping a rod when you run weapon removal. But the fact that at least we can see there's not tons of card draw available, although there is that Tamsin that's probably going to be the follow-up. So still scary for Furyhunter, and Destin looks to be in a good spot, honestly. Like you said, all those combo pieces available for reduction, and also just sitting at 29 right at this moment.
And this last mana for Furyhunter is really stressing him out because you could go for the tradable overdraft for that one last shot at Viper, and he technically still has coin Bloom, but if you miss, it feels really, really bad, and you're still at 10 cards. But if you're not going to trade the overdraft, what card do you even dump? Everything is either a combo piece or a piece of cycle, so it doesn't even stop you from overdrawing. So in the end, Furyhunter is just going to hedge with the Serpent Shrine portal, get some more pressure on board, and maybe say that, okay, Destin, if you're going to spend your turn drawing cards, maybe you don't deal with this board, and you can try and cheese a victory with all of these burn spells in hand. He does have Lightning Bolt, Frostbite, and Overdraft with a lot of overload, so it's starting to get scary. But for Destin, he has picked up the Owl now as well, which is a very, very big deal because he can now go for Tamsin, the hero card, and not be too afraid of overdrawing because he actually has most of the things he needs outside of shipment.
Yep. And also, this was just nice from Destin as well. He went kind of halfway, right? He did the trade on the shipment, and then he cleared some of the board, but set up an automatic reduction next turn on the natural draw. But this is scary. 15 health now, because Furyhunter got to stick 2 minions. I completely agree with you. I think the going for Serpent Shrine as his attempt to push damage and try and punish a card draw heavy turn was good, and he's piecing this damage together. A little bit unfortunate he got Cavern now. I think if he'd drawn Zapper, he would have been very happy with the follow-up with the amount of damage he could have pumped out, but he is still just going to push tons. Wait, this isn't lethal, is it?
No, it's not, but
I always get scared when this happens. It's like, I can never count Overdraft. Oh, he's drawing for it.
Bolt would be lethal here with one more coin left in hand, but he doesn't hit. Oh man, I didn't even spot that there was an out for immediate lethal here. Very, very close. And Furyhunter had to go for it in that order where the multicaster happened in the middle of the turn because you want to overload as much as possible before you go overdraft to maximize your draw. So it couldn't work with full information. Pretty complicated deck when it comes to ideal or optimizing the amount of damage you can get. But because it's not lethal, Destin has some room to breathe. Not that much healing available to him. Vendor's decent, but Furyhunter is still looking at Zapper, Frostbite, Serpent Shrine, and Overdraft, which is 10, I believe. No, it's 11.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if this has to be Tamsin Coil, not necessarily in that order, just for Destin to gain some health, because you do not feel safe at 10 at this point, not by any stretch of the imagination. But again, what's good here, or at least some kind of silver lining for Furyhunter, is this turn is rough, but your opponent hasn't even played Owl yet. Right, there's still a few things they have to do before you're dead, so there's still some amount of time. It's not like Destin healed all the way up to full, but all these reductions are going to start making Furyhunter sweat, no doubt.
For sure. The 17 breakpoint now puts Destin out of range, even if Furyhunter top decks Lightning Bolt, I believe. Lightning Bolt would put Furyhunter's damage at 16, if I'm counting correctly. And he does have a lot of draws because his last Battlecry banked is still the multicaster, I believe. So this Macaw can keep the cycle going. Very, very big deal. But what cards does he dump before that? Just the coin into Macaw, okay. 3 draws after that, goes back up to a full hand. Getting really tense, Raven, but I don't think Furyhunter can get lethal this turn because he used both Lightning Blooms already.
Yeah, it's really tricky. It's getting really close to that point where he needs every single possible point of damage. There's Phoenix. I was a little bit worried that I'm not sure if in Furyhunter's position he should be thinking he has 2 turns left. But I guess it's worth a try. Maybe he feels he just needs that much extra damage.
Yeah, I was kind of in the same boat as you. I didn't think he would have the time, but I guess he just wanted something that was mana efficient because he had already accounted for the rest of the turn of getting rid of the Moarg with the Serpent Shrine. Yeah. But like you said, he also just hasn't seen an owl, so maybe this optimistic line is the way to go because Furyhunter has used quite a few burn pieces. He needs some more spell damage to get over the top.
And because of his usage of blooms already, he does have to consider mana on this kill turn, right? So this is another way of saying, well, I spend this mana now, which means I bank it for the turn I actually plan to kill, and I don't have to worry about playing like a normal spell damage minion on that same turn. So I do see the positives here, and maybe it pays off. It's just that we can see so many cards in hand for Destin and so many parts of the combo, but yet again, this owl is not hitting the board quite yet.
Yeah. I mean, I can see why Destin didn't want to go for it, going for Owl, and you have to Grimoire because there are ways that Furyhunter can generate, for example, Devolving Missiles or Hex. So you have to kill the Owl the same turn you play it against Shaman. But it felt very awkward there because he would have left 2 3/1s on a board where he has 2 3/3s. But the longer Destin waits, the more nervous I get for him. Maybe he's hoping to just do everything all at the same turn because he does have second rod equipped now, and he can discount the Owl after just 1 tap next turn.
Ooh, okay, not quite enough. I was kind of over-exaggerating the mana available. I was trying to work out if Guardian is ever good enough here, just to put something on board, but I imagine it's not. You can't really follow it up with too much more.
Really tough. Guardian also replaces kind of the good battle cry of the Macaw that you want, which is the card draw. So Furyhunter gonna keep drawing through, looking for... Is it Brukan that he needs for that 6 damage? Okay, he has the Bolt now as well, and 2 zappers. 5, 10... 16 damage in hand that I count outside of... I mean, if you set up Brukan and then go for the 16 the turn after, maybe it gets there, but that doesn't account for any healing from Destin.
Each lightning bolt... Wait, he's only got 1, right? So that's 7 next turn?
He has Bolt and Frostbite, and then the
Phoenix is going to proc, right?
Oh yeah, the
Phoenix is going to proc. Like, the lightning bolt's 7 on its own, never mind anything else.
Wait, so I counted 16 a while ago, but there's 3 more spells, so it is just lethal if Destin doesn't heal or kill here. Can he kill?
Wait, I think he can, right?
How many demons in the shipment?
I don't know.
Enough. Definitely enough. Yeah, and there's Phylactery as well. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah, because he can play it twice, right? So it's fine.
Yep. So scary. I mean, actually didn't even need them twice, given that there's this many minions. But that is just going to be the game.
Oh
Destin
my.
Did just set up for doing everything all on the same turn with that 3rd rod discount throughout the course of the game. Very, very cool stuff.
And again, like, full respect to both players here. Like, Destin left it till the last second, but set it up that way, which I completely understand. And then Furyhunter, again, we kind of saw, like, the drawback of Phoenix, right? Where it was a turn too slow to an extent. But the second Fury doesn't die, he just wins. So both players just about getting there, with Destin just doing it first. So a big win there, and it's all going to come down to this Druid Gia, the alignment Druid that lost in the strangest game of Hearthstone I've seen for a very, very long time. But now it's got a little bit more predictable matchups left over to beat Furyhunter.
Yes, it does indeed. Oh man. I'm not sure if I'm ready to see this again, Raven. I don't know why it's the Celestial Druid that's traumatizing me when it was Furyhunter that did the very, very unusual tactics with it. But maybe we get to see Destin pilot the deck the way it's meant to actually play, which is to disrupt your opponent with the Celestial alignment and not get completely clowned on in the best way possible. Destin so far has shown very, very good understanding of all of his decks. really like the way that he just went for the uber greedy line towards the end when he just sort of had the read that Furyhunter either does not have Viper in hand or simply doesn't have the time to play it. Or the mana to play it rather, and still set up a lethal of his own and just kind of abused all of those rod ticks to get the full Owl Tamsin combo for 24 damage, 48 even, when it was available. But now he has just the Druid remaining, and if I'm to guess how this lines up against Burn Shaman, I'm gonna say not very well, because you are a lot greedier in this deck compared to versions of Ramp Druid that run more armor gain, and there's just not good ways to deal with Wild Paw Cavern in the early game. But he does have access to Coin Bloom Guff.
Oh.
Ay, ay, ay.
These are the openings that break you if you're against Druid. Yeah, I would completely agree with you. I think there's always the chance at these openings, there's always the chance he gets to Celestial, and that just locks Furyhunter out of a lot of potential winning turns. But the problem with this alignment is there are so many dead cards, like even Anaconda, Germination, any of these cards in the opening hand, and you just sat doing nothing while Burn Shaman does whatever it wants. But this opening is about as good as you're ever going to get for this Druid in this matchup. So Destin's probably feeling like he might have this series in the bag.
Not often I see people mulligan away Anaconda if they're running it in the deck, but with the specific setup from Destin and the list, it's not Anaconda Druid where that's one of your only minions, if not the only one, and it's not the main win condition. Obviously, it just locks out the game if you have already played alignment, but the main priority for Destin here is just getting the Guff online and then following up with card draw, because he'll be ramping pretty consistently here, and just Anaconda by itself as a follow-up here is not particularly strong. So I like the line from Destin.
And you can see, just from watching Fury's camera, how much of a veteran Hearthstone player he is. The Guff came out to play and he didn't even flinch. He's like, I've played enough to be on the receiving end of this too many times now. I am immune to emotional reactions to this card.
Yeah. And has to play a pretty lackluster Macaw. Like, you're always sad whenever this doesn't copy like a premium battle cry like Multicaster. However, he just recognized the need to make sure his hand space was accounted for and also just keep the tempo going, because you cannot waste time versus this Druid. Once they play alignment, you are in a world of trouble. You need to be very careful about when you overload. We might see Furyhunter just playing Overdraft on what looks like a turn too early to make sure he doesn't have a dead turn going into alignment. Off of this Discover though.
Oh, okay, I was looking at Lady Vash for that one, but he's going to go for Novice Zapper instead and take the freeze just to start the cycle. He needs to accelerate the game plan as quickly as possible. The bloom into Multicaster with that freeze means he just gets to draw that, extra card also.
Yeah. I like this a lot. It still doesn't look like Destin would play alignment this turn because you would have to bloom it, which means he gives himself a dead turn. So in that case, Furyhunter says, let me just overload this turn. Sometimes he even draws Overdraft and gets everything nicely accounted for. But for now, Destin can pick up the the Solar Eclipse.
Yeah. I like this, right? He can gain a mana with Guff's Hero Power. The next turn he has the Bloom Solar scenario.
True. Yeah. I was looking at Jerry Rig just to be able to draw, but then I noticed he had the other Jerry Rig in hand already, so it doesn't give him any additional value. So yeah, I like the line.
And that's the thing, we've been talking obviously a lot about the card at Celestial Alignment in this deck, understandably so, but Destin can just win the good old-fashioned way, which is just Solar Cenarion, right? And just make a huge board, tons of armor, and just not die and overwhelm that way. So that's definitely not to be ignored at this point. But Furyhunter doing a good job of just hard cycling through the deck. I think this is something I didn't really understand till I played the deck myself, at how fast you can cycle and how much sort of power that gives you.
It just feels like he's praying every single time he has multiple draws or even a single draw, and he really wanted Overdraft there, I can only imagine, because it would have gained him 3 mana and also not left him weak to a potential alignment this turn. But it is just going to be the Cenarion Ward for Troublemaker and Terralion. Oh my goodness, those are some Blaize 8s.
Yeah, those are good. Trading into all minions as well. There goes the Zapper for the additional spell damage. That's gone out the window. That was about as good as it's going to get, honestly. Obviously, the 16 armor on top of all that can't be ignored. Shaman can do an absolute ton of damage, but when it's getting taken apart and pressured in response, Furyhunter's got an uphill climb right now. No mana for Snowfall Guardian, which would have made, as you mentioned, the overdraft previously. Like, Snowfall Guardian would have been actually pretty good this turn.
For sure. In the end, Furyhunter just goes for the clear on the Troublemaker. I was looking at if there was room to maybe set up like Primordial Studies or maybe even just Wild Paw this turn and then go for a big landslide clear the next turn, but there just wasn't enough spell damage available to Furyhunter to deal with like the 9 health Turalian, and then he would be tanking so much extra damage from leaving the Troublemaker. So I think this is the more responsible play for sure. Destin just going to take an easy ramp turn, the Frostbite barely annoying him. He has card draw with the half of Nourish that he got from Jerry-Rig Carpenter, and Furyhunter doesn't have much of a board to freeze with Snowfall, so he needs to find some other game plan, but I can't find one because Destin's at 39. You can't just burn him down from 39.
He does still have 2 Wild Paw Caverns. He does have Primordial Studies as well. So there is certain levels of either chip damage or something generated that can really help him out in some circumstances. So he's not out of it yet. Because Destin does have to start to respond to these, because although there's 16 armor, his base health is 23, so it's not like he's upwards of 50 health right now. But suddenly with Survival, and then Smite and Jerry-Rig in hand.
Oh yes, that is...
To look at it.
It's not quite lethal, especially since he's already used a Jerry-Rig, so there's no chance to do everything from hand, but I am very tempted to just slam that. But Destin says no, let me get all the card draw with the Malagos. This is probably better overall because, like we said, it wasn't just straight up lethal from hand with the Survival.
Yeah, I think a big card here would be, obviously not from the Malagos I'm talking about, but in general, is actually his raid boss Onyxia. I think that would be really big because he's already seen 1 landslide. So again, like if he can get the survival of the fittest with raid boss, like that is just super game ending, obviously at that point. So
that's solar survival though, if he wants it to set up the lethal. Furyhunter, even if you could stack Wild Paw Cavern, I don't think it's getting there. He can't even deal with this board very efficiently. Like, yes, he could freeze it, but that is just not nearly enough pressure with the Snowfall Guardian, I don't think.
I'm really stretching here. Oh, I was just about to say, this is a complete long shot, but I wonder if, like, he needs Brakan, like, literally next turn at this point.
I'm not sure what Brakan can do either, honestly. It's too slow.
Get some little taunts in the way. That's what you've got to hope
Get him! Get him, little 2/3s.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the 2/3s actually get buffed by Turalian. That's big brain.
He's doing what he can. But as you said, there's options. And this is the thing again, with Guff, the fact that he can go past 10 mana, you can achieve some very silly turns if you've been ramping.
Okay, Destin just doing the math to himself. Can he die if he leaves 13 damage, including 1 spell damage, on board? He is at 39, so you'd be working with 26. Actually, that is kind of doable, isn't it? So I'm super tempted to just go for the solar survival, though, because that sets up the lethal on the next turn, right? With the 2 rush charging pirates. But maybe that is not the most responsible thing.
Okay. That helps, right?
Oh, that's insane.
He can still do it. Yeah, he can still do it, but he removes not only the 4 damage, but the spell damage as well. Yeah. So that ticks the box for me. I think that's very, very doable now from Destin in there. Oh, never mind. Okay, he's going for Sinah.
Oh!
But yeah, sure, why not?
Okay,
I guess he's just going to win on board at this point.
True. That is just a very, very safe game plan, which honestly I don't see how this goes wrong other than Snowfall Guardian.
That's my question. It's kind of safe, but now Snowfall Guardian is insane.
True. Yeah, he did leave himself 1 board space, which is a big deal. So he could technically go... Oh, sorry, he doesn't have mana to go Survival Smite just yet. Okay, so can Snowfall into Snowfall get there is the question that Furyhunter is asking himself. It's not just that. He has a bunch of burn damage as well. And maybe it does.
Yeah, what's important is he has used his macaws, right? He doesn't have any of the parrots left, so he can't chain it. But Snowfall into Burst. Unless I'm missing
Doable.
something, I think this is very doable right now.
Well, it is 55 health that he needs to get through, but okay, with the hero power, the first Snowfall is gonna get +8/+8. So it's an 11/11, and then the next one will be a 12/12.
Not the worst plan I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think this is doable. Oh, I even forgot about the extra staggards he gets. I was looking for Destin's reaction here to say, like, if he could have thought, oh my goodness, I completely forgot about this, but he doesn't seem phased at all.
Yeah, he seems fine. My biggest question mark was the owl that turn. Like that owl that's frozen now, he just didn't need to play, right? Because it's 0. He can always play it, so he can play it on the turn he survivals if he really needed to. I'm not sure if that needed to come down.
So he's gonna align here. All right.
He has to attack and Snowfall again.
Yeah. I don't know how Destin can be so cool as a cucumber right now, because second Snowfall is such a disaster for him, isn't it? It doesn't set up immediate lethal because the alignment does put Fury in a position where he can't play all this burn from hand immediately, but like it does still feel scary to leave that much stats on board.
It's scary, and I think Furyhunter's trying to work out if he ever has to trade. He's seen double jerry rig now. Like, you know, like whatever happens if he trades, like, is there any chance? Because the only thing I'm thinking is because Destin's seen the parrots get used, he knows there's only another Snowfall. That's it. So say it's this turn, fine. Well, if he doesn't die the next turn, because there'll only be 2 mana available for burn spells, then he's still fine, right? Because then he just plays survival and wins.
Technically, yes. Yeah, he still gets there because Furyhunter can only deal, I say only deal, 27 on board, and Destin is at a casual 52. So unless Furyhunter could deal 25 from hand on 2 mana, spoiler, he cannot, then Destin still just gets there because Furyhunter will be completely out of board freezes, as you said. But my goodness, it felt like Destin was playing with fire there. I'm not sure. Is this actually the safer line if you already have it 100% mathed out that you always live through the double freeze and there's no 3rd and 4th freeze? Or is it better to just go for, on the turn where he killed the Vash, just play the solar survival and go for a from-hand lethal? I don't know.
I also wonder if there's like a weird middle ground where he plays the solar Cenarion, which he did, right? But then he just has Smite, Jerry Riggs, a survival still in hand, and he relies on just that overall combination getting through. But regardless, that is going to be the game 1 for Destin, and what a series, Gia. That was another wild ride, if I'm completely honest. That was... We went all over the place with that series, and I enjoyed it a lot. But again, Destin was put in some awkward spots. Obviously, that game, that first game with Furyhunter and the Mizaki Mage got really strange really fast. But I think Destin just kept his cool in every single game there. With the OTK Demon Hunter, the OTK Warlock as well. We saw him just be okay with just holding all the combo in hand and not preloading the Owl. And now with this Druid, again, I think there were a lot of routes he could have gone down. But the one he did, I think with the parrots gone, did look unlosable, at least from my initial view of the situation.
Maybe we were just not giving him enough credit. He had it all planned out that with X amount of health, you can always beat double Snowfall Guardians, and there's simply no way Furyhunter can deal with the board. He had also just used all of his Discover effects by that point, I think. So Destin, I mean, I'm very happy to see it. New blood in APAC, or at least from my point of view, new blood, I haven't really seen so much from him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had played previous MTs before, and he's finally getting a good result in this one. I hope he can take it all the way through. He has excellent taste in glasses as well, if I might say. But I can't believe that in that series, the only game Furyhunter won was with Lunacy Mage, which is not in his lineup.
Honestly, I'm loving this Masters Tour. If this is how the rest of the year is going to go, I'm here for it. It's absolutely fantastic. But I will say as well, Destin obviously doing great now. That puts him up to, what, let me think, 6 wins? Can I do basic numbers, maybe? And most importantly, even in the world where he doesn't make it to the top cut or make it to top 4 or win the thing, even just right at this second, 6 wins against your name in regards to even just qualifying to the Summer Championship is a big number right now. There aren't that many players with 6 wins, and even if the worst case happens, he can't go all the way this weekend. Just the fact that he's banked this many wins in the first one, play like that, I expect to see him in the second and the third do well as well. So there's a chance that even if just consistent play, he'll be able to get through. So that was a really crazy series, but I definitely need to give my brain a rest. So we are going to go to a break while we set up some more matches for you. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour, Onyxia's Lair. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by my longtime casting partner. It's Neil Lorinda Bond. Lorinda, how you doing today, buddy?
Doing good, TJ. This tournament just seems to, I don't know, I just want it to go on and on and on for like 12, 20, 30 rounds because nothing seems to be getting resolved. Just so many different decks, no clear metagame. It's fantastic.
It is fantastic, honestly. It's a sight for sore meta eyes is what it is. And, well, we went away from the camera for a second, but I'm feeling in the spirit of Onyxia's Lair. I'm actually wearing my Horde t-shirt to go along with my High Warlord status. So
very nice.
Full raiding Onyxia's Lair mood today. Oh, we're coming back to us. Here we go. Boom.
Cool. I'm just wearing this. What do I have?
That's all you have? Does it have a
Nice.
Horde symbol on it? We can imagine that it just has a Horde symbol on it.
I do remember having this conversation about who has the most gear for Hearthstone stuff, and it was me. I remember clearly doing the segment for Worlds.
It was you. Technically, this isn't up until what? When they did the pre-release event for Alterac Valley, or not the pre-release event for Alterac Valley. It came out right around Alterac Valley. Maybe it was pre. The Horde symbol didn't really exist in Hearthstone. It's a World of Warcraft t-shirt. I may have even had it before Hearthstone even existed. I may even have had this shirt before Hearthstone had even been thought of.
Hearthstone's always been conceived, right? It's just been around forever.
Sure, yeah. It feels like it at this point. But let's go ahead and jump into some more round 6 coverage. We're almost to the halfway point here of our day number 2, which also is roughly the halfway point of the tournament as a whole, since we have 1.5 more days left. But we're going to be watching XiaoShan versus Dinxinho. Dinxinho?
Sure.
Figure out how to say that correctly. One cool thing about this is they both have Mizaki Mage in their lineups, which is not something we've seen too much of. We've seen a good amount of Mizaki Mage throughout the tournament, and even on broadcast, we've seen it quite a bit. But haven't really seen them go up head-to-head that often.
Yeah, we've got everything. We've got a couple of Quest Rogues. We've got, a Miracle Priest. Then on the Druid side, it's just a good old-fashioned, like you get every single game, another Celestial Druid, which I'd forgotten existed until Jiren Raven just reminded me the last match. It's like, oh, it didn't exist, but now it does, and it's here again. That one's been banned out. We've got a whole lot going on, as is the way this tournament's been, really. Still trying to find some sort of stabilization in this meta. I think the only common thing, and there's none in this match, has been the Burn Shaman, which seems to be in quite a lot of lineups.
Burn Shaman, probably one of the most popular archetypes, not only in the tournament, but also cross ladder. And maybe not, the exact same list, but
enough of this.
certainly quite well represented.
So we didn't get the fact sheet up there, but I just want to quickly mention that XC is now running at 75% win rate in Masters Tours, very nearly.
That's insane.
Counting this tournament as well, that's 68 wins and 23 losses. It's miles ahead of... Yeah, it's nutty, right? So, yeah, he's only had the one win and a lot of top 32s and sort of 75ths and 7 and 3 finishes or whatever the numbers used to be. But, yeah, he's just absolutely nutty, and here he is again. But we're into the action, TJ. That caught me by surprise, because I was trying to work out if Dinxinho was, like, inside or just outside somewhere. Maybe the Emirates Stadium.
He could be anywhere. He's grooving though. His team social media refers to him as Dinx. He also has a graphic on his social media that says Dinx. So
Right.
I think we can just safely call him Dinx. It seems like everybody else does. But because he's playing the Kershur's variation of the Fell Demon Hunter quest, Demon Hunter is going to go with the standard opening against most of the slow decks, which is Hero Power 1, then Quest Hero Power on 2, just to get those Kurtrus little bat dudes beefed up a little bit more. Also, there's just, you know, less overall draw normally in the deck list, so you're not completing the quest, right? You don't have like the persistent peddlers and the tusk piercers, and most of the time not the sigils. So you're not going for that super fast quest completion, though it is a bonus if you get it.
Yeah, a little bit of a race, really. So, Mozaki is just the most consistently fast deck, I feel, in the remains of the combo meta. Seems to just have, with no interruption, sort of the quickest actual combo, but it has very little chip damage to back it up with, so it needs the full combo to actually win the game. Where some of these other decks can chip away and just beat you with half a combo or something.
Half of a combo.
Yeah, it's a comb. I mean, that's 80% of a combo, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say calm. But you have to only pronounce the M very, like a very short M. Calm.
Sure, we'll go with that.
That's half of the combo. This actually is super fast quest completion for Dinx because he has been getting the right draw spells, the Need for Greed. I was about to say an outcast position, but just drawn that turn. There's got to be a term for that. A keyword. Drawn this turn.
Drawn this turn, so just, yeah, new.
Yeah, if they eventually phase out the... yeah, new. That's the keyword.
This card is new.
Next expansion. New Hearthstone keyword. New. Or shiny.
Shiny. Recent.
I was going to say they could just phase out the charge keyword completely, and then the keyword, it has a bonus effect if it's drawn that turn. Wait, did that exist? Did a keyword? I don't know.
For charge?
No, the keyword for some reason I was like, I think that existed. A keyword for drawn this turn? Am I crazy?
I think you are.
Isn't there something along those lines? No, okay. Whatever. Dick's gonna go full quest completion here on 5, which is incredibly impressive and also important in this matchup because this is a straight up race.
Yeah.
Because XiaoShan's just trying to piece together the damage needed to combo with Mozaki and then find the Mozaki.
And it was an important decision, right? Like gliding there, not in outcast position, just choosing to get on with it, rather than maybe a lot of people would have held on to the glide there to try and catch the mage with a full hand and sort of reset it all.
Yeah. It would have taken too long to try and get to that point. And 5-mana 7/7 also has a lot of value. It forces some attention to be put on the minion. Also gives XC an excuse to juice up this multicaster by playing some spells of different schools and try to draw through the deck. And now double Incanter's Flow online. 4-mana still wrecking.
Yeah. How much will it be tomorrow, though? That's what we've got to ask.
Yeah.
That'd be good, right? If the cards just cost different amounts each day, depending how they did the day before on ladder. Just like fluctuated in cost. So you turn up to a Master's Tour with a deck that you think is like the best deck ever, and the next day all your cards cost 2 more and it's garbage. What do you think?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's happened before.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot of damage coming in here, TJ. Everything costs 0. There's a Jace in hand.
Yeah. Could just... It's gonna dig. I think a little bit more damage, but can unload these Fel Barrages.
Yep. Some chunky damage.
Not gonna unload the Fel Barrages. Okay.
Interesting.
He wants to get it all loaded up in a single turn. Surprise lethal. Not that it would really matter. I don't think XC really has much defensive option. Maybe it would change if he did have like Mozaki in hand, right? If he felt like super in danger, then he would be forced to go off. So I guess from Dixie's perspective, since the Fel Barrages cost 0, there's really no reason to go for it. All right, well, Mazaki's picked up. It's a lot of damage, but no mana reset in the hand. Could end up picking up another biscuit from like Cram Session, but doesn't really have the time or the energy.
He's just dead next turn and doesn't know it.
Yeah, well, XC's probably also saying to himself, Dinx is dead next turn, and he doesn't know it.
Yeah, right? He's like, yeah, I got him here.
Runs out on me.
He's having a good time.
I bet you can do this.
Yep. He counted all this up last turn. It's plenty.
Yep, and that'll be game 1.
Amidst the flames.
Going to Dinx, and that's the benefit of, you know, going for that hyperspeed, right? Not trying to go for disruption, the big decision point. Wait, is it? Yeah, he hadn't cast the second Fel Barrage yet, sorry. Instead of trying to hold on as long as possible to the glide to get into outcast position to go for disruption, just going super aggro, getting very early quest completion, especially for this deck with the, you know, old variations, or even, you know, I guess we can call them some of the new variations of the Il'gynoth OTK Demon Hunter. You expect that level of completion because almost the entire deck is draw. But with this one, you know, you cut a lot of the draw spells that you would see in those traditional ones, so you expect your average quest completion time to be lower. But not the case for Dinx. Well played, and that's a 1-0 lead for him.
Yep, plenty of chance to put sort of his foot wrong there, but just went straight for the race and won it convincingly, really. Although, like you pointed out, XC was there next turn with a lot of stuff going on, depending what he top decked, if he could get the draw going.
Yeah.
Looked pretty powerful.
Yeah. Seemed dominant, but he was also 1 turn from death.
Mazaki Mage on the other side now. Like you said, 2 players bringing it in this match. Gonna get a mirror. A Mazakov.
Is that what they call it?
That's what I call it, as of 10 seconds ago.
Yeah. There are some differences in the list, but I'm pretty sure they're inconsequential.
Have a look.
It is 1 flurry as opposed to 2. XC has the 2.
Okay.
And Ice Barrier
On the wrong
for
side,
Dinx
Jaina.
in place of the other one. That is literally the only difference. It is a single card difference in the lists, and they're both defensive-oriented cards with Ice Barrier and Flurry. So,
And which is easier to get out your hand? Like the Ice Barrier, you can always play the first one at least.
yeah, maybe if you expect like some Weapon Rogue or something like that, Ice Barrier becomes a little bit better.
I'm literally thinking like which one is more likely to be cast if there's a race and you want to empty your hand. I think the Ice Barrier is 3 mana. It's a pain in the backside, but you can get rid of it. The Flurry you might not be able to get rid of at all, but you probably can.
Ooh. Well, both players have a flow. Dinx has both, however, has 0 card draw to back it up. XC Rundor is faced with some pretty terrible options, to be quite honest. Goes with Ice Barrier because it's a frost spell that can be just be played on 3. Doesn't require a minion to be able to juice up that multicaster. So, like the pick. Just
You're calling it terrible. Snowman won a game in the World Championships. The first game of the World Championships. But it wasn't in a mirror.
I don't even remember.
It was the first card. It was Jpmixter, I think. But I can't remember what he was against. But it wasn't the mirror. See if I can train my memory to remember not half of everything and remember all of some things and nothing of other things, it would be so much more useful.
Yeah, your brain remembers half of all things.
Yeah.
The important ones, but also including the non-important ones.
Yeah. And it can't
Just
distinguish
remember the
between the two.
important ones, Neil. And then
Like
I
cards.
remember 100% of the unimportant ones and 0%. So you still got me beat, but
It's a killer combination, TJ.
yeah.
That's why we are where we are today.
So as a pair, together, we remember 50%.
The trouble is, we remember 150% of all the rubbish,
Yeah.
and not much of anything useful.
Yep.
Oh, that's the way we roll. That's where we're at.
Oh! How about another flow? I mean, there really isn't even that much stuff in his deck that he can even reduce the cost of further. 90% of his deck is like 2 mana or below is already in hand. I guess like Refreshing Spring Waters being 2 mana is just bonkers.
Yep.
So I take it back. However, still needs card draw. Well, actually, maybe even not. Because at this point, with 3 flows played, he can just go like Mizaki in a prayer with Cram Session, and then almost everything he draws is free.
Just go. Just play the flow, and next turn, just go off and hope. Like 2 minutes ago, he was wondering, how am I going to use this this Siphon Mana? What am I going to use it? No, it just doesn't care.
All in due time.
It's nothing costs anything. Yep, making space. Whoa. So talking about that card draw, it's XC that's a little bit short on the draw. Oh, never mind. It's XC that's got all the draw.
And does have Mizaki.
Ooh. It's late in the turn.
It's very late in the turn.
I will crush your delusion.
Can draw with the Cram Session first, then Siphon Mana to reduce whatever's drawn just a little bit more. Is really looking for a biscuit, or else this just ends. Finds the biscuit. Still running out of time though.
Just
Still like no burn in hand except for the Siphon Mana. Does find Rune Orb, and it looks like he got there. He went fast.
He had no time, well, not no time.
Ignite too? Okay. Diggs had just enough time that game to play 3 Incanter's Flows.
And was probably going to go for it next turn. With a handful of nothing cards casting.
That's pretty impressive, honestly, because that was, you know, if he had 0 mana left. If he doesn't hit exactly Conjured Mana Biscuit in that first Cram Session, it ends, right? His turn ends, the game ends, essentially. You can't expect like your Mizaki to just live.
No, it just, it gets blown up every time.
He calculated the odds and said to himself, all right, you know, pretty likely that I hit Contra Mana Biscuit in this, and I can't afford to pass a turn over to my opponent who has 3 Incanter's Flood played, because with 7 mana, if there's like a single draw spell in Diggs' hand, if he has access to Mizaki, which he did, he was going to die. So went for it, paid off. And now XC will move over to the Miracle Priest.
Yeah, we haven't seen a huge amount of this yet. There's quite a bit in the tournament, but we haven't seen that much on broadcast. But this is one of the decks that I thought was going to be massive in this event. I think some people didn't want to play, especially from Europe, on APAC ping with this deck, because sometimes you have to do a lot of stuff in a turn. And that was one of the deciding factors, I feel. But we are going to get a good look at it here with XC, who's just shown he'll back himself to go for some APM if needed, bringing a pretty standard version of the list, I think, now.
Yeah, I'm so excited Neil. So excited for this game. You can just tell.
Oh, you're starting to diffuse like you do
Buzzing
when
with
you're
excitement.
the molecules just won't keep together in TJ's body when he gets this excited.
Yeah. I don't get it.
Celestial Druid versus Miracle Priest.
Yeah. So Celestial Druid, kind of an old. This is the old school, I guess, variation. You know, we're seeing all the hip new druids pop up. The Kazakhstan druids, Stuffed Druid from Cosine, which is a fantastic deck. Got a lot of stuff in it.
Stuffed Druid.
Yeah. Then we're seeing like Ramp Druids. But this is good old-fashioned
Protect my legacy.
How
Ramp up.
boldly can you bloom?
make everything free, and then Mr. Smite 'em.
Yep. And you better do it because you can't release Celestial if you're not going to win this game, because the priest will just go, oh, my 1-cost spells. What will happen if I reduce those by 1? Just everything will happen.
Yeah, they're
I'm curious to see how Dinx tries to sort of tiptoe around that problem here. I assume he'll just ramp into big stuff.
yeah, try and get like early solar Cenarian ward. Or just look for Lady Anaconda and try to do that without Celestial Alignment.
Yeah.
It does have a double germination in the list, so can go for Anaconda, germination, nourish, and then just make a giant board, right?
Yep.
So there is that possibility.
So it hurts every time, no matter who does it, nothing personal. If you play turn 2 Guff, you're not my friend for the next half hour.
Noted.
Don't play turn 2 Guff against me, TJ. I will be very upset.
Noted. I will not.
If you do,
The heads up.
I want to turn 1 Caverns you. Because that's just as nice.
Noted.
That's a lot of notes.
Yep. I'm writing
Right.
this down as we speak.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
This must be the way.
Alright. Got the Nazmani Bloodweaver, the card that everybody knows the name of. After my little quiz yesterday. Wait, what?
Interesting. He could have picked the Moonlit Guidance from the Moonlit Guidance,
Oh.
and then gotten a Moonlit Guidance.
We will feed on this world.
Alright, it's miracle time.
All right.
We will feed on this world. We will feed on this world.
Numbers go down is
mean-
good.
This isn't like super miracle status. This is okay. Well, Malagos is in my hand. I can dump a lot of these cards, make my Malagos cheap enough to be able to play next turn, and dump a bunch of other stuff. So, I am a big fan of that play.
Yeah, and next turn's going to be ridiculous. Quite possibly lethal, depending on exactly what comes out.
Yeah, next turn is the real turn, and awkwardly enough, like none of this stuff gets touched by Wing Commander Mulverick. The spammy Arcanist tech in like these heavy ramp style druids seemed so good. Oh,
From humble sea
oh,
to heavenly
Oh,
sky.
okay. That's not something I expected, but yeah, okay.
so the tough part for XC is like the beginning of this.
Yes.
Void Shard? I guess it's not, right? 2 spells, you just Void Shard, it reduces 2. If it doesn't reduce the Malachite,
Feed on this world.
and gets done. Still has to find a 0 mana spell,
I guess.
which is
If
just
there aren't any of.
Desperate Prayer. Oh, it didn't hit the
cost 1.
prayer! Yeah, it's just the second Desperate Prayer because he'd already used 1. And now that's no more minions? So has to rely on Draconic Studies, but Draconic Studies will be played post-alignment?
Must be the way.
So
Yeah.
whatever dragon you pick, it's going to be a long time before you can play that dragon.
No
that's
rally,
a
no race
big
dead.
whiff.
So when these are gone, they're gone.
Yeah, that's a big whiff. And normally this wouldn't be like we talked about this yesterday, but normally it wouldn't be that big of a whiff in this deck because the dragon pool has improved so much with the addition of Kazakusan and Onyxia that like you can afford to be a little bit more liberal with your minion usage because you have that to fall back on. But with Celestial Alignment being in play, that's not the case because you got to wait forever. Now at this point though, Dinx is struggling to find a way to get this done. He's trying to figure out if there's like honorable kills here, but is actually running out of time. And this is
You just got to kill these though.
yeah, just got to kill those. So at least with the Malagos is in play, but nothing can be reduced. The Malagos can be buffed to an extent, but all these holy spells. So it's Renew, Bless, Horn of Rathian, Bless. Those are the I believe those are the left 3 cards. Pick. Okay, yeah. Palm Reading is a good hit. It's gonna
It is.
I'll say so. They're not Bless. Oh no, they are Blessed because that was Palm Reading. Sorry, that was not Thrive. So you Shadow Word, Devour, Bless. Oh no, I was just gonna go for clears.
Okay, here comes the studies.
Quickly.
This gets numbers.
4 more turns.
Look at the state of this.
It's big.
And no clear way to get rid of this.
I mean, that's like
It's
Yet,
Druids.
yeah,
Who
Yet is the
knows?
biggest. Like, just Solar Eclipse, Nourish, draw the rest of the deck.
Yeah. Oh look, there's a Malagos. Oh, and a Bloom. It's just... What's this game?
Blower, Owl, Consoler, Cenarian. We have a deck tracker for this since it's
Yep.
not a main match, so it's just like literally everything can be done here.
There's like 8 million attack on both sides. I have no idea how this works out.
That rope's burning again.
Oh, that's a huge roll now. Now I know how it works out. You eat the 16/16. And then you just murder your opponent next turn. It's okay, Dinx. I think your board's okay. Don't panic too hard. I think you've got good cards on the board.
Yeah. Even if Shard of the Naru were to come out there, it still just wouldn't have been enough, taking enough power off the board in order to keep XC alive. So, big risk taken on both sides, right? The Celestial Alignment play from Dinx in that situation is quite scary, to be honest, right? Because that's what XC's trying to do, is reduce the cost of his cards from the get-go. So bringing them all down to 1, like you said, is scary proposition. Means that palm reading just makes everything free, as we saw. But then XC also took a risk and played out the minions, went with the Malagos, and tried to hit the Desperate Prayer, which, given how many cards were left in his deck, was about a 50-50. Because if you hit the Desperate Prayer, there were still 2 of the Bloodweavers on board at the time. So it would have gotten 2 more discounts and could have chained that together, and that would have been the big miracle turn that he would have needed. So, but didn't hit it and just fell too far behind. Couldn't really piece together a solid game plan after that. Did make the big Malagos. Even if the abominable lieutenant didn't come out there, just having that much stuff in the way, it would have been pretty difficult. That much stuff in the way, that much armor, right?
Yeah.
It would have been pretty difficult for XC to actually find a way to get past it. So. Now we move on to game 4.
What is this? Sorry, I'm just gonna say that every time that they queue up anything in this match, because all of these decks are ridiculous. I love them. Well, they both got the minion that they play.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Feels like the hardest part here is actually to like figure out when to go to where you know you'll stick a minion. One flurry could be a difference maker in this matchup, right? We talked about the differences earlier.
Yep.
Just one less card in the deck that could buy Dinx a turn without having to acknowledge the minion on board.
And a turn is a lot. As you've seen in all of the games so far in this match, one turn is everything, right?
Yeah.
It's like, if you pass back to your opponent at any point after about turn 5, you might just lose the game in all of these decks that we've seen so far.
We will feed on this world.
Well, Dinx can kill this.
Yeah, it feels like... See, I'm one of these people who just instinctively kills things that look scary. I would probably kill this.
All in due time.
It does look pretty scary. It would require either hitting Lab Partner from Primordial Studies or having to use Hot Streak with the second flame in order to be able to fit it in.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah. A lot less ammo for the Mizaki, but if XC was banking on that sticking, the time that Dinx could buy by killing it is much more than the benefit of just having a hot streak could be.
Yeah, it allows Dinx just to play normal Hearthstone. Right now he can just play Flow into Studies Multicaster with Mizaki already in hand and not be scared of just having some 14-14 hit him in the face next turn or the turn after. So much time. This boy's good at drawing flows. That's his 5th flow in 2 games.
Ridiculous.
And yeah, XC is...
European Hearthstone players, man.
Yeah. It's not fair, right? Is it? That's why we can't get a look in, TJ. Just all the flows. We can't even spell flow in the Americas region. F-L-O-E. Like an iceberg.
I believe it's pronounced Filu.
Filu. What? Have you been talking to Raven or something?
I get a joke that goes right over your head.
Yeah, I'm lost. Absolutely missing. Sorry.
Yeah, you'll figure it out later. So yeah, Dinx has essentially infinite time.
Oh, Philo. Yeah. Get it.
I've heard of it.
No, you don't.
Like blue.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, where were you before I so rudely interrupted you 7 times on the trot?
Onyx Mage Scribe is just the right size, you know? To be able to be annoying. You know what else is the right size? Mizaki.
Yeah, you know what else is annoying? Yeah.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
Oh.
Oh. Well, so this is one of those situations where there's no reason to go for Mozaki,
Yeah.
right? You're not going to die. There's nothing XC can do. Wait. Technically, there is something that XC could do.
Okay.
No, there's not. Draconic Studies, Brightwing, Mutinous, not enough mana.
But you're right. In some worlds, that was a thing. Yeah, but you can reduce costs of cards, but Mutinous is not a spell, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Reduce it.
I mean, there's like this weird situation where like second Nalguidan is there, XC copies it, right? And then fits in Draconic Studies, Brightwing becomes free, you play it, you get Mutinous, and you keep going with the Blood Reavers. And then the Mutinous gets cheap enough to where you can play it. But that would be like...
Unlikely.
You got greedy with Mozaki, and then that's how you lose. You know, just applaud, right?
Yeah. The YouTube video will make your money back anyway over the next few weeks. Just here's how I lost in the Masters Tour.
Yeah.
The Mutinous. Just applaud. Language Hacker would definitely just applaud if that happened.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
Okay. Wait, what? I need to target. I'm so confused when I watch Miracle Priest when it's in trouble. I understand it when it's doing its thing properly, but all the nuanced ways to try and not die.
Who's ready for our little show?
And this is just going to be it unless something incredibly bad happens to Dinx, like overdraws by 1 million. I don't know. What could go wrong?
I mean, there's just... like, I don't even think spells even need to be played. He's got every burn spell for free in hand with the spell damage already on board. So this is as simple as play Mozaki and then play your burn spells. And then attack with minions. So, and that's what you're afforded the luxury of being able to do when, you know, you're playing against this deck. And XE took the risk with the Nalguidan on 3, got dealt with, and then couldn't really get anything going from there. I mean, it seems like a tough matchup to begin with. You have to be able to kind of miracle very early on to the point where your opponent has to keep just buying time by freezing minions. And that's what XC was hoping for with that Blood Reaver, because if it had stuck, Fireworks could have begun. But it didn't, and thus Dinx takes a 3-1 victory, and the series will go up to 6-0. And a big blemish on XC's incredibly impressive record.
Yeah, when you lose one match when you're running near 75%, you just lose so much in your stats. You've got to win the next 3 to get it back. That's how ridiculous his record has been. But he's up for it, I think. He's just once again lurking at the top of the leaderboards. Definitely something to watch out for. I think we are going to go into another match. I'm just trying to find out where the deck lists are.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be moving into Monsanto versus Ievik. It'll be an ongoing, or we're going to jump in to the series. We're nearly wrapping up round 6. So we're coming to the end of the round, just waiting for the last few players to finish. So going to give you viewers a little bit more Hearthstone action to watch before we jump over to our second to last round of the Swiss portion. And I'm hoping that I bought Lorinda enough time to get the deck list up.
I've got the deck list, absolutely. Thank you, TJ. You did that really well. I particularly like the bit where you slowed down slightly just to really make sure that I definitely got the deck list up. Doesn't mean I won't misinterpret them or say the wrong things, but I now have no excuses. So you've put me on the spot there, TJ. Thanks.
Okay, and
I have all the information I need not to make a mistake. What could go wrong?
And by you babbling on about how I gave you enough time, you gave me enough time to find the deck list. So that's team one right there. Yeah, we're going to jump into the series 2-1 in progress. looking at the match history, in game 1, Monsanto won with Druid. In game 2, Ievik won with Mage. And then in game 3, Monsanto won with the Warrior. So it's going to be Warlock. Oh, there we go. So it's going to be Warlock versus or for Monsanto, which is a handlock with a mutinous thrown in there. So haven't seen too many mutinous, right? Some people running it, some people aren't. I feel like in this metagame, it's quite good.
This metagame. God, describe this metagame to me, TJ. I'm all ears.
There's a lot of like one card decks.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
or decks where there are one card decks, but it's just too important for the game plan, right? Mazaki Mage is a big one. There actually isn't that many just straight up Kazakhstan druids, at least from the sample size that we've seen.
Not anymore. Yeah.
Stream. Yeah, they're all losing. And then you have big hits like Jace in against the Fell Demon Hunter. So, and of course, if you're talking, we've actually seen a good amount of the control charge warriors. So if you hit any piece of that combo, there's really not much redundancy in most of them. The only card where there's sometimes some redundancy is Faceless Manipulator. We've seen players run 2 Facelesses. So like you can get away with if one of your Facelesses gets mutinist. Some players have a backup, but that's like 3 or 4 decks that get wrecked by it, and we've seen a lot of them, and they're winning, right? Those are the decks that's winning. So I would say it was a solid tech choice for anybody that brought it.
And now we have the combo, the expendable Fellfire combo, I guess, which we saw go off on like turn 6 or 7 or something ridiculous yesterday with a thrown in extra few damage at the end. So
yeah, and it's actually not that rare, right? Like,
right,
just need to get the Deadeye and expendable performers discounted in one of your quest progressions, and then have Kurtrus. That's not the craziest thing to happen in the world. Like,
just have a card.
And if your opponent's board is big enough, then turn 7 you can kill. So it's Kurtrus at 6, and then a 1-cost Fellfire Deadeye, and then 6-cost expendable performers.
Have you noticed the position we're in, by the way, as well? It's like, here's Monsanto. He's from the Americas region, everybody. And he's the one who's leading the way for the Americas region in a Masters Tour. How does he live with the pressure of always being the Americas region person?
He is the Americas region.
That's just it. He just carries it around with him in his hat.
And of course, I don't just call him Canadian because that would exclude America from the Americas. So I have to be inclusive to the region that he represents.
Yeah, you have to expand to the smallest denominator where it still works, right?
Yeah, which is the Americas. Got to get South America in there as well.
Before we get shouted at, Nalguidan is also doing incredibly well in this tournament.
Yeah, so is Ike, who actually is American from the Americas.
Yes. And every time he plays tournaments, he just doesn't lose a match.
Yeah, true.
He's playing Earleg Priest.
No idea what that means.
So Earleg invented the Priest deck that Ike is playing, and Earleg is short for Early Legend. But it's so much funny to just call him Earleg, because Earleg is just amusing to me. I'm easily pleased, TJ. It is turn 4. We should probably look at the board, but hey, Earleg.
Yeah,
I'll say that one more time.
Things are certainly happening. Hand space might start to become an issue here for Monsanto, so going to use some of these cards aggressively in order to make room. The Scavengers and Bloodshard Bristleback hard to play. Soul Rend, maybe a little bit hard to play. The other cards not so much, like weaving in some Cult Neophytes, especially like, you know, being able to raise them, dead them back. Not as potent as it is against like Il'gynoth OTK, who completely rely on quest completion, but it is solid to try and delay it as much as possible.
Ievik having a bit of a problem with not much card draw and really wanting to use his Spectral Sight, but it's just sat in the middle there, in the most awkward spot.
Yep.
Not being helpful at all to him. Where you start looking for glides. He played it before it even hit his hand.
Off the tippity top. He reached so high.
That's one way to put. Oh, there's another one.
It was
why I shouted that so loudly.
Wrapping his legs, trying to put it down, but he was just tall enough. If his height is equal to his mana.
His height is equal to his mana. How does that work? I need to explore this. So this giant is 3 inches tall.
He's just got Battlemaster in hand too. However, this is a clear for Ievik. Just a smack, and then Talented Arcanist Fell Barrage, and thwarted. And it also puts the second glide in outcast position with perfect mana utilization. That is brutal.
How's Monsanto supposed to plan ahead when he doesn't know what his hand is going to be next turn at any point?
Oh, Mutinous! See?
Oh, you said about eating chasers?
Yeah.
It's a 50-50.
Yeah. Oh!
Okay.
Ivic's reaction wasn't even like, he's like, oh, well, wow.
Okay then.
Yeah, that's cool. That was it. And he just moved on with his life.
Yeah, best way to do it. I mean, what else are you supposed to do? Okay, that's better, yeah. Just
there we go.
face palm.
That's a little bit more agony, a little bit more appropriate. This feels really bad to have to... all these plays feel bad. You can clear it with trade Talented Arcanist Immolation and then Immolation. Or you can clear it with Expendable Performers and have a board stick around. I don't know which is better. Or you can just wait and hope that Battlemaster's not there. And he did. At the end of the turn, and Battlemaster is there. Which means that Monsanto, despite the hurdles that he had to jump over in that game in order to get to that point, the first glide plus the perfect clear onto the board, second glide, Mutinous coming up to save the day. And the cheeky smile from Monsanto never gets old. He's going to move up to 5-1 as he approaches round 7.
Yep. 6 wins is kind of the target, right? You don't guarantee a top 16 with that, but if you get there early, you're in a pretty good spot. And with every win counting this year as well, it's 6 points towards just getting to the Summer Championships as well.
EWC.
EWC. 22 for Mutinous. I think Ievik made the right decision, which is just try and preserve some semblance of hand. It's no way of winning if he gets rid of that hand, I think. Just hope he doesn't die. And he's having another good tournament. I think Ievik's been... I haven't checked. Actually, I didn't have time to check. I didn't know we were jumping into that one. But I think he's been doing pretty well in recent tournaments. His name seems to be around a lot. So another good event. And that's round 6, I think, TJ.
I believe so. Yep. And yeah, we just got word that all the matches for round 6 are complete and that Lorinda and I don't have any more Hearthstone to talk about.
Or other things.
We have plenty of other things to talk about. But for now, we have no more Hearthstone to talk about. But since we are at the end of the round, I think we can use this time to maybe talk about some of the standings, some of the players that are still up there at 6-0. We talked about Ike, Destin, Dinx, all up there at 6-0. Monsanto, Furyhunter, XC, Nalguidan, all at 5-1. Judgment.
Back again.
A new name for a lot of us, right? Very new player, but had a semifinals appearance in his previous Masters Tour. Now 5-1, a great performance again. Casie 5-1. Dreadeye 5. No Hands 5-1. German Jep. This is a lot of America's players.
All lurking at 5-1. Chionsu 5-1 as well, by the way. DeadDraw sneakily 5-1. JPmixter 5-1. Swids 5-1. JS also 5-1. Bit of a blast from the past there. Loads of great players up there. And many America's region players, TJ. We got it. We got it in the bag.
I've been here before, and I know not to get my hopes up. But they're telling Neil and I to leave. So round 6 is in the books. And before we jump into round 7, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. Plenty more Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair action right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Derek Brown to kick off round 7 of the Swiss portion. We're halfway through our day today. Derek, always a pleasure to be casting with you. How are you doing?
Too true, CJ. Doing well. I'm liking what I'm seeing still this Masters Tour. I thought that Casie versus Moyen was a delight. Seeing Furyhunter is always a true treat
in terms of competitive Hearthstone. But moving on from some of the all-time greats of competitive Hearthstone, we have two, honestly, pretty unknown players. Maxxe is a player who I believe has only competed in one Masters Tour before now, and is obviously having a much better time here than he did in the previous one. Looks well on his way to getting through to the top 16. Whereas LoveStorm, on the other side, another one of these very consistent Chinese players who I guess his biggest claim to fame, from what I can see, is he's never had a bad Masters Tour. He's gone 6-3 3 times when we did 9 rounds of Swiss, and he's gone 4-4 3 times when we went to 8 rounds of Swiss, and up at 6-0 now. If he can just get one more win, he will have broken his record for wins in a Masters Tour and essentially guaranteed him that spot in top 16. So for both players, a huge amount to play on the line for here, with essentially a top 16 spot for both players on the line.
Yeah, pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. I feel like LoveStorm, like we should just have some like soft saxophone play, like underneath the game sounds in every match that we broadcast of it. Such a powerful ID that he's got. Never quite felt that level of was it Moxie? Yeah, there you go, Moxie. From a player's gamer tag.
It's Maxxe, I think it's pronounced, actually. Yeah, I mean, when I was Googling his name...
He's playing Brutes.
Is he? Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. That's spicy.
When you Googled his name, what? Oh, yeah. Don't Google his name.
Don't Google his name. There are a couple of books with staggeringly inappropriate storylines for broadcast.
Yeah, I can imagine. But just the fact that he's playing Brutes too, it's just like... As just like 4 Brutes are hitting the board. Just a love storm of Brutes. That's what's about to happen. And it's not banned. And it is essentially the standard version of Brute Demon Hunter, just with a single Razorglaive Sentinel thrown in there. Which is honestly a pretty cool card, specifically post-quest completion, right? Because your entire deck is going to be quite cheap. Including the Razorglaive Sentinel itself, so you can just start dumping cards left and right and cycle through your deck so fast in a storm of love. But Maxxe is going to be opening up with the Owl Lock. And yeah, nothing crazy going on here. It's just standard Owl Lock.
Yep, pretty bog standard stuff, right? It's a deck that I heard Raven and Gia discussing as to what they prefer at the moment out of Owl Lock and Hand Lock. I actually think I come down on the opposite side of the argument to Gia, where she was saying Owl Warlock feels very well suited to the metagame right now, at least more so than Hand Lock, which, you know, I understand. A lot of burst damage. It's a very quick combo deck. That goes a long way. But for me, just being able to infinitely raise dead these cult neophytes, having so much disruption, and the showstoppers at the end of Handlock as well, is really just feels like the missing link for me, and why I personally would prefer a standard Handlock if I had to make the decision. But going into this matchup up against the full-on XiaoShan build of the Druid here from LoveStorm, I'm not entirely sure how I'm feeling for the Warlock, because on average, I want to say that it will struggle to get the combo done before XiaoShan comes down, because if you go with this build that runs XiaoShan as the most expensive card, obviously Capture Cold Tooth Mine guarantees you to have it in hand for at least turn 8, absolute latest, if you draw that card. And I think on average, the Warlock will struggle to get the job done before then. And my goodness, once XiaoShan does come down, I think it should be able to make very short work of the Warlock if you get any of the burst damage cards whatsoever.
Yeah, this is pretty cool version of the deck. I feel like the ones we've seen have been, I don't even know, what do you call it, a hybrid? Kazakhstan hybrid, where we see players running Arbor Ups and a Glowfly Swarm to have like that other angle of attack. But I kind of like this one because you can, you're so likely to have Kazakhstan come down quite early on in the game. And then you actually do have like armor gain that also couples as straight damage with the ambulance and the feral rage to be able to end the game quickly or stay alive for Kazakhstan. So pretty cool. And obviously having success with this lineup because LoveStorm is 6-0 at the moment.
LoveStorm's camera is already entertaining me so much because on the bottom half, it looks like he's getting ready for one of the most intense games of StarCraft he's ever played, with warming up his fingers on the keyboard. And then in the top half, it looks like there's a portal to hell opening up out of his ceiling. I have no idea what that is on the top of his ceiling.
That's where he keeps the LoveStorm.
That's it. He just draws a little bit from it.
Test. Does he put the hand goes right back to
instantly
on the keyboard? Yeah, incredible. My
his
favorite player.
APM is going to be through the roof. The second he detects a whiff of losing this game, bam, it's over.
He's out. He's out.
He's done. Into the LoveStorm.
Yeah.
just ascends upwards.
Sucked up into it.
Oh man. All right. LoveStorm obviously finding Kazakhstan here, and I really, really like his usage of Pouch at the end in order to get himself either a Bloom or an Innovate pretty much every time so that he can get down Kazakhstan one turn earlier. It's looking like, as we were predicting, right, Kazakhstan will come down very early, and Maxxe at the moment doesn't have the kind of hand that could keep up with it. He needs a Runed Mithril Rod, I think, to have any chance of being able to make his hand fluid enough to keep up.
Yeah, Owl coming down on like turn 7 just feels like it's going to be a little bit too late, right? It would have to be like Coin Rod, get the procs right away, and then play the Owl 6. And yep, that'll be Kazakhstan next turn. And there's no like, you know, playing early Kazakhstan, the one thing that sometimes you can struggle with is just having like the ability to like find the synergistic treasures with enough haste to end the game before your opponent's going to be able to do their thing, but has plenty to follow it up.
Maxxe, I think, leading up to a backfire here, but even then, he's going to have to end with just, I suppose, a touch of the Nathrazim to not overdraw a card, and I think you can't afford to overdraw here with so many combo pieces still not in hand. But it's just really not what you want to be doing at all. He has no pressure on board, as you were saying. It's like the one weakness of Kazakhstan. And, I mean, you can raise your eyebrow there, but he knew 100% what was coming. This was an inevitability on this turn. And now for LoveStorm, the only thing that can go wrong is if he gets some bad treasures, which at the moment, kind of what he's getting. Bubba, not too good. Book of the Dead, though, is fantastic. Probably Clockwork.
Yeah. Because it'll just continue to get beefier.
Exactly.
Now, how about...
Yeah, it looked like he went with the Clockwork. Also, hard could have been Banana Split or the Knife. And I didn't see the last one.
Locusts. It was like the best one.
Yeah.
It was a more than satisfactory Kazakhstan there, I think. And LoveStorm is just so far in the lead now. We're going to need a miracle from Maxxe to keep up.
Yep. Moonlit Guidance as well is a fantastic pickup the turn that LoveStorm played the Kazakhstan, because that's just going to give him an extra treasure and can pick the one that he wants.
He could have 6 locusts over the course of this game now with a copied version and all of them having twin spell.
But the locusts are like the card that Maxxe can deal with the easiest.
Yeah, but they deal 14 before they die. Like,
okay,
they're going to be very, very scary in the meanwhile.
Yeah. But the clockwork can deal 16. Even more with casting more spells.
Hmm. Yeah, thinning his deck of most of the things left in.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Look at the dead still costs 11. Yeah, I guess there hasn't been much board action going on.
Yeah. As soon as the locusts do their job, though, that'll be easily playable.
Yep.
Or the scale.
The problem here for LoveStorm is there's nothing to kill. Except his opponent.
You just point LoveStorm at something to kill. He will kill it.
Yeah. There's just nothing.
There's really nothing. I mean, this is what happens when you don't draw Rod, right? Your hand is just too expensive. There's no flexibility in the deck whatsoever.
Yeah. Drain Soul, attack Hoyle. It's a good amount of cards dumped. Still continues to draw through the deck as well. All right. There's a Ron.
Yes, master.
Okay, what is this ending up with? Gnomish? Yeah, okay. I mean, you heal up to full, I guess, if you were in any way afraid of taking damage. So I guess he's just chilling. How much is this? 22 plus 7. It's going to be 1 off lethal on the following turn. So he squeezes in the hero power. Oh. I mean, I guess you can just go actually get more damage from Moon Touch than Feral Rage or Locusts. Either way, it's so easily lethal here. Absolutely nothing that Maxxe.
Million damage.
It's a billion damage. Yeah.
he doesn't even go for the full amount of damage by going Locust first.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. All right. Well, the Owllock did a whole lot of nothing that game, and that's what kind of happens if you don't get the rod, can't get that combo online like very early on in the game, and don't have anything to use your removal spells on. And that's kind of what the deck does best. It does have a lot of that early game removal. Oftentimes it relies on being able to do that, right? Otherwise, you're killing your own minions, which Maxxe had to do quite a bit that game in order to just clear up some hand space to try and make room for if Rod was drawn and then, you know, backfire or Tamsin. So Maxxe is going to take a little break from the Owllock for a few moments. Move over to the Mazaki Mage instead.
And it's a deck that I haven't been overly impressed by so far this tournament, if I'm being honest. Like, it still feels a little bit shaky against aggro. But it is still quite clearly in the hands of a very good player doing a lot of the right stuff. The nerf to Incantus Flow feels very much offset by Siphon Mana being an incredibly powerful card in the deck. As long as you're still hitting the card draw and hopefully an Incantus Flow at some point along the way. Against any of these slower combo decks, I think you should still be in a very good spot for Maxxe, with him having banned away what from his opponent? The Druid?
Oh no, sorry, the Rogue on the other side. He's banned away the Rogue, which I think makes sense. That would probably be the worst matchup for the Mage, given that the Weapon Rogue can probably kill you sooner than that. I think for Max here, this should be a perfectly fine matchup, right? All these big minions that you can generate with Miracle Priest are very easily frozen or ignored for a while, and then you kill them with your burst damage from Mozaki later on.
Yeah, 2 flurries, 2 brain freezes. Oftentimes that can be all you need in order to just get there. You have so much time. And for LoveStorm, it's probably going to be just about taking some risks, right? Just playing Bloodweavers on curve, trying to just fish for any opportunity to stick a minion to try and end the game just a little bit faster, or force Max's resources into dealing with the minion instead of drawing through his deck, right? So, tough matchup indeed. But we'll see how it goes. See how it goes.
Interesting build as well. I think this is the kind of thing that most players have ended up on, where you leave out the Nether Drakes, you leave out the Sethic Veil Weavers, and just go with a much more stripped down build of the deck, relying on the power of Nazmani Bloodweaver to do most of the work for you. In terms of the mulligan, it's a really tough one. Like, Nazmani and Insight, yes, generally you want to keep minions in the deck, but honestly, like, that Power Word Fortitude was something I was kind of considering, because just making one big minion against Mage, you know, they have freezes in the deck, but they're not necessarily drawing them, and they struggle to deal with a 10 health minion at the start. But either way, LoveStorm does go with a more minion-focused approach, and he's drawn every minion in his deck, pretty much.
Every minion and then Insight.
Great.
Cool.
Oh no, it is actually literally every minion. He's not even playing the Xyrella, so that's awful.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Well, I mean, the bright side is you could just play a Bloodweaver. If it gets dealt with, just play another one. That gets dealt with. Well, good try. You lost.
Good try, but luckily your hand is ready to go with that concede in 0.001 seconds time.
He's getting very close to that escape. His fingers are itching.
I can't quite make sense of it either. Like, I don't know if Chinese keyboards are different, but he's not even on WASD. He's on like caps lock Q and S right now. I have no idea what games he would be playing.
He just changes his keybinds. Wait, does he have a minion?
No.
Oh, okay. I was like, he just gave him the. He's just like, hey, sup? check this out, dude.
Want to see something cool? Yeah, I mean, I think that's.
He just picked
Oh my god! Oh my god!
He's such a troll, dude. He's such a troll.
I mean, I get why he's doing it, right? He's clearing space for Malagos in hand, but it's. Oh my god! No way!
He's just gonna.
Do it! Do it! Do it!
Even Max can't help but smile.
Oh man. I mean, on the other side, Max is just having the absolute time of his life, right? He's played Incantus Flow. Has he played 2 Incantus Flows at this point, actually? So everything costs 0 from this point in. He's got Mozaki. He's got the Cram Session. The way it currently looks, he is just absolutely steamrolling this game.
Yeah. I think LoveStorm is probably gonna pop off next turn.
Yeah, this is the eye of the LoveStorm right now. The calm before the LoveStorm.
We will feed on this world.
Oh, here
Yeah.
he goes.
It's just no.
Feed on this world.
I mean, this does
And
nothing.
Yeah, it does.
Does
yeah.
absolutely nothing. If he had 3, then maybe it would be enough, but yeah.
Solid try.
Okay, so how many cards left in deck for Max? I can't see on the deck tracker. Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and say I'd be surprised if it's more than like 13 at this point, right? 13, 15, which you can very easily start chewing through with multicaster. And then honestly, I think next turn, it's extremely likely to be lethal. So I'd like to see him just save as many of these cheap cards as possible.
Yeah. With the Flurry, there's just absolutely no rush for Max to do anything until he's 100% confident that the lethal is there. So just going to use this turn to dump some of the cards from hand, and yeah, I just don't even know what LoveStorm could do. Desperate Prayer is literally just a card to reduce a card in hand by a couple.
I mean, if he can find a way to silence a minion and then get, like, you know, reach that break point where you do hit, like, truly infinite, I don't know. But even then, Shardanaru just, it doesn't even silence friendly minions, right? He'd have to get Focused Will to freeze a silenced minion and then somehow buff it up to 1 trillion health with Bless and then finish it off. Like, it's a 1 in a million shot.
And the end turn button is green, so...
Yeah. And now for Max, you just go. This is 100% of the time lethal.
Yeah, this is approaching, just play all the cards from your hand and then point the 2 burn spells face.
Yep.
Levels of lethal, not even needing to dig.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, you might overdraw a couple cards with Cram Session, but as long as you don't literally kill yourself with fatigue because you're drawing so many cards, that doesn't even matter.
Or overdraw both Ignites and a Ruined Orb. Even then, you'd still...
I think even then...
Ruined Orb and the Siphon Mana in hand, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. You just need enough fuel for the fires. And there we go. Easy peasy lethal. Max evens the series here at 1 win apiece. The Priest just looking absolutely dreadful. I mean, in both games we've seen so far, it's just been one deck doing 100% of the things it wants to do, and the other deck doing 0% of the things it wants to do. It's been a complete steamroll both ways.
Yep. We're bound to get some close matchups here. Well, I guess Brute Demon Hunter is also pretty feast or famine, right?
Yeah, true.
It's like you either get Brutes or you like die before you can even play Kirchers, it feels, in a lot of different matchups. So, but we'll see if we even get to that point. LoveStorm still has Priest left remaining as well. And we'll see when Max decides to go back to the Owl Warlock. Also has Quest Shaman as his 3rd deck.
Interesting.
Yeah, it actually is interesting. I almost automatically said Bird Shaman. But then I didn't see like Brucon or Snowfall Guardians. So I was like, okay, well, if it's not that, then there's got to be a quest, and there is, in fact, a quest. So, see what he decides to go with. Some pretty cool diversity overall in both these players' lineups. You know, we have been seeing a good amount of Miracle Priest, but straight up, just like all-in Kazakusan Druid, not much of. Weapon Rogue, actually, we saw it towards the beginning, but I feel like a lot of the Weapon Rogue players have been losing some matchups, some matches. So, you know, as the pack has been separating, not many at this point, and then Brute Demon Hunter is just completely out of left field, with most players opting for the Fell Demon Hunter, and then secondarily the Quest Il'gynoth OTG Demon Hunter.
The more I think about it, I mean, I'll get into the Quest Shaman more once it rolls around, but I actually don't hate it. I feel like there might be some unexplored territory there because there's a lot of overlap between Quest Shaman and Burn Shaman at the moment in terms of the multicaster package, novice zappers, overdrafts as well, in order to recoup a lot of that mana. So it makes sense to me in some regards, also shoring up some of that anti-aggro capabilities as well. But either way, it's going to be the Warlock here first. Owllock once again for Maxxe, and if there's one thing that really surprised me against Owllock is, even though its ability to propagate its own game plan is a little bit stunted in the mid-game, now that Ruined Mythrord costs 5 full mana, there's quite a lot of dead time between turns 1 and 5. Its removal potential is actually pretty staggering. When you factor in the both the Moargs and the ability to go for Grimoire of Sacrifice as well, you can easily deal like 8, maybe even 16 damage later on in the game if you factor in Blood Mage Thalnos with the spell damage as well. And so for LoveStorm, even though I would originally have said that he's a big favorite here because he can just make a board that's unanswerable, Owl Warlock does surprise you in terms of how much it can clear off of a board.
It certainly does, but it does take some time, right?
Yeah.
In order for them to be able to do those big things. It's usually off the back of Mithril and then discounting a lot of those pieces. If we're talking about when LoveStorm has the ability to kind of pop off with a big minion, it can be quite early on in the game, earlier than those types of tools can actually make a difference for Maxxe. And this is the type of hand to be able to do it. LoveStorm does pick up the Bloodweaver. Has palm reading as well to reduce these other spells in hand, and now just needs a couple more mana to be able to start going off.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe even next turn, actually, with palm reading reducing everything.
Ooh, an insight that actually does something as well. It's all coming together for LoveStorm.
Oh yeah, this is shaping up to be quite the turn for LoveStorm. Hand on the keyboard. He's ready.
He's got those fingers warmed up, his APM ready to go. I mean, yeah, I guess you go. I was going to say, I kind of want to wait one more turn, try and get maybe Psych Split played a little bit earlier. But,
it's going to be free in a second.
Yeah, true. I guess if you hit Nazmani and not Malagos of the 50-50, like, you just have infinite mana.
Yeah. Even if he had hit the Malagos, it would have been fine. He could have just like dumped all the cards from his hand and then reduced the cost of the Malagos. Without double though, he probably wouldn't have reduced the Psyche Split, so he wouldn't have had double. So it might have been difficult. But now he's just hitting absolutely everything. Like Proto Drake.
Oh my goodness! Look at this. Bless as well for a 16-16. He's trying to think about how the mana works out. I think it's fine if you don't, like, you can go for Psych Split after you play the Bless, right? To give yourself a bigger minion.
He can just do it. Just play everything.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
Oh, you mean like copy the Proto Drake?
No, just play Bless first and then Psych Split. I think he'd still be able to play the Proto Drake then, unless he wants to...
He wants to copy the Proto... Oh, no.
Yeah, or save the Bless. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I
feel like he could have just weaved that in. Like, this Bless is dead in hand anyway, right? It's always going to be played on one of these Nazmanis. So I would rather have it come down earlier.
Yeah, it would have been 2 16-16s instead of 2 6-16s.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas now he's not necessarily threatening lethal on the following turn because he has, 16, 22, 28, 32, which isn't actually... Oh, no, wait, it would be 18, sorry, so it would be 34 he'll be dealing.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because the mana did work out, because he actually played the Psyche Split for 0 before the Plague Proto Drake. So if he had Bless first, and then he played the Plague Proto Drake for 1. So he did have the leftover mana, I believe.
Yeah, just felt a little bit cautious to me. And I think now he's going to be just short of lethal. Yeah, especially with that dead. Oh, that's pretty good though. So it's now 20.
Where's that? 14, 16, 26 damage, I think.
Yep. And then can copy the skeletal dragon. Oh, okay, he's just going to protect this. Is there a reason to?
I guess the only way you ever lose is if they get some kind of a miracle clear with like another Moarg, a Thalmos. Like, it doesn't matter. He's won at this point anyway, I think, pretty much every time. I can't think of a combination of cards that digs Max out of this one.
Yeah, true. Tamsin Drain Soul Coil is only 8. And that wouldn't even take enough damage off board in order to keep him alive. Especially the trade, but I don't even know what he'd be looking for.
Yeah. No way to like stall out the board, you know, Cloak of Shadows, whatever it may be. None of that stuff available to Warlock. You just have to rely on the removal. And as impressive as the removal is, as I was laying out at the start, it's not impressive enough to fight back against that. LoveStorm, you know, I was considering if he should maybe hold off for one turn sooner on the Nazmani Bloodweaver pop-off turn, but I think quite clearly, even if I would have gone about it in a slightly different way to him in the end, he hit the nail on the head. That was the time to go in, and he was massively rewarded for it.
Yeah, the only risk there was, as you mentioned, if the Insight had hit Malygos instead of the Bloodweaver, it wouldn't have been as big of a pop-off turn. Only would have had one discount, because had the Psyche Split probably wouldn't have gotten cheap enough. It would have depended on, you know, the hits from the one Nazmani Bloodweaver. If it did get hit, it would have been hit late in the turn, enough to where, you know, you couldn't copy it and then get enough discounts for the Malygos, but recognize that that was the time to go in. And so now it's just the Brute Demon Hunter left for LoveStorm to be able to take this series and go up 7-0. I feel like every single round we see a player who has a lineup where I'm like, wow, this is a cool lineup to be undefeated with. And we're going to continue that trend, at least for this round.
That's right. There's some cool lineups going the distance here. We've got, obviously, as we were talking about, LoveStorm here, Ike, who was up to 6-0, who I think unjustly called his lineup pretty standard yesterday. It's anything but, if you take a closer look at it, in a non-sleep deprived state of mind. He's got a very cool looking priest that is way out there compared to what most people have brought. But either way, for Max now, it is this Quest Shaman that I was talking about. And now I can go into my point of how it's not a million miles away from Burn Shaman, to be honest. Like, you lose the freeze package without the Snowfall Guardians later on, and obviously the Parrots to double down on that. But in terms of the actual win condition against a lot of decks, like, yes, Charged Call can get you there against the slower decks if that's necessary, but a lot of the time it's just doubling down on Lightning Bolts, Blooms, Overdrafts, getting down those Novice Zappers as well. And what it maybe loses in terms of the speed that it kills you with Quest Shaman versus Burn Shaman, it definitely makes up for that in an incredibly strong anti-aggro matchup. So if you're thinking there's going to be a bit more aggro, then I can definitely see why you'd go for the Quest Shaman. In this instance, though, I do feel like you would probably rather have the Burn Shaman, because this build can put huge amounts of damage on the board very, very quickly with the Ire-bound Brutes, of course. And in that instance, you would definitely like to have those Snowfall Guardians to delay the game until you can go for your Burn OTK.
Oh. There it is, Derek. Look at it. Are you looking at it?
I'm looking at it. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I am looking at it.
Look at it. Honestly, I feel like I said sort of something similar yesterday, but as long as you have 2 glides in your deck,
Yeah.
and anything that's even relatively close to a coherent strategy, you're good.
Yeah.
And this meets the requirement of relatively close to a coherent strategy and has 2 glides. So, and brutes are just cool. It's a lot of power that's possible.
It's like when people were arguing back in the day about like Malagos Druid or Toggwaggle Druid, but I mean, really, as long as you put Wild Growth, Innovate, and Ultimate Infestation in a deck, it was gonna win you lots of games of Hearthstone. It really didn't matter what else you had in there. And there have been a few decks like that over Hearthstone history. But like you say, with this one, it has a slightly spicier win condition, and I'm very glad to see it. But realistically, it's just the power of Glide that, again, I think in this matchup will still be such a powerhouse. Against a multicaster deck, Glide is the absolute nuts.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Max to try and play around it to the best of his ability, right? You can get hands with Quest Shaman where you can just unload your overload. Whoa. Dude. And then like refill with multicaster to the point where Glide's not super punishing. This, however, is not really one of those hands because Guidance just refills, and Charge Call is not really a card that you want to dump super early on into the game. I'm talking like the, you know, Feral Spirits, like Novice Zapper Feral Spirits openings.
Okay, LoveStorm clearly setting up for quest completion on turn 3. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Quite a good opening. Was able to... It was a 3-keep, I believe. Had the Spectral Sight like already in the left position besides the quest. And then Spirit Jailer's just a good turn 1 or turn 2 play to be able to fit in with the hero power because you're not completing quest on turn 2. The Soul Fragments can sometimes be a little bit awkward if they come at the wrong times. It can lead you to faster quest completion, but that can also mean less cards discounted.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you start with a tradable and then hit 2 Soul Fragments, then you only get 1 disc. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, no, not oh, yeah. It's most likely just going to be a Glide.
I mean, it's close. It's getting there. Maybe if he can get himself, I don't know, an Acrobatics or a Spectral Sight off the top, he could try and get the Brute down on this turn instead. But for Max, I mean, the main thing I'm looking at is actually that Snowball fight, which after a furious Google from me to quickly remember what that card actually says, it's pretty good, right? Deal 1 damage to a minion and freeze it. If it survives, repeat this on another minion. I could just freeze a board of brutes for a turn.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Oh. That's a tough choice. Like, I guess realistically, you're probably not playing the Brute on this turn, are you? Like, what would you have to get off this Spectral Sight to make it playable?
Demons.
Yeah. Sigil Runner.
Right. Like, I guess if you can discount a draw card down to 0 mana, maybe, but... Okay.
It wasn't drawn this turn, though, so...
Oh, it's a one-off, isn't it? That's so close.
Yeah. And I don't think you just want to play 1 Brute, like... Come on now.
It's not a love rain shower.
Not a love
LoveStorm.
drizzle.
Damn it, that's such a good username. I'm rebranding.
DB's love drizzle.
DB presents Love Drizzle.
Meanwhile, that's a pretty good outcome from Charge Call, the injured Marauder. Or should I say, Marauder.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Nice. And that is Kurtrus complete.
Oh,
Full
yeah.
quest for LoveStorm. And Sigil of Alacrity as well. To be able to play it next turn alongside the Kurtrus.
Not a terrible selection, all things considered, though, for Maxxe. He can get himself quest completion next turn, even if not this turn, but he's still, you know, applying a decent amount of pressure, like Feral Spirits, and then probably Wind Chill one of them, just to draw an extra card and keep on cycling. You know, it's a good way to use your mana for the turn. He's getting closer and closer to that Brucan.
Also, a pretty threatening board already. So, may not even need to get to the point where Brucan comes online, though it would help considerably. Charge Call, the second one, also starting to get beefed up. Didn't quite see, but just played the Feral Spirits last turn. That was the only Overload card. No, Guidance started off with, so it'd be a
Guidance
6.
too. Yeah. Not how that works. Okay.
If only. He's bluffing.
Oh,
Cornelius?
Big Papa.
Cornelius, dude?
Corn me, dude.
Actually,
Neither can you.
the Ice Protector's really good.
I guess, yeah.
It's not gonna die. And it could shut off Lion's Frenzy for the whole. Okay, well he actually has Broom, so it could die.
These are due back tomorrow.
And I guess.
Oh no!
That's it. But you really don't want to do that, and yeah, that's the.
Oh no!
One of the worst draws he can get. He really needed to keep this card draw rolling. I guess, yeah, you break it with Lion's Frenzy.
Pleasure doing business.
Okay. You maybe chill on that for a turn to try and guarantee its effect going off.
Unless he feels like he can hit another Brute or another... maybe you just philosophy Brute, Broom.
I grow patient.
Broom!
Oh!
Okay.
That's more like it. While I appreciate the sound effects from a man who has clearly been spending too much time with 3-year-olds.
Oh, what? Can he actually get the Lion's Frenzy to face? He's out of time.
Oh, I mean, he was close, wasn't he, here? He missed the Brute, he played the Broom, didn't get the rushes through right. Oh, no, he missed so many attacks. LoveStorm. Oh. Man, that concede finger is just itching right now. It is twitching and ready to go.
He just typed to Max. F's in the chat.
Please, pass your turn.
Lag with 10 Gs.
Wow, that was the perfect fire. Perpetual Flame. Nice job. I mean, I guess you can go... what?
Little time.
Dunk
Overdraft is...
Flame. Or Dunk Tank Overdraw. Okay, yeah, just take the overload here again. That was pretty good. Freeze the opponent. That's what mattered on this turn. That was the really important part.
Yeah.
And now LoveStorm is kind of low on actual win conditions, right? He's got most of his brutes used up. It looks like his... well, I mean, I guess his best chance now is to hope that he can get himself unfrozen, which, okay, he can kill off the minion that freezes on this turn. And then hope to somehow just be able to push lethal next turn or two.
Yeah, which is just not going to happen. There's not enough cards in the deck. There's still a lot of soul fragments left in the deck. There's a glide, which, you know, can count in like additional card draw. There's still some tradables left in the deck too. So can get a lot, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Has no shortage of ways to get through the deck, especially with the cheap Razorglaive Sentinel. I should be able to draw the rest quite easily. Does also have a Royal Librarian to be able to either silence a taunt in the way or maybe silence a frozen minion.
Not much though, is it? I mean, almost half his deck is just soul fragments right now.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to approach this by Maxxe, though. To be fair, like, Dunk Tank is tempting just to actually deal with the Brute instead of freezing it and then not attacking with your minions for the turn. But Note Taker Feral Spirits is tempting because that allows you to get another Overload card in hand, get Brucan down, and really lock out this game. Copying the freeze of Windchill was also tempting, just in case there's one last key minion you need to delay for a turn. He went with the way that I think I also would have ended up on, just to go for quest progression as quick as possible. But there really were a deceptively high amount of ways to play that turn.
Make your move. I see it all. Inside voices, please.
Okay, the self-freeze. Or the self-silence, sorry.
Only plays one brew,
You look like you love me,
but it's just going to load up the board.
Yeah, it's his last chance in this game, is just to have a board that his opponent can't answer. Illidari Studies, yeah, who knows? I mean, if that gets him... I don't know, Vile Fiend Trainer? Is that the highest value card you can get in Outcast?
I-Beam allows him to push the Lion's Frenzy to face, because he can Soul Share, I-Beam, trade, and then get the... Oh, Kurtrus is
better, right? Does the same kind of thing.
Wait, no. You needed to Soul Shear the Sleepbreaker first. Oh no, never mind, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's the same.
As long as they remove one taunt.
I mean, he gets a lot of damage face on this turn. This is pretty impressive. And now Maxxe is actually behind on board, doesn't have any freeze left, tanks 16 on this turn. It's the final wave of threats from LoveStorm. This is all Maxxe needs to get through, but can he do it on this turn is the question. Feral Spirits buys him time. The rest of his hand is pure removal, but it's really razor thin as to whether or not it's actually enough, because all of these minions have 4 health and most of his removal does 3 instead. Because if you go Feral Spirits, Dunk Tank, Lightning Bolt, I think you just about survive the turn. Oh! What?
Does that help?
Well, that gives him 1 mana Feral Spirit, 2 mana Dunk Tank, and that's insane! That's insane! What? Oh my god.
That's a clear!
So illegal!
Oh no, it's not a clear, because it costs 2 still.
And he gets to play 4 Feral Spirits.
That is nutty.
That's
I was thinking
unbelievable.
You have to get a taunt in order to win. That's way better than a taunt.
I have never seen such a good portal. That's like the best outcome on any card I've ever seen. Oh my god, for Maxxe just locking out the game completely. I mean, Pretty lucky for him there, but very well played overall, I think, in that throughout the entirety of that game. He clearly knew how to be what he was going for, how to stay just outside the break points of his opponent, and just inspired play throughout, leading to a very, very cool win.
Yeah, I pretty sure he was dead any other outcome. Like, even a taunt from the Cybertron portal.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if he'd gone, instead of the portal, if he'd just gone Feral Spirits, Bolt, and Dunk Tank, he could have killed the 5/4 and the Peddler and had 2 taunts in the way. I think he might have, like, just survived at, like, 1 health because there were no more cards to draw for the Lion's Frenzy, so it would have been a 0 attack.
Then
I'm not entirely sure.
But then you're taking that damage again because you have no removal, you're overloaded, so you can't play Brew Con plus don't take the next turn. So I like the starting with the portal first because I think he realized that was his own, like, a miracle from the portal was his only way to get back into it, right? Unless he got literally the perfect card off the top.
Which he did.
Well, he got it from the portal. I was saying if he won the other one, because he'd used both guidances at that point. So yeah, it wasn't any like miracles. Had also used both charge calls, right? At that point.
True.
Maybe Instructor Fireheart could have bailed him out on the following turn, but that would have been the only card in his deck that would have done it. So, yeah, crazy game. That brings us to a game 5, which is going to be Owl Warlock versus the Brood Demon Hunter.
And for Max, it's been, on the one hand, a very easy series. His mage got an absolute stomp. That shaman, although it was a close game, was able to get the win in the end. His warlock, on the other hand, has just been an absolute disaster so far. The first game against the druid, it did absolutely nothing at all. Against the priest, despite getting a slightly better hand, it still just got steamrolled by these humongous bloodweavers in the end. Now, I think against the Brutes, it should have a much better matchup. That kind of removal I was talking about when you combo together the Moargs and the Grimoire of Sacrifice is fantastically placed against a big board of Brutes. And so if ever he was going to get a win with his Owl Warlock, I think this game is the first in the series where he's in a good position to do so.
Yeah. Though, you can just get brooded before you can deal with it. And even if you manage to deal with a board, if you're not actually progressing your own win condition, Lion's Frenzy can still come in quite hot. Hold on. Viper check. No Viper.
Thanks for the check.
Got it.
Yeah, Max quite clearly here, already incredibly cognizant of Glide. You would never make this play otherwise, and would just quite happily go with a tap or a coin backfire. He's trying to first just rid his hand of all cards that don't draw cards or aren't part of his combo, which I think is pretty smart. It means next turn he can go for probably just backfire anyway and pray that there's no Glide in outcast position. But maybe just going slow with a tap if he finds a tour guide as well is something he could consider.
Yeah. But keeping it simple. Still no Rune Mythal Rod, but has a chance next turn to be able to pick it up and coin it out. Soul Fragment. Ooh. Okay, that's not an outcast because that's the sigil. Oh! Glide off the top. It was so impactful, he froze.
He entered the Love Storm.
He got sucked up into it.
Yeah, obviously the absolute perfect card, as you can see from Max's reaction. And he gets himself back, frankly, a disgusting hand. This is absolutely dreadful for Max. No backfire, I don't know, no tour guides even. Obviously, Ruined Mithril Rod you would be perfectly happy with. This right now is just 0.
Sure. Just get rid of it.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay, just looking for quest completion, which is, I think, guaranteed, even without that librarian, with just a swing of the weapon. But now with the weapon as well, he can look at guaranteed 2 brutes, right? Because if he just draws and then trades, they both cost 1 with the philosophy as well. As long as he doesn't draw into Spirit Jailer, would be the one way that that can go wrong, because then he wouldn't be able to copy his brute. But it looks like he doesn't want to copy it anyway. Oh, I guess he can only play 1, sorry, instead of 2. He would need another tradable to get them both down.
Yeah.
Demon time grows short.
I think you copy it anyway, right?
Copy and then still just play 1?
Yeah, I'd rather have a brute in hand than a philosophy.
Yeah. True. Whew. Well, Max is in full struggle mode. It's just 1 brute, but he knows that Kircher's gonna be hitting the board next turn, and
Right.
then like it's gonna be out of his reach again. It's just gonna have to spend his mana. Like at this point, there's really nothing else that he can do. If the Blood Mage sticks and Kircher's comes down, full-blown evil will be a clear.
Right.
Actually, full-blown evil will be a clear regardless.
Yeah. This was a very clever play.
Yeah.
Even if it was like Kurtrus Broom or something silly like that, I think it was always going to be a guaranteed clear there.
Yeah.
So I really like that play from Max rather than just going with tap, tap, tap.
Yeah. But it does delay, right? He's got to hope that this is a mediocre turn for LoveStorm, but it's post-Kircher, so the likelihood that that happens is very low. So he can like play an owl. Well, he's only got 4 cards, so just go with the Spectral Sight.
Pleasure doing business.
Oh, it's just infinity card draw, right? Like this is 100% brute playable on this turn. It's just, I mean, whether you even want to play Lion's Frenzy here, right? This is already quite a lot of damage, especially with another Spectral Sight. Oh! Yeah, now you're 100% playing the Frenzy. I think I would have rather seen Brute Spectral Sight first, right? Because then you actually get to play the Spectral and Outcast position.
Or, like, instead of trading the Peddler away in that instance, it was 0 mana. So just play the Peddler and play the Brute and then Spectral Sight. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he seems a little bit lost here, to be perfectly honest. I think you were supposed to just keep playing cards. Like, it doesn't matter what they do, to be perfectly honest at this point. You just want to be killing them.
Yeah. Still a great spot, though. Max just has nothing available. And no Viper in the deck, which means that all LoveStorm has to do is essentially draw through to the bottom. And he should be pretty good to go. Max would... well,
gets the clear. That's something.
And can heal up a little bit. And there's only 8 cards left, and that's both glides used, right?
I can't remember.
I've seen it pop up. He does have a lot of tradables as well.
I think he still has 1 left. He used 1, right, and then passed over a couple of the others. So I think there's 1 glide left in the deck, which should guarantee lethal here. Like, especially with Sigil Runner drawing a card, activating the acrobatics as well.
Oh, yeah,
there we go, another glide. I think this is always lethal.
Yep, and has the double Soul Shear as well to be able to shuffle things back. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh yeah, that'll definitely do it. Double Spirit Jailer. and then tradable, and then glide. Ton of soul fragments left in the deck, and they're almost guaranteed to be drawn at this point. It's like 6 in there.
Yeah, I'm also very thankful for the production team for taking LoveStorm off camera to spare us the eldritch horror of watching him transcend into the LoveStorm, which would surely cause us all to lose our sanity simply for gazing upon it.
All right. LoveStorm 7-0 in Swiss. So that locks him in for the top 8, top 16.
What is it with Brute Demon Hunter, dude? Like, why is it always the best bring or the worst bring to a Masters Tour whenever it's brought? There is zero in between.
No, there's... there isn't. Well, it can also simultaneously be the best and the worst deck, just for
it often is.
Different player. There's somebody just trying their absolute hardest at 06 this round. With Brute Demon Hunter in the lineup, just can't get a win and just keep telling themselves, everyone counts. It's 2022, everyone counts. And just queuing again and again and again. So, but LoveStorm, a lot of success with it.
Yeah, I think that was Hate Storm, actually, who's down 0-6 with Brute Demon Hunter. Just can't get there.
Yep, just can't get it done. Can't get it done. But quite cool to see, right? LoveStorm, you know, we talked about the Brute Demon Hunter, but across the board, just kind of a pretty cool lineup. We see like that Miracle Priest slotted into a lot of different lineups. It does seem to be paired alongside other combo-ish decks like Mizaki Mage, at least on the lineups we've seen on broadcast, but LoveStorm's just like, nah. Kazakhstan Druid, Weapon Rogue, Brute Demon Hunter. Just a cool lineup all around. Maxxe, still not out of things yet. 6-1, fantastic score to move on into the final round of Swiss with. So we cannot count him out. But for now, LoveStorm is our champion. Not the whole thing, just at this match, but he's my champion, certainly.
Yeah, and we got to remember as well for Maxxe, like it's not only about winning the Masters Tour, it's about qualifying through to that Summer Championship, and the 3 winners of the Masters Tour will automatically qualify through, but the 13 remaining spots will go to the players with the highest number of wins. So even if he just ends up on 6-2, if he loses the next series as well, that's off to a fantastic start, and well on his way to qualifying through to one of the 2 seasonal championships for this year.
Yeah, very cool addition. Gives players a lot to fight for. Makes even those matches where not a playoff spot is on the line, at least in any given Masters Tour, still important because players are going to be battling out for those spots. But we're not done with round 7 yet. That was just one match. We are going to have a little bit of additional coverage before we move into our final round number 8. We are going to have to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. More to come here from Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair right after this.
Round 7 continues here at Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair, and hopefully for a somewhat more sensible time. I'm with Gia, but I'm not convinced this is going to work.
Yeah, I mean, assuming I would be sensible is usually a sensible thing to do, but even I have my limits when I listen to a cast like that, Lorinda. And the pattern continues because as we start our additional rounds for round 7, we have a match between MrLovaLova and Tianming. And unfortunately, I have no information about MrLovaLova, but Tianming, you should know him if you paid any attention at all to the highest level tournaments of last year. He, of course, made it to the World Championship and had a pretty lackluster performance there, unfortunately. But at the Masters Tour, where he did well right before that, he gained so many new fans just playing a single series and really kind of showing his skill on particularly Delete Lock, which not a lot of people were bringing. And I think many of the best players over in the rest of the world see Tianming as one of the best players in China, if not the best.
Yeah, I was chatted to Frozen very briefly before the World Championships on his stream, and he was talking about Tianming, who he's played against obviously in the league over there, the Gold League, as one of the best players in the world, possibly even the favourite alongside Gabby to win that World Championship, which didn't happen, of course, but that's the sort of level he was being spoke of. I was lucky enough to interview him. He seems incredibly good at the game and also a super nice guy to talk to. So looking forward to seeing Tianming in action again. Also, he has letters in front of his name now, thankfully, at last.
True. I think he has been on a team for quite some time, or maybe not, but he was definitely in... Oh, he was on VK.
For a while, and then he
now.
wasn't anymore, and now he's on World Elite. He was nowhere for like a year or so.
But he has always been in that kind of practice group that includes Xiao Ti. I forget the name of it, something like Never Forget Your Beginner Heart or something like that. That would be the awkward English translation. Yeah. But they will be facing off now versus MrLovaLova's Mozaki Mage. This is a deck that we have been seeing quite a lot throughout the tournament. This is the list that pretty much everyone is running. The 1 Barrier, 1 Flurry, 1 Hot Streak seems to hit the right balance. Nobody's running 1 Thieves these days. There's simply no room, and you want to have your Refreshing Spring Waters be as consistent as possible, so only the 3 minions in Mozaki and the 2 multicasters.
Yeah, this is a weird deck for that. It seems to be 28 or 29 absolutely set in stone cards, and then just nobody knows what to do with that 1 extra slot with barriers, flurries, sometimes the 1-2 as well, just so you've got something to aim at. But this seems to be the list we're seeing the most of in this tournament, I want to say.
Yeah. Just wait till next week, though. That barrier is turning into a Lunacy, and that's just going to be core thanks to Furyhunter. I'm calling it now. Just an alternate win condition for you right there. Although I don't suspect that MrLovaLova will be going for anything quite so drastic versus Tianming's lineup. There's no... Celestial alignment in here, although there is a Ramp Druid, a pretty similar strategy in that it just wants to get to the high amounts of mana, play an early Guff, and not bother with Kazakhstan. But Tianming will be starting off with the Miracle Priest, which I am so happy every time I get to cast, because I feel like a deck like this in the hands of a player as skilled as Tianming is going to show us why the deck is named as such.
Although we have been seeing, on the few occasions we've seen it today, the Priest really struggling against the Mage, because the Mage is just able to, just 1 freeze is probably enough to swing the balance, because you get that extra 1 turn as the Mage, and it is basically a straight race, so it has looked bad for the Priest. So I'm interested to see if it's as bad as we've seen on our sample size of like 3 or something, or if it's a lot closer than that. We've just seen a bit of a jaded sample.
Yeah, I would wager that that is representative of the actual matchup numbers. Priest technically only has the 4 minions in the Bloodweaver, Zyrella, and Malagos. It can generate copies, of course, and it can generate more dragons from the studies, but they don't generally get all of them on board at the same time. And even though Mage is only running 1 Flurry, they also have the 2 Brain Freezes. They can generate even more freezes as well. And if Priest ever wants to like silence their minions in order to go face, they lose all the buffs on there. So it's gonna be tough for Tianming to put together the right combination where, okay, you have a big minion, maybe it's frozen, so you have to silence it and then buff it again and then bless it, something like that, to be able to deal lethal. It just doesn't seem realistic, but I'm hoping Tianming can pull something out the bag and prove me wrong.
I'm so glad that I haven't got to remember all of the items in MrLovaLova's room. There's a lot of items.
Oh, wow.
Definitely not going to do the Dmitry Kazov impression here. No, so much stuff. Anyway, back to the game. Sorry.
We could play a hidden object game with that.
Yeah,
type of
remove one of
background.
those. I don't know. But where is the cat in this picture? Sorry, that's references to Twitter.
I'm looking for a cat. What do I do? Oh, I found it. It's on Anduin's portrait.
Good job. Appreciate it. I don't.
Okay, first question.
Yeah, there it is. I see.
First question for Tianming is it ever desperate enough that you just tempo a Nazmani? And he says no. It can die to some combinations of First Flame and Second Flame and Ping, I suppose, or First Flame Brain Freeze, that type of thing. And he's not really running Rally, although you can generate it here. And the hand does have the potential to pop off, but it's lacking mainly a palm reading, the way I see it, to discount everything. Because if he is just going to go for Nazmani and the natural copy, it's not going to happen until turn 6, which feels quite slow versus Mizaki Mage. Has picked up an Insight now, but unfortunately the only way to corrupt it is by playing the Nazmani, and that doesn't feel especially worth it. I don't know.
So which turn do you think is going to be best? Assuming he doesn't get another Nazmani for optimal pop-off. It does pop off better than you expect, right? Those things reduce fast. How late dare he leave it?
Okay, well, he actually is just gonna go for the Nazmani. I mean, you raised a good point, right? I couldn't give a solid answer if we're gonna wait for Nazmani. Like, even if you go turn 6 Nazmani copy, if you don't hit a discount on exactly one of the 1-cost spells, your train just comes to a grinding halt there. So Tianming just says, let's get this on board. It feels bad. It's gonna get removed for sure, but he at least now has the Corrupt Insight, which can potentially discount the other Nazmani or a Malagos. And there is a line of play where he can just try to tempo out Malagos as soon as possible, land the Power Word Fortitude, try to stick that, copy that, and then go for some blesses. But for now, MrLovaLova actually didn't even get to clear. I thought he would go like Rune Orb, Ignite, Coin Ping, just for full respect.
Here we go. Yeah, we have seen people just wedging it out there as quickly as possible against Mage, because it can usually be cleared, but it's like quite expensive. I'm surprised this hasn't gone though. There's a lot going on now, Gia.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I miscounted his mana as well. He only had 4 available. The ping would not have fit. So they're just, against all odds, was no way to clear the Nazmani there. And then, yeah, Tianming is just doing the thing now. He actually picks Brightwing, and I've been told just never pick Brightwing. It's not gonna be good. But in this case, that's a playable legendary. Like, it can be discounted down to 0 with just 1 more spell played. And Tianming's just all in on this game plan, and I think this is the way you are supposed to play the matchup, because there will be incremental freezes for Mage, but if everything happens at once, they don't get to deal with everything at once most of the time.
Gonna have to do a lot here. Obviously, a fire sale would be rather handy, but other than that...
Just a siphon to discount, but there is really no big clearing potential. And even if he did hit the fire sale, as you said, there's these divine shields in the way. So Tianming actually has access to so much damage with the bless on the 5/8, turning it to a 10/10, or even fitting in the hero power. I can't quite remember what the max health on the Nazmani is, but a shake of the head from Tianming. He feels like he is in danger, but there is no like hard run devolving missiles and no way currently to discover one at the moment. So it's gonna be just the flurry, perhaps Ping Flurry.
Ping Flurry seems good. Give yourself maximum chance to not take too much damage. And Tianming is going to need a top deck if this is going to continue anywhere nicely, assuming this gets frozen up.
Looks like he's thinking about ping the 1/4 and then ignite it, which would kill with the spell damage, and then flurry. Alternatively, he could just ping the Brightwing, hope to get flurry on the high attack minions. It does leave an additional Nazmani on board, which is very scary, but outside of like Malagos being drawn, at this point the Nazmanis have done their damage, right? There's not much to discount left, but gets arguably the worst freezes. And now, oh wow, the order on here is a bit weird. Like, if you want to maximize the damage from Bless, you would have to Fortitude first and then waste discounts. So in the end, Tianming's just not going to go for it, holds on to everything, and hopes to get lethal the next turn. But MrLovaLova can go for a stall turn, it looks like, flow into barrier.
Yeah, it's so hard sitting the other side of Miracle Priest. You're never quite sure exactly what's coming next because the pop-offs are huge, but quite often it is just a hand like Tianming has now that's fairly useless.
It gets one trade, not what he was looking for. That's not a palm reading or a studies or anything that generates or draws anything else. He is going to spread out the buffs, it looks like. Fortitude on the Brightwing and then Bless the Nazmani. Okay, Devour first and then Bless for maximum damage output on... Well, I guess maximum would have been Fortitude on the Nazmani as well, right?
Yeah, but this, I think, gives the best chance of having something to kill your opponent next turn, is my thinking.
True. Yeah, it spreads the threats out, so if there is another flurry, you still have something that can attack. That's relevant. Oh, Mozaki off the top!
See the Mozaki. Here we go.
Wait, he has no card draw. It's just the multicaster, but then he doesn't have mana to work with. Well, all right. I mean, Tianming is gesturing as though there's a cram session coming, but there is not.
Magic.
And only one flow played, right?
If you can get a flurry, doesn't have to win now. Can actually just
True.
stick it on the board.
Oh, you're right. That is the flurry, and that means the Mozaki, in all likelihood, will just stick around. Tianming needs a miracle like a palm reading or a renew, okay? Any removal? Not it! Psyche Split is the best he can do, but that is not getting rid of the Mozaki, and that means that MrLovaLova is just a bit of card draw away from killing Tianming on the spot. That's card draw. That's not... Oh, okay, I honestly don't know where the spell damage counter is at. He has two pieces of burn. There is more freeze, but if he doesn't kill Tianming this turn, then Tianming has another turn to maybe draw palm reading into... I guess Hysteria would remove here, unless this is already lethal. Oh,
that's 14, yeah. Excuse me. There's some minion damage, and that was nicely done by MrLovaLova.
I was going to say it's actually exact, but I forgot about the minion damage as well. Very nicely done. Well navigated there. I actually thought this was nearly a disaster after he was unable to remove the Nazmani, but managed to recognize after the first turn that the Nazmani stuck around and Tianming went all in already that MrLovaLova, he didn't panic, right? He didn't use too many resources half removing minions. He said, okay, I can survive this board. You're very unlikely to pop off again with so few cards in hand. So let me just freeze just enough things that he still has spells left in the tank for Mozaki, found it on time, and got the lethal.
Yeah, that felt like somebody who knew the matchup really well. I mean, 5-1 in a Masters Tour, you're going to know your matchups really well, but that just seemed very well planned. Obviously, had a lot of outs to not lose, and if he doesn't lose, then the Mozaki's likely to stick around. I'm going to keep using the word likely because there's silencers and other things going on, obviously, but I think he realized that he played to a lot of different outs there in terms of just keeping the Mozaki on the board. And nicely done, and that seems to be how it goes. The Priest struggling to get damage in because of the small number of minions. Tianming did try to combat that by going slightly wide. I mean, 3 minions is about as wide as you can go there, so just didn't quite get it done. But now we're going to see MrLovaLova on the Miracle Priest.
Yeah, you can see MrLovaLova knew the matchup well, perhaps because he's been jamming it from the other side as well, getting a lot of practice. And we have the potential to see the first Miracle Priest mirror, at least that I've cast throughout this tournament. And this can be a very, very wacky one if it does turn out to be the mirror because, well, you can say just go all in and pop off first and hope they don't have Shard of the Naru. But if they do have the Shard, then you are very, very far behind. Then again, you could say, they're gonna shard your board, then build their board, then you just shard their board, and suddenly it's just a battle of 2-5s trading back and forth. But there are ways to catch the opponent off guard. I think the main one is holding on to Bless for actual lethal potential, because that's the biggest burst you can get that's not really immediately punished by a shard on the other side if you can just hold that in hand and save it for the right moment. But it's Jpmixter that's going to move to the Mozaki, so we're actually seeing the same matchup as a while ago from the other side.
Yep, similar deck lists. Obviously, I think there are some differences from what I remember checking. No?
It's exactly the same.
Exacties on the Mage. And there's a card difference on the Priest. Can I spot it? Can I use my spotting skills?
Yeah, there's 2 Bless for Jpmixter. Only 1 on MrLovaLova's side, and Jpmixter has actually altogether cut Xyrella. I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
I didn't know you're allowed to do that.
And there's an Elec mount just thrown in for extra buff in the MrLovaLova deck as well, so... Yeah. A little tiny bit more sustained, but nothing to mean anything. Like you say, no Xyrella was probably illegal. It was going well for him.
I mean, it's a zero respect for aggro matchups, I suppose. Although you can make the argument that against aggro, if you can just get down your Nazmani and pop off earlier, that wins a lot of those as well. But I'd make the argument that that's not necessarily the case for aggro Druid and Zui type boards. However, maybe Jpmixter just didn't think that there would be that many in the field, and to be fair, there are not. Anyway, he is on Mozaki Mage now with 0 card draw. This is not a good opener. Best he can do is generate a biscuit and hope to top deck AI for the next turn.
Yeah, this is not ideal at all. If he doesn't get anything to draw in the next turn or two, this can go wrong. We saw the pressure that he put on himself in the previous game, which obviously got answered, but he's just got no answers. He's got a little bit of a freeze here and a prayer. And Hot Streak is not a hot streak in this situation. It is a disaster.
Yeah, probably the worst draw in his deck straight up for this turn. Meanwhile, MrLovaLova has gotten a banger of an opening hand. Look at that double thrive. He's already played 1. And then the palm reading, which will corrupt the insight, which... Oh, the second palm reading as well. Okay. He is going to pop off really, really hard. He just needs to get a Nazmani from the insight. And perhaps a copy spell would be nice. Oh, yeah.
Oof.
Ooh.
Biscuit number 2.
JpmixTer's facial expression says it all. There's nothing he can do with this hand except pray for better top decks. And very clever, not even going for the ping here. Any incremental damage really doesn't matter here. It only gives MrLovaLova the potential to actually get value from his gift of the Naru a bit later on.
Yeah, one of the nuances playing against this deck is if you're not going to do a lot of damage, don't do any damage. Talking of a lot of damage, though, MrLovaLova is going off.
Bless up, he says, and he's gonna be able to play that and the Elec mount. The one saving grace for Jpmixter is that it is still a relatively narrow board, only 2 minions, 1 copy effect only. And for now, the value train for MrLovaLova stops, right? He doesn't have any further card draw. He has a tradable, but that's by no means guaranteed to be a huge amount of resources. Spreading the threats a little bit. And then holding on to the Bless for burst damage later on. I can respect the line.
JpmixTer, what have you put in your deck? What is going on?
Yeah, pure garbage. He can clear 1. Either the bigger or the smaller, actually. But the bigger is very expensive to deal with, so I'd rather he just ping and kill the 2/5 with First Flame Brain Freeze, I suppose. Maybe you go... You could activate a Siphon Mana, but I just don't think it's worth it with this hand.
Yeah, he needs some way of winning the game should he survive or draw anything of use.
Okay, if he's starting with First Flame on the shield, it means he is looking towards activating a Siphon Mana by going Brain Freeze Siphon. And I suppose if his very next draw is like AI or Multicaster and that subsequently gets him Mozaki and Cram Session, then having the discounts banked is probably better.
Okay. I mean, he's almost certain to draw a card of use next turn. It's just a case of whether that's going to be too late by then.
Okay, so instead here he holds onto the Brain Freeze, and this is actually a much better line than what I was suggesting because he holds onto the freeze effect. It was not really necessary to just deal with the minion here. I was just looking at it because it had the exact amount of damage. Oh my god, that's a Malagos. Yeah, that was an excellent draw for MrLovaLova. It is not quite playable yet this turn, but next turn it can come down, refill everything, and if Jpmixter is not able to deal with this board, then it's very likely that MrLovaLova can...
Wow.
Yeah, I don't believe this.
Just gonna wow.
0 card draw, 0 card generation. Like, if this were at least a Rune Orb, he could hope to get Devolving Missiles or something, but nope.
Well, he's gonna get another turn. Just one of those 5-1 in a Masters Tour, and you get this draw.
Yeah.
In the reverse of a game you just lost the other way around as well.
He already knows that there's a chance that the inside minion is Malagos. That would be the best outcome. He's hoping it's Zyrella or the other Nazmani, but he's gonna get the bad news that it is indeed Malagos the Spellweaver. MrLovaLova is gonna draw an entire hand of spells. He can discount further with Power of Word Fortitudes, both of them. Desperate Prayer, Draconic Studies, oh my gosh, it's insane. Alex for burst damage as well.
We're running out of ways to say how silly this is, but this is Miracle Priest at its best. This is what it does.
I was looking at Ysera, but actually thinking of the spells that Ysera provides, you're not actually better off, right? Because all of Ysera's burst is still dependent on having a board, and the one thing MrLovaLova is scared of here is Rune Orb into Devolving, something like that. Nope.
Yep. Jpmixter just gives up that terrible game for him. Like, nothing he could do at any point there. Just a whole bunch of the garbage cards you put in that deck to make Mizaki work. It just drew all of them.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, it feels bad to call them garbage cards because MrLovaLova had the exact same list, but he drew the good things, the things he needed.
Yeah, to elaborate, I mean, in Mizaki, you have to play some cards that are fairly mediocre, otherwise the whole deck doesn't work. They're not terrible cards, they're playable Hearthstone cards, but like, Mana Biscuit is there purely to fuel Mizaki and get it reduced, of course, and that sort of thing. It's just, ugh. So, down to the deck that I have been pretty hard on all the way through this tournament, and it's the Kaz Druid, as we have now labelled it.
Yeah, this is
Hate it as much as I do? Or...
I don't know. I think that I honestly think the deck's pretty strong, but maybe I was very heavily influenced by watching people in Pony Dojo just completely annihilate their opponents game after game using this. But I am particular that the list that I think is good is this version from MrLovaLova, the one without Glowfly. And I know Raven is gonna fight me on this, but I like the fact that you run armor and you're all in on the Kazakhstan game plan, because I think this one has a lot more survivability versus aggro, and that's the weakest matchup for the Kazakhstan deck, and then everything else about the deck revolves around just getting Kazakhstan online as soon as possible and abusing the treasures. I think when you streamline the deck that way, it seems to be even more powerful.
Okay, Raven might not fight you, because his whole point is he took out the Kazakhs to make the deck do the opposite thing really well, if that makes sense. So maybe both are valid viewpoints there.
We shall see a bit later on.
innovate, coin in hand. It won't be much later on.
The top deck Nazmani. Okay, so if you know you're running against the Glowfly version, you just windmill slam the Nazmani. It's so hard for them to clear it. They need exactly Lunar Eclipse. However, the version MrLovaLova is running has the double Feral Rages. And yeah, that is going to, potentially clear if there's also ramp to get through a hero power, and then there's bog beams as well. There's just a lot more removal and anti-aggro tools. So Jpmixter just does not feel confident about playing the Nazmani, and he's greeting the palm reading as well for even more discounts.
Okay.
Oh, so expensive. This is not what you want to see when you have a hand that already contains Malagos. One copy effect, my bad, in the Gift of Luminance. So it's not a complete disaster, but I don't know if Tianming is able to pop off next turn and immediately play Malagos, because that's the whole goal here. You're trying to outpace the Kazakhstan, but he has to go in.
We will feed on this world.
Yeah, he saw a card kept in the mulligan. There's no reason to keep anything in the mulligan unless you're going to hit somebody with it. He knows it's in hand from the play. So, gotta go for it, come what may.
Okay, get something cheap from Inu. That's a big deal. Essentially, when you're working with two Nazmanis, every spell that costs 0 is also giving you a Lightning Bloom in a way. Just ramping up and up and up. But the Bless double discounts Mali, which is not the order you wanted. If you discounted Thrive, the Mali would still not be playable, right? Unless you hit exactly a 0 cost spell from the Thrive. So Tianming is 1 turn behind on the ideal. Kazakhstan played. Let's see what's in the 5 boxes. Wand, Insta Book. I guess you have enough removal. So Army Knife now. Oh, Insta Locusts. This is just an insane Kazakhstan already. It's the perfect spells for beating Miracle Priest.
Yep. And all right, this is your turn. This is the one go you get.
Prayer for more discounts. You just dump that because Mali's filling your hand anyway. Insight for the Zyrella. And oh wait, he's not running one. It's for the other Nazmani. Yeah, good order. So in this spot, Tianming is just going all in. He's gonna play every amount of buff he can. And copy spells, potentially even get down another dragon, and pray to whatever gods are listening that there is no Wand of Disintegration drawn for MrLovaLova. Ideally, none even discovered in the first place from Kazakhstan. Whereas MrLovaLova is praying pretty much exactly just to find the wand. That's all this is now. Oh! Okay, there's more to it now. Oh yes, that is playable if he just goes a bit faster, but maybe he doesn't want to play it this turn, because now he can actually afford to hedge around 1, right? He has an alternate win condition if the board gets cleared, and it will. But he's playing
Gotta be quick here.
Oh yeah, there's no time. What are the treasures?
No. Help, it's gonna be auto treasure.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, the last one was an auto treasure. That's the only one that I really got a good look at, and he picked Beastly Beauty over Bubba, and that is not something you want. In the treasure battle, Beastly Beauty is just too low value. Okay, Moonlit number 1 did not get a wand, which is unfortunate. You probably have to take a Noyoharn because Book of the Dead's so expensive here. Yeah, that's unplayable right now. But maybe it's playable later. Okay, there's the wand. That's all he needed. So this board goes poof. And now we're in officially a treasure battle, Lorinda.
Yep, and starting off with an 8-7 versus nothing with card draw and treasures in hand versus random treasures. Well, at least some of them are.
Only the last one, I think. I think Tianming picked 4 out of 5 and then auto-picked Beastly Beauty.
Krusty the Crustacean. Just sounds like a bad children's TV show.
Krusty Krab? Is this a Krabby Patty? About to be. Oh, he took alignment? Wow. Really? That looked like a pretty good Judfang. He has nature spells in hand, but I guess it's unnecessary. Maybe he's just trying to lock out the game using alignment, but I don't know. If you align them, then their Locust / Wand costs 1 and they can still deal with your board.
You're not a monster.
But yeah, this is the punish for the rope out from Tianming. Granted, I think the only better option on that last pick was Bubba, and that wouldn't really have done much to this board either.
Right. Yeah, the minions are sort of mediocre, right? It's the spells that are the big deal as far as I've seen, at least. Feel free to correct me if I've got that wrong, because I have still only learned about half of them.
Hold on. There is... 12 damage on board and 2 books. Is this lethal? If you can just discount the books enough, and he can by killing 1 additional minion, and he absolutely can do that. Yeah, okay. That's just the game, right?
And the match as well.
True.
3-0. Call him fantastic. MrLovaLova taking it down against one of the best players in the world. Wow. Easy.
Crazy stuff. I do think I have to eat my words on the first book pick, because even though it was not playable immediately that turn, I think MrLovaLova was already aware that it's fine. You don't have to play the book if you have the wand anyway. And then just have books in hand to deal 14 damage burst. That is very strong versus any class in the game. Just seemed very, very one-sided towards the end there. JPmixter, maybe if he had been able to pop off 1 turn sooner, could have pressured MrLovaLova enough. And by that I mean if he had gotten all the discounts on Malagos and had that be played the same turn as all the Nazmanis. But his spell discovers being pretty expensive and having to eat some of the discounts really did not work out very fortunately for him there. And also just the fact that there was wand on the other side meant that he had almost no chance after Casie stuck.
And I think that match was so quick that we are going to try and jump into yet another round 7 match just while we're waiting for the round to finish. Have a look at potentially Nalguidan versus Sinah. We'll have a look what pops up on the screen for us.
That's going to be a fun one. For once, I'm familiar with both players if we do get that match. Of course, everybody should know Nalguidan at this point. World's caliber player, nothing less. Sinah, however, I think a relatively new name to the scene. I've just queued him on ladder many, many times last year, and he's a very friendly person. We saw Gabby even tweeting that he's a really cool guy after Gabby beat him to a pulp. Go follow him. And then Sinah, I think, went on to defeat Blythe later on in the Swizz. So he's just been very, very consistent in appearing in the Masters Tours. He tweets in English occasionally and is very open about sharing his thoughts on the meta and the game and the players that he learns from. I would also recommend a follow, just like Gabby said.
If you recommend it and Gabby recommends it, I think I may have to just go and do that follow. I'm going to do that right now, in fact, so I don't forget.
Taking a look at his
But it is an
lineup.
important match, right? 2-2.
Yes, we are just going into the final game of the series. Both are players with very good scores right now. I'm not quite sure if they're on the 6-1, or sorry, if this would lead one person to going 7-0, or if right now they're at 5-1. But either way, this could be the match that gets one player into the money, gets a match. It could be a match that gets one player into the top 16. And despite all of that, of course, it's 2022 and EWC. Every win counts. And for Sinah, I think this could be just yet another win that cements him as a very, very solid player. Imagine going through the Swiss, defeating grandmasters left and right, earning the respect of Gabby. I think this is enough to put Sinah on the map for sure. And he's got a pretty solid lineup from the looks of it. This just looks like the good stuff lineup to me. The Burn Shaman, the Mozaki Mage, the Miracle Priest, and the Kazakhstan Druid, which is the version that I'm less of a fan of, but still definitely has some potential in there with the Glowfly Swarm.
And Nalguidan down to the Quest Hunter, but also been playing the good stuff, playing the Burn Shaman, the Expendable DH, and some sort of warrior. Great control warrior?
Oh, yeah. I was like, isn't there only one warrior right now with Galvangar? But I am wrong. This is Control Warrior,
yeah.
But at the top end, there's not the combo. There is Kazakhstan and Raid Boss Onyxia. So a bit of a shame that we won't be seeing that on stream, because we are just down to game 5 now. But this is still a very interesting deck that Nalguidan is left on in the Quest Hunter. We saw Hunter Ace put on a show with this, and this is even a pretty interesting build of it with the secrets in there. I saw somebody running secrets, which are all different spell schools, right? With Hunter, they're all different colors, and so you can play multicaster if you like, but that's not present in Nalguidan's list. I feel like Quest Hunter has potential. There's so many different ways to go about building it. Can't wait for someone to truly refine it and have that be a staple in the meta. But for now, Sinah is left with Burn Shaman, and I am not liking Nalguidan's chances, because Burn Shaman, they don't have to get on board later on if they don't want to. Like, they can start with minions that don't all immediately get cleared by Bola Shot, deal some chip damage, and then after that, stay off the board, strand the spells in the Quest Hunter's hand so that they can't really progress quest or get too much value after the quest, and then just shoot all their burn spells face.
Doomhammer.
Yeah, the Hunter is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place there. It has to remove the early minions, which obviously it doesn't mind doing, but it's going to take, let's say, 12 damage in the process, and then it's so easy to just save up. On the upside, there's an Ice Trap main deck. Some judicious using of that would be rather handy. It is only the one, but it can sometimes buy you the extra turn you need. But not the start Nalguidan's going to want to see here with Lady Vash coming straight out turn 2. That's always just so much extra pressure.
It is very manageable pressure for Nalguidan, though. In fact, he has the perfect way to answer it with Arcane Shot plus Wound Prey, or if he wants, he can even Wound Prey coin the Dragon Bane shot, but that coin probably will get more utility a little bit later on. So I'm okay with just the 2 spells, get that first proc of the quest done. But for Sinah, even though Nalguidan is progressing his quest, it's fine because Sinah just needs to kind of occupy Nalguidan's time in these first few turns, make sure that the card draw train can keep rolling, play a bunch of spell schools so that when he hits multicaster, he can just get maximum value and double up on that value with the macaws, and then put together some burst of his own.
Yeah, is playing the one Note Taker, which again is a card that I've been pretty hard on. I don't think it's particularly good in Shaman, but I think it might be very good in this exact situation where you're trying to play from off the board, do slightly more combo damage. So that might come in handy as well.
Alright, so Nalguidan does decide to hold on to Arcane Shot, gives up the coin in exchange for having the honorable kill effect from the Dragon Bane shot, which is, you know, nothing to scoff at. Just having extra spells is technically more going towards your quest completion, even though he loses some flexibility having used the coin. I think it's still fine. Sinah, with the top deck of Sleepbreaker, has the option to cycle using that, but I think I'd still prefer to see the Dungeoneer here for mana efficiency.
I think so too. The one problem there is he knows there's the shot in hand, so it would get traded into and shot again, so maybe he's going to come up with something a bit different. I don't know what difference there is. You can portal the 1/1, but that seems a bit ambitious, so yeah, I probably agree with you here.
Really tough because Sleepbreaker also gets shot without the 1/1 even having to go in. So Sinah has to decide, like, is he okay with letting Nalguidan get so much extra value if it means that Sinah himself gets to keep cycling? And my instinct would be probably, but Sinah is going for the ambitious line, like you said, and gets himself a, what's it called, Blistering Ooze or something like that. And this is Dragon Bane fodder.
Yep. And that was the plan, right? It was to avoid getting this exact situation for the Dragon Bane. That's what he was trying to play around. Getting a 2-health minion is not unlikely, but it's not favoured. So that was what he was trying to achieve. And that's another turn ticking by, which isn't good news for him, but still plenty of card draw to come over the next few turns.
Oh, Blistering Rot. It's technically not named Ooze, but it is definitely an Ooze.
Oh, it makes ooze, doesn't it?
Oh, that's
it's like water isn't wet, it just makes things wet.
But water is wet.
No, it's
also
not. We should argue about that another time.
Okay.
Maybe I'll argue with TJ about it.
Well, Nalguidan.
Shot number 3?
Yeah, he's already done. Pavish on curve. Unbelievable. However, Sinah can at least develop the Cavern, so if Nalguidan wants to spend the entire turn playing Tavish, then Sinah can push some face damage. And the Tavish 7/7 itself, I'm just gonna say, is never gonna be able to attack face because Sinah has freeze effects. This has to be a Zapper, right? This is just the most efficient.
I think so. I think he may be just looking at the Guild Trader, though, because he's been off board for so long that he may need a more powerful combo later. I think you have to at least consider that, but I would take the Zapper, I feel.
That's close. I mean, you could say Trader... Yeah. Trader is, of course, more damage than the Novice Zapper, but the reason most people default to Zapper is because you don't generally get more damage than the mana you save by playing, the mana you spend by playing Guild Trader. And also the Zapper is one more overload card, which has synergy with Landslide and Overdraft. But Sinah is maybe looking at the cycle aspect, like you said.
Or just sticking it on the board. So many choices there. Hard to know exactly which one he's seeing.
Very ambitious versus a Quest Hunter with Quest done. Right? Have almost infinite removal by that point. So it is just going to be going for minions and copying the Sleep Breaker, Battle Cry. Anything for cycle seems decent here.
One thing's for sure, we're going to know who wins this match in about 2 turns' time either way, because things are hotting up both on the Quest side and on the Shaman side.
So for Nalguidan, he has access to Thalnos, Wound Prey, and Aim Shot, so that means he can fit in 3 hero powers, or he can just forgo the Thalnos, get 4 hero powers by playing another spell. That's probably more efficient. So hero power, the staggered aimed shot, the macaw, hero power again on the staggered, and then wound prey, the sleep breaker. Okay, looks like it's not even going to be aimed shot, which means this is not a full clear, right?
Yeah, I think he's aware that if he just keeps using minions, he is using resources. So if he keeps using the Dragon's Bane shot, then he isn't using resources, so he can get away with it.
That's true. Yeah, and my bad, I miscounted. It is still a full clear. I forgot about this last hero power at the end. So yeah, very efficiently done from Nalguidan. He is hoping that his Tavish can get to go face the next turn because he can start to push a lot of damage, given that he saved the aim shot for going face. Still has the Thalnos. Wound Prey can go face as well, and even the Dragon Bane, right? As long as, I mean, you never get honorable kill, or you only get it when it doesn't matter. But
yeah,
I've heard of it.
okay, full draw multicast.
Lots of damage.
This is a lot. Oh my goodness, I can't even count it up. So Guild Trader plus Zapper next turn will be 4 mana. You can play Bolt, 6 mana, 1 Frostbite, 8 mana. Another Frostbite is 10 mana, which you can do with the Lightning Bloom, but by that point you'd rather Overdraft. So I think he can play everything except 1 Frostbite. And how much damage is that? He's counting it right now. I love this, that he's not ending his turn, just maximize everything. But because you cannot play everything next turn, just send 1 Frostbite face. This makes a lot of sense. And then, okay, let's count again. Plus 3 spell damage on each of these.
I think it's 25, but I might be wrong, so please count.
Yeah, so Bolt, Frostbite is 18, and then you've played 5 worth of Overload plus 3 spell damage, so it's another 8. So it's 26.
6. Yeah, I missed out the Zapper overload, so yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Oh my goodness, that is so much damage. And Nalguidan also has had to do some counting for himself, but I don't think the mana was there in order to deal 24. It was a lot of damage, but not quite enough, and that means Sinah, unbelievably, is going to take down the Tavish on curve quest completion from Nalguidan.
Yep.
And you already know he was deliberately counting it last turn, right? For sure he sees this.
Yeah, and it paid off, right? Because it allowed him to fire the extra damage into face that he needed to do without any wastage. So making sure he had the mana and all that adding up. Absolutely paying off on this turn. And now he'll take forever to triple, double, multiple checklists.
Triple double. Me too.
Yeah.
But he's going for it. Sometimes as Burn Shaman, you're kind of like, I set up this play. If it's not there, I lose anyway. Let's just go for it. And then you can shame concede if you look stupid. But oh my goodness, what a pop-off. I'm such a big Sinah fan now. Once again, recommending the follow.
I already did it. He would have seen that before the game, of course, but there you go. Popping off, taking it down 6-1. Almost incredibly likely to make top 16, let's go with. Depending which round he lost in. And now he's got a whole round to sit there and try and just calm down a little, I think. That was definitely, obviously, the end of a really tense series. We did only see game 5, but when control warriors are involved and you've lost to one, it tends to take a while.
That is true. He does have very good tiebreakers, so at 6-1, it feels like he might already be in to top 16, but I don't want to make any sweeping announcements just yet. For now, Sinah should just try and calm down, play his best through that last series, and Nalguidan can still maybe turn it around depending on how well his tiebreakers went, right? Because he can still go 6-2 if he wins again in round 8. Man. Look at that winner screen. I just want to have that on loop for a while. Animal-themed hoodie, big pop-off, solid counting from Burn Shaman. What more could you ask for?
I'm not even going to go there, Gia. I've seen the sort of shows you put on with people, so yeah. Let's have a look which players are doing well before we just quickly move on. Ike, 6-1. Furyhunter, 6-1. Who else is there? Judgment, 6-1. Dreadeye 6-1, Casie, Swids, DeadDraw. Oh my goodness, Monsanto's 5-2, Nalguidan still 5-2, yeah, XC 5-2. There's a lot of strong players lining up to go into this final round of the day with a great chance of top 16. Who's going to make it, Gia? Actually, no, we don't ask.
No, don't ask me, don't ask me. I won't say who's
She'll get the hate mail if it goes wrong.
Am I allowed to say who I'm glad to see? Or is that also cursing someone? Oh, I don't know. I'm just going to say it like, oh, DeadDraw coming back with a really good result. That everybody loves to see that. That's not just me, to be fair. So, yeah, I should not speak anymore because I might just be cursing people.
Unless you name them all, and then we'll see what happens to the bracket as they all...
Oh, true. Can you name them all again, Miranda? Let me just pull off all the names as well. Surely I can't.
I think that
all right.
I'm sure you'd find a way from your record last year. I mean, I'm not exactly doing great here. You're the only person I can actually pick on in predictions because I've done so badly myself. Anyway, I don't think they want to hear me waffle on any longer. Round 8 is being set up. We're going to get there for you in just 2 or 3 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Back for the final round of the day very soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to kick off round 8, the final round of the Swiss, and we've got a great match to start with, honestly, TJ. We've got DeadDraw versus Ike. Seems like this could easily be a match from, 2 years ago at this point, maybe even longer. But it's going to be a great one because both players are bringing some pretty interesting lineups and just some cool deck choices overall. And I don't know if you've seen it, TJ, but Ike's especially proud of this priest.
Yeah, it's not your typical miracle priest. Well, I mean, I guess you still call it miracle priest.
Well,
it doesn't really do like the crazy miracle thing. It's like a tempo priest almost.
Well, it feels more like like the combo priest within a fire back in the day. It feels more like that, right? Because he's running like the double bless. He's got the bunker in there that he's very, very happy with. Yeah, and it just feels a lot more like just make the minions early and make them very, very large indeed. He's playing the Imprisoned Homunculus, the Cleric as well. So it's much more of land an early minion and build on that and make it just big enough for it not to be a problem. Because there aren't that many decks that actually really silence or like insta-kill minions, right? So if you make something really big, it's kind of difficult to actually deal with in the early game.
Yeah, it's got the Whelp Bonker in there, which is quite a cool card as well. Frenzy and Honorable Kill, draw a card. It's sort of like Acolyte of Pain, but more health, and it's a Frenzy, so it can only happen the once. But you might be able to still draw cards if you can get Honorable Kill with it. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's the closest comparison I suppose we could draw to it.
Yeah, to be fair, with the fact that Priest can heal and the actual attack buffs it can give, maybe you can work it out to get some honorable kills. But let's take a quick look at the first deck from DeadDraw. It is going to be this Owl Lock, or the sort of OTK version, and this seems to be the go-to, at least for this tournament, that I've seen over Handlock. We've seen a lot of Handlocks, of course, but this seems to be a little bit more consistent in what it wants to achieve.
Well, against certain lineups, right? We've seen so many of the Owl Lock versus insert combo deck where they just draw the removal side of their hand. They're just trying to spend cards, killing their own minions to create board space, and then they're just too slow to compete with some of the decks that can execute their combo faster without, sort of interacting their board with their board. So I don't know. The DeadDraw does have the Knolls in the deck, which not every player has the Knolls, which does give it some cards to dump when your hand is full, right? While you're trying to search for the Rune Mithril Rod. Also some board presence to maybe make it a little bit easier for you to get your owl down on curve. It's got some stuff, right? The deck that I'm most curious about, besides this priest from Ike, is the warrior from DeadDraw, but we'll cross that bridge when we get over it. Ike doesn't even have a name.
It's so crazy. There's just no name. It's the Voldemort deck. You just don't call it by its name and it's fine. But yeah, this deck, as you can see now, the Whelp Bunker again. I think just the big thing is just one of the cards that's not at least featured in there, which is just that Bless. Like you can see, Whelp Bunker, 3 mana, 1/5. And with actually just having the increased health, it's much easier to get that attack up and just be another early game threat. DJ, are you back now?
Yeah.
Okay, you're okay, good. I was just saying, like, the Bonker, you can see it as a 1/5 with Bless and, other sort of card generation to buff it. It can be really dangerous really early in the game. There aren't that many things that can, if Priest can land it early with some of the 1-drops as well. That's like a very awkward board. You look at, well, Bonker on the turn that maybe a Homunculus pops out, and then suddenly you've got 2 5-health minions to deal with out of nowhere. And if you can deal with them both, well, it's normally impossible. If you deal with one, well, the other one's still sitting there. So I'm very excited just to see how this priest does.
Yeah, a lot different from what we've become accustomed to over the past few days with essentially watching only Miracle Priest. I think it has been only Miracle Priest because we did watch a series from Ike earlier on. We didn't actually get to see the priest in action. I can't remember if it was banned or if we just like went into the series in progress and it had already taken a win, which, you know, probably takes a win really quickly in all these series. So that could be a likely possibility as well. But yeah, we'll see. Owllock does have a ton of reach with the removal. And with the, you know, combinations of Moargs with Grimoires, with School Spirits, Touch, Drain Soul, right? So
Yeah.
I feel like you do have to be a little bit smart with how you build your boards, right? Try to play around the breakpoints because those things do come later unless Rune Mithril Rod is out early on in the game.
Yeah, I think this was the middle ground matchup he could have got with this priest. Arguably, the Demon Hunter matchup could have been better for him. Again, I'm not a specialist in this priest myself. I'm just going off the overall deck. But he's probably happy he's not ran into the warrior, right? Because this warrior is a control warrior with the likes of Brawl and sort of like hard-hitting big removal that can sort of remove some of the effects of just this sort of focus on a few minions from Ike. But anyway, let's get into this game. It is going to be the Warlock on the top there from DeadDraw and Ike on the Priest. Both players at 6-1. And whoever wins this is looking great to make it into that top cut, right, with a 7-1 score.
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
Yep.
And then 6-2 has a chance, especially if you get your second loss this late, right, in the last round. Ike, his 2 losses would have come in the last 2 rounds because I believe he was 6-0 going into round 7. So the breakers would be looking pretty good. But it is, you know, what is it, 1 or 2 players?
I think it's 2, but again, don't no one hold me to
it
this.
It depends on the amount of
2
players in the field with 8 rounds of Swiss if you're cutting to a top 16. For all intents and purposes, becomes double limb, right? Everybody can pretty much say that, okay, if I lose twice, it's unlikely. And then you can look at it as a couple of the players with 2 losses just get a nice little bonus.
Yeah, it's like a nice surprise to end the day.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I'm still in.
I packed up all my stuff. Now I've got to unpack it. What's going on? Here, though, the Homunculus coming down on turn 1. Going to be pretty good as well there. Ike is going to have to start cycling a little bit because it's a bit too early to have especially 2 Power Word Fortitudes in his hand. So he'll be definitely wanting to just pull something back soon. And on DeadDraw's side, does have that coin, of course, and the Rune Mithril Rod. And get away with it, just trying to do everything he can possibly do to get to coin that rod out will be really huge. And as you mentioned earlier, TJ, these 2 nulls already are looking to have a really big impact on this game.
Oh yeah, massive. That's like one of the upsides of the Homunculus is just that you get to interact with it before your opponent gets to interact with it.
Yeah.
And even though you don't get to attack right away, you can sometimes beef it up to the point where your opponent can't remove it. And Ike's just going to go ahead and use the Devour right now just to get it out of range of the null. So I think that's pretty smart.
And again, going back all the way back to the combo priest from back in the day, this is the fear, right? You always think, can I leave this minion alive for a turn? What can happen? Is there going to be more buffs and then it becomes unkillable? And there is a way, actually, that DeadDraw can kill this. He can play the null for 2 and then coin out the Drained Soul. Do you think that's worth it? Or do you think he should just say, on 4 mana, it's unlikely it really pops off and just a bump will be enough?
I think it's worth it. Like, you can say, oh no, it delays my Rune Mithril Rod and I backfire so I could pop off, but like, this is the only way that Ike's deck wins is just by sticking something with high health and then making it so beefy that none of this stuff would remove it. So just get it out of the way while you can, and then now DeadDraw has some time, because as it currently stands, Ike would have to use like a Powered Fortitude to be able to even just get rid of this null. And other than that, DeadDraw has the lead, the board lead.
It might even be worthwhile to just go fishing with Palm Reading instead this turn. Was he going to start Cleric? Okay, activates the Cleric on his opponent. That makes sense.
Sun bear down upon you.
Nothing great, is it?
You could just, if you don't like any of them, you could pick the shard and trade it.
Yeah, or I was thinking just renew, just to go fishing for something else. But I guess
Sure.
in that sense, maybe the trade would just be better because then you're drawing a card you chose to put in your deck as opposed to trying to fish. So that does make sense.
Yeah.
I do like him not going for Power Word though, because I think Fortitude just wouldn't really be enough, right? 5 damage is already there from the null if he went to trade, and that just negates so much of the power of trying to make like a big minion.
Yep.
And already, like, you mentioned when we were talking about this list from DeadDraw, and there's a few other players with this, but this null tech, which definitely isn't super common, it has just been so helpful so far in this game. If this game went against someone else with this list, but without the nulls, they would be in trouble, I think, by now already.
Yep. And now Ike's got all the buff in the world and nothing to buff.
Could potentially look at maybe a long-term plan with the Psyche split, because he can always just steal his opponent's minion, right, and then buff his higher, so then it feels a little bit safer. It's definitely a difficult choice, though.
Yeah. It's going to be shard again and trade. Imprisoned Homunculus would probably be the best draw right now. Again, because DeadDraw has the lead, and Ike would be able to beef it up before DeadDraw could touch it. Okay, another palm reading. Oh, once he gets a minion.
Once he gets that bonker,
Oh,
he's in a good place.
deliverance. Can he manipulate any health? Oh, he can.
He can heal, heal, and then deliverance.
So this turn you do nothing. I guess you get the heal out of the way.
Yeah. Use the mana, right?
Yeah.
Now, does DeadDraw try and kill off his own? No. Does he make the read?
Or you don't even have to kill it off.
Yeah, you could like School
just-
Spirits, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess School Spirits would kill it off because the Blood Mage Soundhouse on board.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking that if he tries to reduce its health, potentially, then I could just heal it again. He'd have to do very specific amounts of damage, right?
Yeah. He's thinking.
There's no way he considers this, right? There's
Cogs
no
are
way he
turning.
considers deliverance.
I don't know. He plays a lot of Hearthstone.
He does. But does he play a lot versus this deck?
Maybe he's thinking even if Deliverance comes out, then I can handle it.
Can he though? There's double Power Word, Fortitude, and Bless, and Psyche split.
Yeah.
He can just
Oh,
split it
jeez.
as well. Oh, it's so sick. I wouldn't have even thought about this turn if I was like, I would have just locked it in because it's cool. It's just a good turn.
Yeah, he's calculating the mana, I mean, these Powered Fortitudes have been in the hand for 2 palm readings.
Yeah.
So they're definitely still going to cost nothing. Big.
Plays the second one. Bless.
Big.
Split.
Big.
Oh. Just set up lethal.
Big.
DeadDraw's just like, I wasn't prepared to deal with 2 16 attack minions with 16 and 17 health,
Yeah.
respectively.
Yeah, and he actually doesn't want a gift here because it would put him out of lethal range.
Yeah. And he just doesn't
Drama.
need to, right?
Yeah.
And there's no. Oh wait, is that Hysteria on the far left?
It is Hysteria, yeah.
Okay. We can deal with this, right?
Well, yes, it's just what's the most efficient way. I think he'd like to be able to
More bones to gnaw on.
do a little bit more with the turn than just clear the board, right? Get some development.
Yeah, I mean, he can tap, which just reduces everything down anyway, right?
Yeah.
But that tap's worth it in itself because it just reduces so much more mana. And he can still do Hysteria if he needs it. A little bit surprised. Guess he had to play the null to be able to tap. Getting rid of it at this point is probably fine, right? The nulls have kind of done their job for both players at this point.
Very weird game of Hearthstone going on right now.
Yeah,
But it feels like Ike's on his last legs here.
Yeah, he can gift to draw a card, right?
Yeah, it's just like he used both powered fortitudes. It's going to take a while for him to get to the point where he has like a big enough thing.
Yeah. He would pretty much need to draw exactly what Sethic to be able to try and just generate more buffs.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing I can spot anyway.
Yeah, it's got to be Sethic then.
Yeah, and he's already used 2 palm readings, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's running a little bit low. And if this
there is a shard.
I say if this Idol of Yesharaj gets Sethic, that's just ticking both boxes, right? Big minion and it's a Sethic. Perfect.
Yeah.
Gonna draw cards with this as well, so well, if it dies this turn. Look at this though, DeadDraw is just whenever you like 2 weapons deep as this Warlock deck, you're having a good time, right? 29 health, well now 30 on his last charge of his second weapon. The whole combos, or at least is the whole combo? The majority of the combos reduced down.
Yeah, no Tamsin, no shipment. Though it's like depending on like the size of the board, might not even need the the Tamsin for phylactery.
Deliverance, go again.
Where the owl might be able to just be fit into the combo and not even have to be risked. So he would have to kill it off the same turn that he plays it, just in case, just so. Oh no, it actually wouldn't matter.
Okay, so Ike does have a Bless left in the deck. If he can get hold of any more health buffs. DeadDraw is going to commit an owl and looks like he's going to start just trying to get something done right now. Reduce the health down a little bit on this. Try and snipe the 10 attack. Oh, and he gets it. Well, that might be the final straw for Ike, I think.
There's still a bonker.
There's well, bonker riding an Elic. Doing a drive-by, hitting all the whelps.
Yep. Also just be leaving a morgue on board.
Must consider.
Got to do what you've got to
just
do.
hoping that with 5 cards left, like Phylactery is the last card.
I can't imagine Ike is holding out too much hope, but I think even if DeadDraw has it, then he has it soon, and you know the game will end anyway. So why not play a few extra turns, right? Just in case.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see how quickly that health on the bunker really pays off, right? Like starting health 5, and then just suddenly boom. Very, very scary indeed. I'm surprised this deck doesn't run Battleground Battlemaster or something, right? To just try and ninja some wins.
Doesn't need it.
It's true, yeah, that's true. Basically,
already
from those
ninjas
knolls
wins.
earlier. Yeah. Well, there's Tamsin. You just have enough without the imps? I think so, right? He has double.
Yeah, because it's
And the
it
owl.
costs 0.
Oh wait, yeah, he won't have it twice, right?
It costs 0. Yeah, it's only once. Because there's also another minion. There's the actual Elik.
It finishes before though, right? Like it doesn't spawn
but-
Elik.
But it was a 50-50. Yeah, he didn't get it.
Oh.
It wasn't guaranteed. It was a 50-50. Yeah, it spawns before, but he didn't have enough.
Yeah, the Moag didn't die. Yeah. That was huge. He needed everything to die at the same time, right?
Yeah, so
Couldn't he have done
needed
that
to have
with
coiled
coil?
first.
Yeah,
he could have done it with coil
yeah.
first. So it was guaranteed, just not the way that he did it.
Yeah. And now there's a Sethic, which means there's a...
Oh, jeez. This is like, there's not a lot of players that would have even stayed in this game.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those rare situations where you talk about, like, well, the only way he can lose is if his opponent messes up. And that's a pretty rare mistake from DeadDraw.
DeadDraw, 100%, yeah. You won't see that again, not for a while at least. And also, the big deal here is Tamsin, like, yes, is a good card, but as you can see, DeadDraw's fatiguing. This Warlock does not play the quest, so there's no sort of, well, fatigue's good for DeadDraw here. That is a problem. If I can stabilize, all he has to worry about for the short term is a few 3/3s, right? That's it. This is scary now. What does DeadDraw even do? Is this just like... Yeah, the problem is he can't kill the owl this turn to try and just go for the snipe. Oh, wait.
You know nothing of death. Allow me to
And clear first. And then just...
He actually could have cleared the owl that turn in hope for the snipe, right? Owl plus Moarg plus coil touch.
I'm just trying to see if...
But it's a 1 in 3.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if, like, how it will work now. Because the problem now is if Ike clears and he just hero powers, he's out of range, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's why I was trying to work out whether it was just better odds to go for a 1 in 3. Whereas now, as long as Ike presses hero power and there are no imps left on the board, well, even if the owl hits face, there's no way for DeadDraw to actually do that final point of damage without sticking minions, of course.
Ended up getting weird real quick.
Yeah, I mean...
Even any shadow spells left in the deck for the Nether Drake? I guess against all odds just clears this board.
Yeah, I think... Oh, so he's not... Oh, yeah, I mean, this is fine either way, right? He can, against all odds, play the One Maker and still heal. Now the Renew helps him out tons, of course. But he could have done that, and then there's even a chance that the Owl doesn't get to hit face, right? If it hits the 2-2, if DeadDraw can't kill the 2-2 at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. It's just going to get all the heals down first. He didn't need it, but just good sort of headspace to be in. Xyrella. Now I think it just slips away, right? There's no way. There's 8 damage from the Owl if it hits face, but where's the 4 coming from? DeadDraw doesn't have a realistic way to clear this board. The Homunculus is going to pop out next turn. That's another taunt minion in the way. Even if the Imps manage to stick, there's taunt. So I think this has just slipped away, and DeadDraw kind of let this game go, if I'm honest.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
He did play that turn with such confidence that I felt silly even doubting it.
Yeah, so the reason I was confused why you said about the Elik was I was like, well, they're all going to pop before the Elik comes out. But then I didn't really click that the Moag didn't die. And I was like, oh yeah, doesn't work like that, does it? I'll choose to try and just stick the owl. Do what he can. Maybe he gets to hit face.
Yeah.
But even now, he can just, if he really wanted to, just focus Will, right, on the owl to just remove the death rattle, and then he's only got the to deal with.
He could focus Will the wand maker and then bless it.
Oh, true.
And then
true.
just like take the damage. Oh, well, that's a shadow spell, so that actually activates the Nether Drake.
Yeah, he doesn't want it though, right?
I guess. It's a minion.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want it right now, because I think he wants to just have as much on the board as possible.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to make this this homunculus as big as possible, make sure he's going to heal himself every single turn, and I think this is where it ends. Yeah, you see the concede there from DeadDraw, and a rough game, and I think it is important to just remind everyone, as you said before, very rare mistake from DeadDraw there, and one that did cost him this game, but one that does not happen often. But Ike, fair play, he stayed in the game, he said, you know what, as I mentioned, there's at worst, even if it was 100% loss, it was a loss in like 2 turns time. Play the game out for that, for the amount of time it would take, and it paid off for him. He grabbed the win out from off the back of a mistake from DeadDraw, and yeah, I'm surprised it even went that long. I thought the game might have been over at this point, but I didn't see the hysteria on the far left of the hand, which obviously helps DeadDraw out a lot. But what a crazy game to kick off this series, TJ.
Yeah, and you know, given the circumstances, like you know, DeadDraw played that one quite well up until just that one moment, and I think Ike, with what he was given, played it as best he could.
Yeah.
And stayed in it, right? That's like the big thing. And just like a number of crazy things had to happen for DeadDraw. I don't know if he just counted it, thought it would die, thought the death row would be there. I'm sure he accounted for the fact that the phylactery actually costs 0, which doesn't happen often. That's 2 full rune mithril rods taking both times. I say it doesn't happen often, but maybe like 10% of games. I don't know.
Which isn't often, to be fair.
Which isn't, yeah.
I think that checks out, TJ. 1 in 10? Like, that's not often.
Yeah. Well, usually, like, it's hyperbole. I don't know. You say not that often. It's like a 1 in 100,000 chance. It's not that often. You think 1 in 10, you're like, 1 in 10? Heck yeah, I'll take it.
That's all the time. Like, wait a minute. So what percentage is all the time now? We're moving on.
Hearthstone, 70% is all the time. Because when I go and tell people I win all the time with this deck, it's like 70%.
Oh really? I say that when I mean a smooth 50. It's all the time.
52.
Yeah. Just above average is all of the time. Perfect. Yeah. Well, before we get too deep in this hole, this is the Demon Hunter from DeadDraw, and honestly very similar to a deck many players. I think this is one of the decks that has been the most submitted across the board. What do you make of this build, TJ? Are you a fan of this style of Demon Hunter right now?
I am actually, yeah. It does have some weaknesses in the fact that like there are some holes to the win conditions. Like it is capped out on damage. And you usually only run 1 expendable performer, so if you're forced to use that early and your Jace isn't beefed up, right? You just have to try and whittle down with a Kurtrus hero power. But it against like board-based aggro decks like this one from Ike, it has so much of that removal. Talented Arcanist, Fell Barrage, Fell Screen Blast, Immolation Aura. Magtheridon most players are running. You have all these board sweeps, and then Jace just does it again. And it's not like you have to wait a long time before you actually win the game, because against those board-based strategies, all of the normal stuff you're doing by trying to clear the board, sometimes that just nets you a win with Felfire, Deadeye, plus expendable performers after Kurtrus is played. So that's where I think the deck shines, even against some of the combo-ish decks in the metagame, like Kazakhstan. I don't know. Just Kazakhstan, any type of ramp druid, I guess. You can still get tons of damage potential with that combo. But again, it is capped out. The amount of damage you can deal in a single turn is, like, just with that combo is 28. And Jace is much lower because it's limited to just the Furies and the Fel Barrages.
I do like as well that Ike's sort of return to competitive play involves some kind of strange aggro-y style beast druid, because it's not the first time he's brought a deck like this to a tournament. I think, was it the championship he brought one? I can't remember.
Yeah.
What CT brought, like, was it like
Winter?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And it was just typical Ike of just going, oh, I've just made this cool deck, I'm going to submit it to a major tournament. It's like, oh, okay. And then we can see him doing it again. Both players 6-1 so far in Swiss. So these decks have been doing something, TJ.
Yeah, it was the championship where, like, for 4 days straight, all we did was play with envelopes.
Oh, yeah. And you had way too many.
Yeah. I don't know.
Is that the one where you did the prediction? Where it was like you taped it under the seat or something? Was it that one as well? I miss you special predictions, TJ.
Back when I was a genius.
Yeah, long gone now.
And a magician. And I'm just an idiot.
Same. My only problem is I've never been anything else. So far, though, Ike is starting to build up the board. Nothing too crazy in his hand yet, but I think any aggressive druid like this, if they have a composting in hand, that's some kind of plan, right? As long as they can draw cards, they can keep the pressure up, especially against a deck that's powerful at this sort of small minion removal.
Yeah.
I go for Heart the Wild here. It's adorable.
Heart of the Wild's a lot of power. I think I just want to go composting. Just Adorable Infestation, then play out the one, then composting. It's a big enough board to where DeadDraw really wants to get rid of it with the Immolation Aura.
Yeah, that's
Heart of the Wild doesn't really protect it enough.
Yeah, it's a sort of lose-lose situation for DeadDraw, right? Especially going into turn 5. He can't let this stick around with an Arbor up potential. And if he clears it, well, he just gives Ike 4 cards. So that's it's one of those frustrations that you can create as the Druid with composting.
Yeah, it just makes it awkward.
It up.
What?
He is going to immolate, right?
Doesn't have to.
Oh, it feels
Not like a law.
It's not. It just feels scary.
It's against the law to not Immolation Aura this board.
It is. It's just Arbor up is a nightmare. That's the problem, right? Like, I don't know if it's just a strict, I didn't count it, if it's just an insta-lose, but just the Arbor up push the damage is a big problem. Tons more options here for Ike. Can be offered another Heart of the Wild if he wants it. The only issue with that card is it is strong, but it's 3 mana, which is, you know, quite a heavy investment, right? You need to have built a board, the board needs to stick, and you need the 3 mana minimum spare to buff it 1/1.
Yeah.
With the solar though as well, that's kind of like an arbor up, right? You do solar heart.
There's just so much going on in this hand. It's just so difficult. Like, there's just so many ways to build a board, and it feels so difficult to know which way is the correct way.
This is nice though, what he's done. I do like the outcome of this turn. With the sort of, as you said, the varied cards he's got to do. Because he's got a, what, 4/5/2/3 stealth 2/2. It doesn't look like much, but it's enough for DeadDraw, who I'm sure is sitting there thinking, do I have to clear this board again? Because that's also something you can get locked into is, well, if he was scared of Arbor up last turn, well, surely it's close to just as bad this turn, right? So you start to get really worried. But at some point, DeadDraw's going to have to just not clear a board because he literally cannot do it all game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes you can do it all game. You just Immolation Aura the first 2 boards. You use the Kurtrus rushes to get the next board, and then you kill him the next turn with Deadeye.
Oh, yeah. Now, does it happen often or not often?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Oh, so 70% of the time, that's how you win this matchup. Good to know, TJ. I'll make a note.
You better.
Is that what we're doing now? Just working out what common phrases equal what win percentages?
Yep.
Every single turn I look at Ivers and just wonder, is this the turn? Because 5 mana is like not bad. It's not the biggest one you'll ever see, but it's not small either.
It's, what is it? It's a 5/5 when you play it on 5, on average. Because it gets all of the buffs and then +2/+2 twice. Both the buffs and +2/+2 twice.
Whoa. Those are just big minions.
Yeah. I want to see this Raid Negotiator in action.
Oh. All the time, the 70% TJ is here.
It just happens. Not dead if he plays it, because he'd gain the armor. Actually, how many times has he actually attacked? Are they 3/4 still?
Has he attacked at all?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's just been like all taunts all game.
Yeah,
so they don't. I don't think they even clear it. Yeah, that's crazy.
Because he went Immo, then he went Fell Scream. I don't even know if he's used attack once.
Wow. Okay.
He played Quest turn 1. Right. Yeah, well, there's as you mentioned before we got into this game. Sometimes you have to use the expendables defensively, right? And there it is.
Yeah.
Now with this
They're
fairly low,
expendable after all.
just like us. It's a very strange choice. Like, after seeing expendables, maybe Ike thinks he can play or turn into more of a late game style in which just picking Guff seems very strong. Right? He doesn't have any board-based buffs in his hand right now. Still got the Arbor Ups in the deck, of course, but without the board-based buffs, these minions, I don't know if you expect them to cut it. Maybe he can go Matriarch and double play Matriarch and an Owl to just rebuild a board. Yeah, I was going to say that's 0, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 and the Owl and something else all for 0. Here's the Raid Negotiator.
All right, here we go.
Oh, that's a buff. Denarius, next turn, easy.
How does Raid Negotiator work with what was that? The Corrupt do both? Does it do both twice? The Arborist?
Oh, I've got no clue. Don't ask me questions like that, teacher. I actually don't know.
That's like a paradox. What the heck?
The game just ends. Now though, the Arcanist and the Immo would get this board cleaned up. Then there's the original Druid Legendary Sinaris. Those are some good draws though for DeadDraw, right? He gets his quest propped. Hold of the Jace. Or at this point, is it just Ivus? Just slam it and say, look at all that removal you've used. Can you realistically kill the Ivus at this point?
Well, Cenarius is also very large.
Yeah, because the double.
Let's see.
Yeah. I'm still stuck on the Arborist, though.
I know. That's why I've been talking a lot. I assume that just broke you, TJ, thinking about that interaction. So I was like, he's gone. At least for this game, TJ's done.
Someone's got to know. Like, Sottle is usually the one that comes in is messing me. TJ, you're an idiot. It's obvious.
Probably
I'm waiting for the... Yeah, I'm waiting for the TJ, you're an idiot. It's obvious. And then the explanation. But,
although Sottle doesn't sleep often, it is coming up to 5 a.m. in the UK, so he might be taking a quick nap, so I'm sure he'll get back to you. He's going to go for Sinaris, though. Ike decides to go big here. And it is, again, as you said, quite a big board. I just feel like, maybe it's because I'm staring at Jace, but this board feels more manageable than like a big Divine Shield Ivus.
yeah.
But maybe that's because I'm just looking at DeadDraw's hand, right? Like,
Yeah.
really sticking out, is there?
No.
Do you think this just has to be a Jace turn?
There's just not like that much stuff that's been played. That's the problem.
Well, there's double
Fell Barrage and Jace.
Yeah, there's double Immo. He can use the Fell Barrage and then Jace for another one. Depending on ordering, he'll probably want the double Immos to go off first.
Yeah.
Hey, look, he might get an attack in.
Yeah, but
Buffing up that
he attacked into the Jace. Or into the scenarios.
Oh.
Yeah. Had to. At least this is now beefing up the Kurtrus a little bit. He's got some health to work with. And now... waiting for the Ivus. Is he actually waiting for maximum buff? Maybe Kurtrus played. Or Magtheridon, potentially?
Is Magtheridon going to be played? Like, how would DeadDraw kill the 1/3s? I think he's used every card in the deck that can actually clear them.
Yeah.
There is the Eldraki Warblade, so maybe cycle the Rustra, or just play Kurtrus and Warblades, right? Like, it's not the worst thing.
I have given up everything. What have you sacrificed?
Yeah, this is the issue, right? It's just gonna have to be like just a chip away strategy, or DeadDraw, because both like the big damage when conditions are gone.
Yeah. I think it's as good on DeadDraw's side of things. It's as good as it could possibly be, though, right? Because Ike's on.
Given the start, sure.
Yeah, and Ike's got one card. We know it's Ivus, but Ike's got like one card a turn at this point, right? Like this top deck, right? Squirrel does almost nothing at this point. I was a little bit surprised he didn't just spend the mana to equip a Warblade, and instead of using his hero power, just swing heal for 2. But he did get the Viper down instead, so he was getting that extra minion on board. looking at what DeadDraw's got left in the deck. It discounts some of those that are obviously been played, but
What if?
we've got a Studies in there and another Chaos Strike,
Wait,
so we can actually heal some of it.
Why does it show Kurtrus in there? Is it like the rank spells where
Maybe.
it only registers it if it's played with 0 buffs, so it just always shows in the deck?
Yeah, because like that's one.
'Cause it's a rank?
So
Okay,
upgraded,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, okay, it makes sense to me now. It probably doesn't make sense to anybody who's watching, but it makes sense to us because we've been living with it for so long.
For us 6 people in the world, it makes sense. But yeah, there's the Ivers finally. There's still the 2 2/2s on board as well. The Frostwolves getting the job done to an extent. But now DeadDraw's got the final hurdle, right? Which is, can he deal with this Ivers?
And can he?
Well, there's 3 damage, TJ.
Okay.
Can you do the extra 10?
And would he be able to heal enough? So hero power, attack with the Viper, hero power. So that's 5, 6, 7. I-Beam is 10. Aldraki Warblades is 12. Does he have any? What did you show in
What's
the
he
deck? Does he-
gliding for?
Talented Arcanist Fellscreen Blast?
He used... Did he use both Arcanists? No.
Talented Arcanist Fellscreen Blast, he hit it!
Oh, wow. Okay. That's insane. And there's the clap from Ike. What is this series so far, TJ? I'm confused.
This is bizarre. Is
And
there even anything left?
The only question that I'd have so far about this series, or this game, sorry, from Ike, was that Ivers held on to for too long? That's the only thing I can I can think
Or
about in this
alternatively,
series.
not long enough.
Maybe.
Yeah, he would have just got whittled down by the hero power
Yeah,
if he didn't make big pushes, so that makes sense.
There was just a 9-mana turn, and I think there was like a 6 or 5-mana turn that maybe would have been okay.
Yeah.
But now with what, 17 health, the Aldraki Warblades and his hero power, there's I-Beam going down. DeadDraw's just secured a lot of health and basically got 2-turn lethal.
Yep.
He'll probably
They do his outs there, though.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I bet he's feeling good about this one based on what happened in the previous game.
Yeah.
And Wing Commander Mulverick, bring it back.
Absolutely not. Next, gonna bow out. Well fought. Put on a lot of pressure, but that's sort of where this Fell Demon Hunter shines. It's just its ability to always have a way to clear a board. I mean, that's how Fell Demon Hunter's been for quite some time. If DeadDraw had whiffed on that specific turn, it was game over. But knew he had that specific combination of cards left in the deck to where had to go for it.
Yeah, also as well, remember the, I can't remember which turn it was, but the turn he drew, like, was it 3 or 4 cards or something, was huge because he got to Jace, right? And he needed that Jace to take down the scenarios, because without that, he was in trouble, as you can see at that point where the Jace came down. So really well played there, and both players now sort of getting rewarded for hanging on to an extent, right? And a nice recovery from DeadDraw, playing the Magtheridon, and then going fishing for the out to actually clear the board. So really good games here from both players, and really tense games as well. I'm not even sure where this series is going to go at this point.
Yeah, they've been back and forth, well fought out games. So that's what you like to see, honestly, especially at this stage in the tournament, final round of Swiss, with players pretty much fighting for their lives in the tournament. You know, obviously both these players have decent tiebreakers because they've taken their losses quite late. but it's still only just a few 6-2s that make it through, where 7-1 is guaranteed. And you know, for Ike, he's had a ton of success in the past, but not that much of it has come from like the Master Tour system, whereas DeadDraw is like he's the king of Masters Tours.
A beast, basically.
Yeah, so you'd expect it's an expectation at this point that you're just going to see DeadDraw in a top 16 or you know a top 8, as it were. Back before we expanded the playoff round.
Yeah, if his name's not in that cutoff list, we do get the admins to double check all the results just to make sure we're right. Because
Tiebreaker's correct.
Yeah, you know what? Can someone just crunch the numbers? Yeah, there we are going to go on Warlock versus Shaman. Another explosive matchup, as is often the case with Shaman right now, of the burn variety. But also it's a tough one because DeadDraw does have access, as we've seen before, to a good chunk of heal and that pretty quick card draw. So it's one that really does just ride the edge, really, right? Because both players can be very easily just that one more turn needed for lethal. And it often comes out of nowhere from both of these decks.
Yeah. Well,
Can pick a really high-costed spell damage minion from Primordial Studies. He's got the mana.
yeah. Totem and draw. As long as he keeps collecting resources each and every turn, should still be in a good spot. No Mithril Rod yet for DeadDraw.
Yeah, in a perfect world, he's got one more turn to draw one.
Yep.
We can use that coin. The fact that that was exactly Taunt Totem is a little bit frustrating, I imagine, for DeadDraw. Just because this Null is so cheap, right? He could tap Null and actually kill a minion, right? And not just kill off this Totem.
Yeah. God. Okay.
Keep on drawing.
Yeah.
That's not a Mithril Rod.
At least there's minions on the other side of the board, so DeadDraw actually has targets for these spells to be able to start dumping stuff out of the hand to make space for all the draw.
Yeah. Armor Vendor can just come down pretty easily as well. Dump a lot of these cards, actually. I guess the only thing he could be worried about is if he goes a bit too deep on the board, then if he's worried about the snowfall.
Yeah.
And
Or just making sure that if snowfall were to come out, that he would actually have a way to deal with it.
yeah, that's what I was looking at, because he does have Moag, does have a Drained Soul and a Mortal Coil, so likely he'd be okay, but he chose to clear up the board instead, still use the coil to continue the cycle, and still digging for that Mithril Rod. Because without that, I do think the deck is a lot slower. Just getting Brukan.
Sure.
My time has come to give everything I've got.
Understandable at this point, honestly. Like, he's got nothing else to do, really, and if his whole term was going to be Primordial Studies pass, then that's probably just not good enough, right?
And he did the fist pump, which means he hit the damage hero power again.
And this still gives him the turn to use the overdraft, right?
Yeah.
Which is a big deal, because when you use those blooms and don't get to cash in an overdraft, you're pretty upset with this Burn Shaman. Like, sometimes you have to do it, and that's fine, but really you want to just cash in this this overloaded crystals.
I mean, this is very likely just lethal damage next turn. Novice Zapper plus Overdraft would be 5 overloaded mana crystals plus 1 spell damage, 6. And then Hero
another
Power,
6.
and then Lightning Bolt. It's not lethal, but it's a lot. Or is it lethal? Can you Hero Power Frostbite and Lightning Bolt? No.
No, one off.
Yeah. So the Hero Power always happens.
Does he actually Hero Power like Frostbite Tamsin? Does that ever happen?
Warm soup.
Well, I can't now. He would have had to like overdraft first. It's, or for, I mean.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the
guess-
spell damage. Yeah, the spell damage.
Well, he could still do it if he's that worried about just Tamsin's effect.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't get the honorable kill, which is still fine.
Do it.
I'm coming.
I mean, he plays Lady Vash in his deck.
Yeah, so he doesn't need another one. It's a legendary. It's only a one-off, TJ.
True. Yeah.
I just think, like, okay, he's gonna go for the extra, the mini mage for the cheaper sort of spell damage there, but I was just thinking, the way I'm looking at this hand, if he draws a bit dead next turn, at least the steward would give him an option at just generating another damage card, right?
Oh yeah, if he draws a bit dead, perhaps a dead draw.
There's Ruin Mithril Rod finally for DeadDraw. It does have the armor vendor, which I imagine, yep, is coming down, putting him all the way back up to 10.
Frostbite's sharper than bang.
Breaker does help with the cycle, though.
A matter of time before he hits another 6 damage hero power. DeadDraw running out of ways to get that health total back up.
This time's it's huge, though. He gets the reduction from the rod, clears the board, gains armor, and can still hero power this turn with the tour guide. Next few turns are definitely going to be scary for Ike. DeadDraw's pretty much just activated his deck at this point. Still not on a great health total, but now at least he doesn't have to spend health to tap. Also doesn't have access to any health gain though, does he now?
No.
Even though he's got the Moag, okay, there's touch. That's something. Oof. Like it's got to rely on the good old Wild Paw Cavern to try and push some kind of damage. You like using the landslide as well, just remove a minion off the board. It's not like you're expecting landslide to do anything better than kill one minion in this matchup.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little iffy though. It's just not finding any damage from the deck. And he certainly doesn't have infinite time.
He doesn't, but there's also 14 cards, although some of them are imps, of course, in DeadDraw's deck, and DeadDraw does not have combo yet.
Yeah, true.
Backfires are going to accelerate that, though. There's another armor vendor as well. There's a Drain Soul. Ugh. This might be trouble.
Yeah.
Multiple games in a row now where Ike has gotten so close, but it's just not quite been enough, right?
Yeah, he was 1 mana off on the Novice Zapper overdraft turn from a kill. If like that frostbite was the second lightning bolt, it would have been enough.
DeadDraw just ticking boxes here, getting the Owl Death Rattle in the pool, and also getting a bit of heal for him.
Yeah. Snowfall Guardian is not damage.
It's really amusing to me that Snowfall Guardian is both at times the best card in your deck and the worst.
Yeah.
Some matchups it's just godlike, and then in some matchups you just wish it's at the bottom of your deck every single time.
Yep.
Armor! Lightly used armor.
Okay, well, there's still some rifts in the deck as well.
Yeah.
Just looking for phylactery at this point. There's, oh yeah, soul fragments as well. He's gonna grimoire it just to try and dig that one step deeper.
Just working out, yeah, he is going to clear this in one way or another, right? Or at least clear the non-frozen, because at this point, DeadDraw just doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage. He looks incredibly safe, but you may as well stay safe, right? There's no point taking weird risks to take extra damage, so I do like just clearing this up.
Yep.
Looks like DeadDraw only needs to not die next turn, and things should look pretty peachy.
And from 31, I think he'd have to try really hard to die.
There would be some effort on both sides of the table for this to work.
Yeah.
Water is life.
X gonna do his best. He has already won a game by holding on till the bitter end, so why not try again?
Yeah.
That's
he saw DeadDraw mess up the full combo once. You know, what's to say he's not going to do it twice? It would never happen twice in one series.
It would almost be BM from Ike to stay in the game, and then the combo messes up again. Just to be like, oh yeah, look, he messed it up once, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But no, I don't.
Make a crucial mistake once in a series and then do it immediately again in the same series. That title only belongs to one player, and that was Pimping Ho tapping on 10 cards twice in the same series.
Yeah. Oh, good times.
I don't think we'll ever see it again. And that was 5 years ago. No, 6 years ago. No, that was almost 7 years ago.
Yeah, that was a long
And I've
time
still
ago.
yet to see it. Yeah.
It does mean DeadDraw gets the win though, and we are going to be moving on to DeadDraw only needing to grab a win with this warrior deck, TJ. And I don't know if you've had a chance to play much of this or you've seen much of this deck, but it won
this one.
Yeah, it's really good. I just want to throw that out there right now. I have lost many times on ladder with this against this deck, and I have won many times on ladder with this deck. It ticks all the boxes. It's defensive enough with the likes of double Rancor, double Brawl. It's still got the shield slams. This one's got a sword and board in there as well. The new Onyxian Drake is nice, which is basically a shield slam attached to a minion with Taunt. So super defensive, but then late game, there's Rakara the Valorous, there's Kazakusan, Raid Boss Onyxia as well. So you've got your late game packed into like a 2 to 3 card package, and then everything else is anti-aggro. And it seems to tick a lot of boxes, at least from what I've seen of it personally.
Yeah, in theory, the Galvinger version of a control style warrior seems like it would do better, because like your inevitability, quote unquote inevitability, comes a little bit sooner. You can just like steal wins from nowhere. This one needs to grind out a little bit longer, but it is allowed that luxury because it has the ability to include more control tools in it, and doesn't have to be bogged down by combo pieces that don't really have a use outside of that specific combo. So
yeah, it has the trade-off of it gives you a bit of a riskier late game, but still we've seen what XiaoShan can do. Raid Boss Onyxia is very strong in itself. Even Rakara, just 10 armor and then you get to swing the weapon twice. That's a lot of damage by itself as well. But you look at the rest of the deck and I feel like it's almost impossible to lose versus aggro because you played Charge Warrior, right, or Combo Warrior, whatever, where you draw the pieces against aggro and then you're like, oh no, I've got no removal and I'm just dead. That just doesn't happen with this deck. There are so many tools that can help you out that it's so consistent in the aggro side that DeadDraw's got to be feeling confident versus Ike now in this series. He needs to get one win with this warrior against Ike's fairly aggressive lineup.
Yep. And you have to have a pretty blistering start with this Beast Druid in order to be able to consistently mount pressure against a deck with this much removal. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. It's a reasonable start for Ike.
It is. Like, getting the 4 damage in is nice, but already minefield next. You know, it's just as easy as that. It's so strong. Even now, this is something that's I've noticed when I was playing it. Like, Heavy Plate is normally a card you don't want early on, but now with not only the Shield Chatter, but with this new Onyxian Drake, like, Heavy Plate turn 3 into Onyxian Drake can actually be alright, even if you take a bit of damage. Like, it's still just a decent setup.
Yep.
And the Onyxian Drake being both like effectively a shield slam and a taunt minion that's a good size as well is super strong at buying time. Just really solid additions to the deck. DeadDraw with the Corsair cash pull did go for that instead. Again, some good pickups, whether it's the Outrider's Axe or the Bulwark of Azinoth. Either one would have been solid there.
Yeah, Guff is going to be pretty good for Ike though, because it at least turns his hero power into, you know, some way to try and reload the hand.
Yeah, it allows him to just convert to a late game plan, right?
Yeah.
And now at this point, as DeadDraw moves up to that 5 mana in Heavy Plate and then Shield Chatter aboard whenever he wants now. There's also just Rancor with maybe even Cutting Class this turn. Looks good enough to me. Rancor clears up 3. He gets to draw a card with the swing of the weapon.
Axe Berserker.
I think I like that one, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll go for Brute.
2 Outriders Axes and a Bulwark. So it could just be a way to continue to cycle, but the hand is already quite full. I guess DeadDraw realizes it doesn't really even need more resources.
And you see what I mean? Of like, this has been my experience on both sides of this deck, is that if you're trying to play aggro, it's so hard for this one to whiff, because there's just so many tools. There's still a Brawl, there's double Shield Chatter in there, there's the Onyxian Drake, and this is just a normal draw, right? Yes, he's drawn a lot of cards this game, but this is your average draw. It's just full removal. You literally have to draw like Rakara, XiaoShan, Onyxia, and then like double Cutting Class as your opening cards for it to be bad, and that just doesn't really happen.
Nope.
Reflect in the moonwell.
DeadDraw is down to 16, but he's down to 16 because he's let himself go down to 16, right? There's Frozen Buckler as well. So, like, it is so insane, and Ike's just had to play out the Oracle and hope. Does have Scale of Onyxia, but again, there's Brawl, there's Shield Chatter, there's whatever DeadDraw wants. I played an absolutely like maxed out token druid against this in one of my breaks earlier today, and the warrior cleared every single board, and I think I made about 6 boards, and they cleared them all with minimal effort, and I just lost.
Well, we're gonna see that happen because Ike has the Scale of Onyxia discovered into composting, so it's going to be able to completely reload. And within that reload is going to be another reload certainly. So
I'm pretty
the removal of
sure
this deck is going to be put to the test.
I'm pretty sure, TJ, it won't matter.
It's just not going to matter at all.
The AoE is just enough. It's just they run so much, and it's on demand, as you can see now. There's Rakara if he wants to convert to that just for this turn, which he could easily do. That 10 extra armor, I think, likely keeps him safe, although does it keep him safe versus Solar Arbor up? I guess he can just swing right to kill one of them, which would then be okay. Or just shield shatter if he wants to be ultra safe. Like, it's just so strong.
Just get away with a shield slam on a 2-1 that draws the opponent a card.
I actually think he could just shield shatter this turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just remove the options, right? Because he still has a weapon. He's also got his hero power. So for Ike to actually put on a big enough threat for DeadDraw to be scared of, he has to put down a lot, right? And then he has Brawl and Shield Shatter #2 on demand, which means either Ike goes wide on the board again, and then DeadDraw just clears it again, or Ike tries to slow play it, and DeadDraw's got a shield slam or 2 shield slams in the form of those Onyxian Drakes, the weapon, and a hero power that deals 2 and gains armor if it honor kills. So like, just has answers to everything that Ike can do, and he's not even hit his own raid boss Onyxia or XiaoShan yet.
Reflect in the moonwell.
If he lands raid boss Onyxia, like, I think Ike just gets pushed out of the game from that point as well.
Yeah, for sure. What about Infinite Oracle of Balloons? Is that...
Turns out, Brawl's a card.
Yeah.
That's what it's a simple.
He's gotta run out of them eventually, though. Like,
no, they don't. That's the trick, because by the time they run out, they play XiaoShan and fill the deck with more AoE removal. It never ends. Yeah, you put those Acorns in your deck. I think he's still got, let me check actually. I think DeadDraw still has a Rancor, right? You only used 1? Yeah.
yeah.
This is where you assert dominance and just swing the weapon to the face for 5. And then hero power. The old 1-2 punch.
I think he has the luxury to be able to do just that, actually.
Yeah, he has Bulwark in his hand, like, he's fine. Tempo Drake, why not? All he needs to do is get to 10 mana, and then his Onyxia should clean up the game. Although he played Frozen Buckler twice, that's going to basically amount to 10 additional armor, right?
Yeah. He's got plenty of armor to work with, or whatever. Gonna need armor at this point. I guess the shield shatters are gone. Still has the Nyxian Drakes.
Yeah, he effectively has like double, a double 20 damage shield slams next turn.
Yeah.
Just gonna shield slam some squirrels for 20.
Maverick's fleet is ready to rock.
Yeah, and this board is manageable without the Brawl, right? Even though he still has 2 Brawls, especially with that Sword and Board pickup. He has Hero Power, Sword and Board, Shield Slam, Shield Slam.
Yeah.
Well, not Hero Power, he can't fit all that in, right? But still, he can clear up enough of this board to not need to use a hard AoE like Brawl, which was my main point.
I'm just waiting for Ike to have enough juice to get there.
Well, you'll be waiting till Christmas, TJ. All these squirrels are actually going to get a little bit uncontrollable, right? Because they're going to fill the board and not let Ike play a card. I think like over half of his deck is squirrels right now. This is the problem. Does he just commit an Arbor up because he needs to push? Does he wait? Is this the turn where he goes Solar Arbor, even though he knows he's going to be brawled, if that's the case, at minimum?
He needs to get like a Moonlit Guidance out at some point before the deck is just all acorns.
Hey, Soul in the Forest isn't too bad.
Yeah?
I could see that. Resizing Pouch is tempting because you could just go for the, like, I don't know, the meme wins and just try and get something big.
Yogg into box.
Yeah. Or get your own...
To Rod of Roasting.
Or get your own Cas.
Yeah, also true. Well, I mean, with Guff, there's probably enough possibilities that, yes, he will be able to do it at some point. I think Pouch is probably more likely than Soul of the Forest to win.
I think Onyxia is enough here, right? Onyxia trades into a taunt, the weapon goes into a taunt, and then the whelps just clear up the rest.
Yeah.
And it's as good, whenever you can get this so clean, I think it's good to spend just the hard 10 mana now. He doesn't want to do that. He's got options of like... I guess it's just not as good. He's going to commit a brawl. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised.
Well, I mean, he's kind of running out of stuff. I could just punch this.
He can. I think I get
not with the,
sometimes
not with the weapon, like a literal punch.
Yeah, yeah, with the Hulk hands. Sometimes I get a little bit too caught in that, like, DeadDraw's just floated 2 mana and he could have just played Onyxia, spent the awkward mana now, and then still had freedom afterwards of Brawl, Shield, Slam combos, and so on. Oh, DJ. Look at Ike's little smirk. We've got a game of Hearthstone right now. Good old-fashioned.
What's the Rod of Roasting? It's 10%. Is that what it is?
For me, it's less. For me, it's 0%.
All the time.
I have literally never had it. I've never even seen it happen in one of my games of Hearthstone. I'm not even lying. And I've seen a lot of Yogs be played. I've never seen it happen in my own game.
Yeah, I guess Power of the Wild's the only.
Raid negotiator. Here we go. Lame.
Yeah, get these out.
Wait, what happens with the reef? What does it do? What does it do?
It just is a 3/3 with taunt and rush.
What does it look like, TJ? Is it a half and half?
They released it. They released all of them with for Fandral.
Oh, I didn't see.
Yeah. But the Arborist, I don't think they did. That's why I was so hung up on it.
And still am by the sounds of your voice.
Oh, it's 5%. Sorry, I was corrected. Okay, 5%.
0 if it's me. Oh, the provoke play with Onyxia. Oh, you love to see it.
Another board clear in a box.
Yep.
All right. Yogg, take the wheel. Literally, take it and spin it.
Where'd my deck go?
Yogg, 1. Ike's got this nailed down here. You've got to do the actions. You've got to roleplay, or Yogg will be mean. Wait, do that again, and then Onyxia's gonna run out of whelps to be immune. It'll be fine.
Reflect in the moonwell.
And then Owl with the Oracle to clear up the Onyxia.
Yep.
All right, well, there's still one more Yogg, so dream is alive.
Yeah, it pretty much has to just be this next Yogg, right? We can see Brawl is available for DeadDraw if he really wants it right now. DeadDraw's got 6 cards left. One of them, I believe, is XiaoShan.
Yep.
Ignore some of this, because this is wrong, but I'm showing it anyway. He doesn't just get to have infinite versions of...
Just stop showing it.
No, because I want to see. I think there is actually a Blade Storm, a Minefield, a Rancor, and XiaoShan. Blade Storm. And Heavy Plate, right? He shuffled the Heavy Plates.
Yeah, he traded the Heavy Plate.
Yeah,
back.
there you go. We got there in the end. Now Yogg.
Doesn't need to do it yet. It's going to wait till the last possible moment. Just dumping everything out.
Oh, there's still Bulwark of Azinov as well. There it is. Careful though, DeadDraw. You'll delete your 8 more raid boss Onyxias that are apparently in your deck. Oh, he can just Blade Storm Rancor this, right? A
Yeah.
bit more armor looks reasonable.
Or a Nixian Drake Shield Slam, Shield Slam.
Sure.
Shield Slam, Shield Slam. Could also Sword and Board Punch.
Oh, was that an order?
Wait, excuse me? All right, whatever. DeadDraw's just like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, again, I will just.
he knows that Ivus is one of the last cards. He has Blade Storm for it, and then it's literally just a Yogg-Saron. It's gotta be.
I was actually wondering whether his turn ended. He did something different, which is fine. But I wondered if he just should have played the Bulwark to try and be safe versus Yogg, or safer.
Yeah. But then it could be the. I don't even know what it's called. The fill your board with idiots.
Yeah.
I fill both boards with idiots. Can that punish you? I don't know.
Probably not. I'm gonna say. There's Ivus.
Yeah, gonna try and protect it from Blade Storm.
Shield Slam should be enough though to help him out for DeadDraw.
Yep, Shield Slam, Blade Storm, and then took us a while to get here, but Yogg's gotta do it. It would be cool. It would be incredibly cool.
It's such an Ike game of Hearthstone, or series of Hearthstone, should I say. I expect nothing less. As Ike
Oh my god, this Blade Storm just takes forever. Isn't it capped?
Yes. It went. Didn't it go up though? Has the cap gone up? I think.
I don't know.
I think it was something like 30, and now it's like 50, or something like that. I'm probably wrong. I'm sure someone will tell me that I am. But most importantly, here's Yogg-Saron number 2. The smile from DeadDraw.
Please!
Let's see what happens.
Please, 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 please. Wow.
That's a way to go. Ike did not pray enough. That is going to be the concede. DeadDraw goes 7-1 in Swiss. And as we said all the way back at the start of this series, we expect him to do so because that's just what DeadDraw does. And it is getting to the point beyond being impressive now, right? It is just silly that DeadDraw is just so good. It's actually stupid. I'm actually getting annoyed about it now.
It's just dumb. It pisses me off, man.
Congratulations to DeadDraw for the win. A great series overall, a bit of a strange one as I'm getting used to so far this weekend. We've had a lot of funky series going down. Maybe this is the meta we're in, and honestly, TJ, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm here for it for sure. Ike still got a chance, right? Did a start 6-0 and then fell 6-2, so obviously his tiebreakers are going to be well above average. Are they going to be good enough to be one of those very few 6-2 spots to get into top 16? Time will tell.
We can only hope, TJ.
Yeah, we can only hope. Ike's already given us some pretty cool moments and some cool decks as well. So we'll see once the round comes to a close, which I think we're getting pretty close to. That was actually quite a long series, so I can't imagine there's many matches still to finish up in the round.
Yep, the round is moving to a close, but our broadcasting isn't, or at least it isn't, is for us. We are going to go to a quick break. We're going to set up just a little bit more coverage for you guys, so the Hearthstone is not over yet. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with some more coverage of round 8.
Welcome back to the final round of the Swiss here at Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair, and we're just going to have a little bit more action for you while we work out the top 16 and get to announce that. And with me to work out who wins this is Derek Brown. I was going to point, but I never know which way to point. It always goes wrong. That way, obviously. I did it right. What? That's not the right way. You're supposed to point at me. Anyway, Derek, we're going to go into the game between Sinegrom and Mixed, and I think we're going to go in game number 3, but to be confirmed.
Yes, I believe you are correct, with Jpmixter off to clearly a very good start. Both of these players, I believe, on 6 and 1. While I won't say either player is guaranteed in to top 16 with a victory, it's extremely likely at this point, given that I think pretty much every player on 7 and 1 does get through. For both of the lineups that they are going for here, sorry, as we can see, it's not too aggressive on either side. There aren't the hunters for either players, which I think is probably part of the reason why they are doing so well. I've still been pretty unconvinced by aggro so far this tournament, to be honest. I think the more mid-range to control-y style of play has performed a lot better from what I've seen on stream.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Hunter might actually be quite good for this tournament, but people refined the rubbish out of the decks pretty rapidly on release, honestly. I thought that maybe Kaz Druid would just get people in a bit of a mess, but the decks that have made it into sort of the top 100 in this tournament, the top 25% or so, they seem pretty refined. They don't seem overly concerned about being hit by a Hunter a few times. And I agree with you entirely. And last time I looked a couple of rounds ago, Hunter had, I think, the 7th or 8th highest win rate class in the tournament. So that was on Raven's bidding. Obviously, he wanted to know how the Hunter was doing, because he also had the same suspicion. So here we are with this mid-rangey battle going on. They are different Warlocks, I believe. I think it's Sinegrom with the Owl Lock and Mixter with the more traditional Handlock. There we go.
I believe you are correct, which I think means we're going to get a Warlock mirror in terms of the classes, but not in terms of the archetypes, with obviously the Owl Warlock here for Sinegrom. It's not a matchup I've seen all too much recently. Owl Warlock does feel like it started to disappear quite quickly. Like the real make or break of whether or not it would be a consistent part of the metagame, I think honestly was at the World Championships, where Gabby was one of the few players to bring it. I think it was just him and one other that brought it in the end, and it didn't really perform to expectations. It was very much hyped after the expansion came out, but then was not quite able to live up to the hype and kind of faded away for a while. Wasn't quite able to keep up against the Demon Hunters or the Rogues that were very, very prevalent around that time. But now that they've both been nerfed a little bit, Glide is, well, up until this tournament, it hadn't been seen quite so much. I did like what I'd seen from the Warlock, but it looks like here it might actually be the Demon Hunter that we're getting to see, and not the Warlock anyway, from Sinegrom versus Jpmixter.
Yep, and there is the Glide of which you spake. Almost feels like Demon Hunter's a one-card deck at the moment. You can build whatever you want around 2 Glides, maybe put a quest in as well, and off you go. Put any 27 sensible cards you like in there. But we have got the expendable combo. We've seen it a few times. I think this is less played than the non-combo version, but it's pretty close, I think. I haven't checked the numbers exactly. Which one do you prefer out of the two?
The 2 Demon Hunters.
The 2 fells, yeah, like the combo or take out the expendable and just have a couple more cards.
I think I preferred the expendable one. Like, I know that Huntrace was going on endlessly, even just now as he called me in a very delirious state to tell me how good his Demon Hunter was with the XiaoShan in it. I think I like the Deadeye and the expendable performance build just because they're flexible enough combo pieces. Like, neither is a bad card necessarily, even if you wouldn't include them in your deck naturally. Expendable performance is just a rather slow piece of removal later on if that's needed, and against the non-aggro decks it is nice just to have a little bit of inevitability. It's so hard to fatigue this Demon Hunter now when they have that potential to just lock you out of the game at any point.
Yeah, and I think the clue there is you only play one copy of both of each, so it's just there for that reason a lot of the time. And like you say, is there not? It's nice when your card isn't total rubbish. Like you can't just play the owl on its own in the owl lock, for instance. It's just a horrible card without a combo. But performers, yeah, I agree with you. They do something. But this is Jpmixter's deck. This is just very traditional handlock now. The deck that just slowly but surely it gets worse each time we see it, but it's still hanging in there.
I have had enough of this.
Just seems to, yeah, one of those things that's impossible to kill off. But here we go, jumping into the game. Sinegrom is going to be looking for, I would guess, Glide first and foremost, and least and last most as well. It's just everything you're looking for in this matchup to slow the Warlock down so heavily. Whereas Jpmixter, you know, although I don't think you're keeping cards like Shadowblade Slinger necessarily, I'm instantly proven wrong. They're the kind of card that you're very happily going to be dumping, right? Just to get rid of and to play around Glide a little bit more heavily.
Yeah, which is going to make sort of treading the line quite difficult, but I'm sure that this matchup has been played hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times in this tournament, so both players will be familiar with that.
Curse of Agony.
Looking like somebody who's been up all night.
Yeah, pretty cool inclusion though, I think, for this deck. It's got a kind of strange synergy where it has some amount of anti-synergy, some amount of actually good synergy in the deck, because obviously if you're deleting cards from your opponent's deck with Altar of Fire, it makes it more likely that they draw the Fatigue from Curse of Agony. But if you play it first and then play Altar of Fire, there's a good chance you just delete the Fatigue counters from their deck anyway, which is a little bit annoying. But in this particular situation, I think you're very happy to just play them down, really, at any point. As long as you are making it a little bit less likely that Glide messes you over so heavily. Just Curse plus Backfire next turn seems fine.
Yeah, I do wonder where we will be with Curse of Agony maybe a week or two from now, when people have had a little bit more time to find a proper way to utilize it. We've already got people doing some pretty crazy Fatigue combos that don't look particularly good yet, but yeah, they've had 2 days playtesting with it. So if it's finding its way into a 2-day deck without any particular tuning, I'm going to be very interested to see how that ends up. But Sinegrom's not going to mess around, already in a position to just get a 12-12 on the board. And Warlocks don't like huge minions early on against them. They like making their own huge minions, not facing off against them. This could be quite brutal.
Considering where to go swinging with the weapon at this point, I agree. I think you can just hold on to it here with no other weapons you want to equip and nothing particularly juicy to attack into. You just want to make it harder for them to develop anything. As I think for Sinegrom here, you're quite happily just going to leave these acolytes on the board for quite a while. It makes it so as soon as a Flesh Giant comes down, as soon as a Netheron, a Null, any of those mid-sized to big minions comes down, you can just blow up the board then. And this, you know, 6-7 damage that you're tanking every turn, it's not that bad. You can heal out of range of it quite happily.
Yep. Are we looking at a Glide or not? He kind of wouldn't mind his hand that he has for a couple of turns, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it's true. It's one of those things, though, where you don't really want to use card draw before Glide, though, because then it makes the cards that you're redrawing on average less likely to be card draw, which is all you really want after you play a Glide. And so I do like just using it now before the Chaos Strike, before the double jump, to bolster the power of your draws afterwards. Wow.
Yeah, just going to make it 12-12. I was kind of interested in this before anyway, just because it's so early. But with the backup Glide, to if this goes wrong now, you can just Glide again and do more stuff. This could be very quick indeed. No response in Mix's hand at all. Not a single point of damage in his hand to deal with any of this.
Yeah, I think from Sinegrom, to be honest, you could kind of guess that there would be no answer to this minion here. The single target removal in Handlock is extremely lacking, especially until you get those bristlebacks online, of which one has been played and the other is now discarded as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I was more meaning that there's not even any damage to like start it off. You can't even kill it over 2 turns.
Right, yeah.
It's nothing. It's just gonna hit face twice, and that's gonna be the game unless something changes massively.
Man, this is a tough one. I think it's probably, yeah, Spectral Sight instead of the Skull, because you can just play the Glide on this turn instead and shuffle back a better card in. But he's holding off on the Glide for an extra turn. I don't necessarily know how I feel about this. I think
like your opponent didn't do anything to your 12-12 last turn, and they won 12. Just make them have it.
Right, yeah, I guess so. And he does not have it. Playing Baron Scavenger is all that Jpmixter can do, and I'm pretty sure that Kurtrus alone will be able to just shut that one out, as with the bats, even if they're not at 3 attack, the hero power will be able to finish them off in addition with it. And there you go, 2, 3, 4 demons with a rush to close it out, and just Magtheridon alone as a 12-12 getting there. It's not the way that you often will see it used in the matchup, because you are rather going to be seeing it used to clear off big minions, kill giants, kill a Netheron. But in this instance, he could just be the aggressor right from the get-go. Jpmixter was unable to find any of his threats in time.
Yeah, I think he was going to go with what you said to start with, just use it to just sit there and say, well, you can't play with 8/8s. Then he did the first glide, and he was just dealt the removal and nothing else, and another glide. He's like, all right, well, let's just see what happens. And what happens is you killed your opponent and you're back in the match 2-1 now. And this Warlock's still needing to find a win.
It is. And in terms of the decks that it has left to beat, what is left over for Sinegrom? He's got his Owl Warlock, which is what he's going to be going for here. And then I think his, what is it? Druid as well, if he hasn't.
He's got Warrior and he's got Shaman, but I don't know what was banned.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. Right, you are. Either way, it's going to be the Owl Warlock now. A matchup that I was starting to talk about last time before there was the graphical error that got in there.
Right.
But I do think that it should be favored for the Handlock, actually. I know that generally combo decks seem to do well against Handlock. However, I'm just starting to sense, to be honest, from the Owl Warlock that it takes a little bit too long to get online, unless it has that perfect removal to be able to clear off a huge board of giants with doubled or tripled, or doubled or quadrupled, I suppose I should say, Grimoire of Sacrifice with the Moag Artificers. It's going to struggle to clear them off, and an army of Cult Neophytes can really wreak havoc with your game plan.
There's also that double Altar of Fire in Mixter's deck, which, when the Owl gets quite deep into its deck quite often, Altar of Fire will actually be relevant, and he's drawn one off the top, so he will probably just fire that off pretty soon, as soon as he stops developing at least, and see what it hits.
Yeah, you probably will. I mean, if you hit Phylactery, that can just end the game on the spot.
Yep. Sort of doesn't matter when you do it in the first few turns, because it's either in the hand or it's in the deck, so there's no immediate panic to just alter. So play the first 2 or 3 turns normally, and then just launch the altar and see what happens. Could just end the tournament.
Armor! Lightly used armor!
Sinegrom does have the Rod, which is just the only card in the deck sometimes. Pretty much a hard mull. Okay, here's the altar.
Here we go.
Oh, actually, he hits! And Sinegrom's like, okay, and the Owl as well.
Yeah,
nice way
big
to go
thumbs up from Sinegrom. Oh man, what a way to go down. You're 6-1, a single game away, a single series away rather, from qualifying through to the top 16. And then that happens. It's not over. You can try and just get there with Tamsin, the hero card, to summon a bunch of imps. Maybe the owl you have in your deck can be used to get there, but realistically, he is so far behind now.
He doesn't even know whether to cycle this or to play it because he's got like 5 minions left. Oh god, it's not funny. It's funny for us because we're watching. Yeah, he's just going to put it on the board because he hasn't got enough damage in the deck to achieve much.
Yeah, thinning out his hand, or just dumping cards rather to make room for Backfire, Dreadlich, Tamsin. He's resigned though. You can see it from his expression. It's just about trying to come together with any kind of a game plan, any semblance of a chance here, which, like I said, if you were going to have a chance, you need the hero card in hand, ready to go right from the start, which he does. So maybe there's a chance it comes from there.
He's got Rod, Backfire, hero card. Like, there's a game plan there. I'm not saying it's ever going to work, but you've got to give it to yourself. You've got to try, right?
Whereas Jpmixter on the other side, his hand is taking a little while to get going. It's unlikely. It looks like he's going to get any threats down before turn 6, maybe even turn 7, before the really big ones come online. But just tapping away every single turn, getting his flesh giant cheaper and cheaper. It's getting there.
Yeah. And he's under no pressure at all, obviously, even if he does lose this game. Like, in the world where he loses this game, a million things have to happen in order before he has to even start panicking.
Right.
Sinegrom's like shaking his head. It's like, okay, well, I'm doing this because I'm obliged to, morally, having sat here for 100 hours playing today to get to 6-1. Good play to him as well. Credit for hanging in. There are definitely players in this tournament who would have just stopped there.
Yeah, like it's above 1% that you win this game, and I think if that's ever the chance, you play it out, right?
Yes. Here he goes, hits 2 of the 3-3s again from where he sat. That's kind of what needs to happen.
All right, so clearly setting up for a giant on this turn. If possible, but oh my goodness, getting down to 10 cards left in deck. Maybe the giant isn't even necessary here, as Baron Scavenger ready to go. Shadowblade Slinger as well is a really nice way to clear off some of these imps, as like I was saying, it's really the one way that you can potentially lose. So if they are kept in check, it's going to be a runaway win for Mixter.
Yeah, and also the way that Mixter's deck functions is he just automatically has a board at the end of each turn just through fiddling about naturally. He doesn't even have to try to put 10 attack on the board every turn. Alright, Sinegrom with another weapon. I'm not quite sure what it can reduce of any use at this point, but hey, it's my job to tell you it's there. Yeah, thanks, Derek. That would have been a quicker way of doing it.
Okay, so Grimoire of Sacrifice Owl, you know, you can maneuver it on this turn to make the 8 damage go face. That doesn't do anything, because honestly I think you need the Humongous Owl to actually stick and go face a couple times if you're going to take this game. It's so unlikely that it does that, given that Jpmixter has used effectively none of his removal so far. But as we see from Sinegrom, he's doing the right thing here. He's trying to stick a board and praying that the removal options are not there for Jpmixter. But with double Bristlebacks, Soul Shear, or Soul Rend, sorry, there's just a million ways to answer this board, each better than the last.
Yeah. And he knows that Mixer's drawn his deck. He's got 5 cards left in the deck as well, so...
Yeah.
Pretty well aware that unless the bottom 5 cards are exactly in some sort of ungodly mathematical order. Still 30. He's got a giant in play. He's facing a 1-1. A bit of a mismatch. Excuse me. Okay. I'm just trying to get excited every time a 3-3 is made, Derek, because that's all he has.
Yeah.
So that's the most exciting thing he can have happen to him.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe a big imp shipment. He doesn't have any discover in his deck, right? So there's no way he can get,
Can't control it.
I don't know, like Arbor up or something stupid like that to buff up all these 1/1s or these imp. Yeah.
Oh my
Even like
goodness.
coming up with the ridiculous 1% outers, it's getting harder and harder to find.
Yeah. Yeah, at the start, they were there, sort of, but Mixer now got so much removal. And all of his cards.
Yeah,
And the quest is on part 3 as well, just in case. Yeah.
All right, pretty much demanding a clear here. Lightly funky positioning, just in terms of Battlegrounds Battlemaster. I don't think there was any real reason to not put the Netheron and the Scavenger right next to each other. But, I mean, I guess you have the Bristleback that you can use to snipe off the 1/1 anyway, so it makes very little difference.
So is there any, I mean, I'm asking this question rhetorically almost, but trying to work out if there's any world where Mixer draws the deck, doesn't have backfires left, runs out of minions, and somehow gets killed by some small stuff on the other side.
Well, you keep trying to figure that one out, and I'll live in the real world where that doesn't happen.
Don't want to live in the real world. I don't win with 3-3s versus an army of 8-8s in that world. Oh.
Does that give Tamsin? No, not quite. So I guess, yeah, you just keep playing your biggest threats.
Yep.
And then next turn, tap Tamsin. Just GG. Sinegrom, honestly, he's just going to die to the agonies before that even matters.
Comedy fatigue action. Just wants to see what he's going to draw this turn.
Oh my god, can you let him draw an
His
actual
card? Full-blown evil. Doesn't feel particularly evil. Okay, another thing dealt with. Can you hear the, do I sound convincing at this point?
Oh, I'm convinced. Sinegrom's going to win this 100%.
Cool. Cool. Hype.
Cool beans.
Okay. Completes the quest.
Mm-hmm. Play that. Play the piggy.
This is where we start talking about
next turn.
Freight train.
Go. Tap. Tamsin tap to draw further into fatigue, thus further damaging your opponent, thus further lowering their chance of winning the game.
He doesn't draw real cards. His deck is just full of nonsense cards. After this match, we will be giving a roundup of what's been going on today as well.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Showing the top 16.
That's why we're here.
Giving a sneak peek of what tomorrow will look like.
Haven't heard of me?
Okay. Got him down to 28, Derek.
Great stuff. Yeah, honestly, I'm
overtaking in health
tracker right now, but I don't even think there's any like real cards left. Armor Vendor, yeah, it's all just these kind of cards, right? This is what the entirety of the deck is outside of the combo.
Yeah.
And this has really been one of the big revelations of Handlock, right? Is just by stuffing in double Altar of Fire, it's really good against aggro because it unlocks your Bristlebacks and your Scavengers a bit quicker. It's okay in the mirror because you can use it to offset your opponent's big threats if you get lucky. But it's really good in combo as well because like a 10th of the time or 20% of the time, you just win on the spot because you burn one of their key combo pieces and they lose the game.
Yeah. Also a reminder, just in case you had all forgotten, that Sinegrom's like 600 cards into fatigue already as well, thanks to the Dragons. This Altar of Fire will just get rid of everything if the game's even still going.
Yeah, there we go. I think that's just lethal with the hero power as well. A wave goodbye from Sinegrom. A good sport throughout this. It was just unlucky. No two ways about it, and nothing he could have done. As it is going to be Jpmixter going through 7-1. A player that I know very, very little about, but I believe, if I remember, repping the flag for Brazil. And so just another very strong player from that region, continuing to be one of the real big players of the Americas region.
And massively disappointing for Sinegrom. I don't believe his tiebreakers will be good enough, although we will get confirmation shortly. So go 6-1 in a Masters Tour and not make the top 16 is hugely disappointing. But what could he do there? I mean, just insta hits the combo and off you go.
Yeah, exactly. Just one of those games. It's unfortunate we couldn't see some of the other games that he played at the start instead because, you know, it sucks to be on stream and then that's all people get to see of you, so you're just getting absolutely wrecked by something completely out of your control. But I think he handled it very, very well. And if he keeps a level head like that, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him in the coming Masters Tours.
Yeah, very nice to see him, sort of the sporting gesture, the wave at the end. So hope we get the chance to see more of him in the upcoming events. He's got 6 points towards the Summer Championships. That's a really good launch pad. Maybe if you get a repeat performance, just another 6 next time around, right up there in the running. After the disappointment's gone, he'll be happy with a week's work, obviously, but takes a while to get over those years in some cases. Remember somebody who once played an Undertake on Turn 1 against Sottle in like 2014 and, you know, still talks about it to this day.
Never been the same. He used to be so friendly, so warm.
Yeah.
Sunny.
And then Turn 1 Undertaker, and that was just the end of Sottle as the sunny, happy guy that we all knew him as.
Yeah.
We're just kidding. He was always like this. But so now we're just sort of going to talk, Derek, while we wait for top 16, I think. I don't think we've got any more action from the round. And I don't really want to read out what I think is the top 16 because I will get it wrong and upset somebody, and then there'll be all fights and arguments. And I don't do fights. I do arguments. Want an argument?
Yes, it's going to be an exciting top 16. I think we can say that there's a couple names, you know, that we don't want to say, but have been doing very well. I think LoveStorm was the one player who finished on 8-0, who we can definitively say will be in the top 16 with a perfect Swiss score. And honestly, it's just pretty crazy to see him there. A player who brings... What was it? Brute Demon Hunter was his signature deck, is the one player who has a flawless record through Swiss. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's a deck you never even consider to bring at this point in the metagame, with how many times it's been nerfed, how many other versions of Demon Hunter there are, how weak it is against aggro comparative to other versions of Demon Hunter. And yet still, time after time, Masters Tour after Masters Tour, those brave enough to bring it seem to be rewarded, as LoveStorm is, as I said, with that perfect Swiss score.
I feel like what happens is somewhere in the middle of day 2 of every tournament, TJ finds a player and just switches the deck list so he gets to cast Brutes, and then they just have the mark of TJ that carries them through the tournament. That's all it can be, because it shouldn't work anymore. I know it's got some interesting tech in it at times, but like you said, there's so much better stuff out there. And again, not committing here because I've been watching 16th and 17th swap places on tiebreakers over and over again as the results are coming in. This is just not something we can commit to. And there we go, it's the top 16, and Furyhunter is in that 16th place. That's the one I've been keeping an eye on. Funashi 17th and XiaoShan in 18th, those who wonder who was switching places there. But we've got a stacked top 16, Derek. What catches your eye straight away?
I mean, just look at those 3-6-2 players. Monsanto, Luna, and Fury are the 3 players who make it through just by the slimmest of margins. That is, even in, like, honestly, the bottom of the leaderboard is, like, the most stacked out of all the spots, I think. Obviously, you know, with other players that we expect good things from. DeadDraw, another top 16, absolutely absurd. Casie, my man, back on top is something we love to see. Judgment, after a semi-final and still, you know, being a real unknown entity in terms of our personal relationships with him in the UK scene. He's one of the best performing UK players behind DeadDraw now, with 2 top 16s in Masters Tours to his name, despite having only very recently come into the fray, is super impressive. And then for the most part, a lot of the other players are kind of names trying to make players to make a name for themselves, like Dinx, we know fairly well. MrLovaLova, we've heard of these players before, but Jpmixter, Maxxe, Deads, you know, these are all players we don't know very well and are clearly doing something very right to have made it through to the top 16 of a Masters Tour.
Yeah, and we have expanded to 16 from 8 in the last sort of 4 or 5 Masters Tour, and the people on the left-hand side of that board will be very sad that we did that, because they've got to compete with Casie, Judgment, DeadDraw, Monsanto and co, whereas they could have had the nice, cozy, up-and-coming players top 8, but now they've got to compete with all those seasoned professionals on the right-hand side, and it's going to be most likely the way that seeding works. You pit sort of 1 against 16 and so on. It is going to be up-and-coming player versus seasoned professional almost all the way down that top 16.
Yeah, you're probably right. But again, I'm just super happy with how this bracket turned out. A couple of things I want to say. Really sad that Ike wasn't able to make it through to the top 16 with a 6-0 start to the tournament. Very cool decks he was playing, very good play. I thought it would be a really nice return to form for him here, but unfortunately just not able to make it there. Chonsu, one of the other players, narrowly missed out, a player from APAC we always love to see. XC, another incredible performance here, finishing on 6-2, just narrowly missing out, as I believe he finished 18th, only 2 spots away from that top 16. It would have been absolutely absurd for the highest win rate player with any reasonable sample size, I think.
Yeah, by miles as well. He's like 75%, and everybody else is like 67, 68. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
if you filter out,
absolutely
played once and did well.
Right.
Yeah, those people in particular.
But it would have been cool.
Jpmixter as well. Jpmixter, German Shep, Dreadeye, Swids, all big names on 6 and 2.
Ice as well.
Thank you. Yeah, Ties. I noticed him sort of sneaking up through the standings as it was going on. A really good result from him. Still another chance to win another championship event later in the year. That'd be pretty sick if Ties... Like his chat the other day were kind of surprised he was even playing. He's like, no, I still love playing Hearthstone and beating some noobs. Like, just what he loves to do.
Yeah, no one more surprised that Tice plays Hearthstone than Tice's chat.
It's always been the same. But I think that is it for today. We have got that top 16. Any last words, Derek, or would you like me to just go?
Tune in tomorrow, same time. It's going to be a super stacked top 16. Furyhunter trying to get another victory to his name. DeadDraw trying to finally break that curse of coming close but never quite getting the victory. And plenty of up-and-coming players trying to get their spot as well. It's going to be a super cool day of Hearthstone.
Yeah, same time, same place. Won't keep you any longer, but we'll see you then.
just needs to hit the bleed.
There it is! He did it! The madman! All right.
Unbelievable.
Wait, it's only one Rune Orb. He still needs to find Ignite. And there's no hand space, and there's no time! Hard deck, everybody. Cram session can be your best friend or your worst enemy.